Hello, Titan X. Wow. Can you believe it? Can you believe that we're here at the first anniversary of Titan X? So welcome to the inaugural Titan X Conference. We hope it will be the first of many over the next couple of days. We're going to cover all the aspects of what's happened in Titan X, where we're going. We're going to have 4 different sections, and we've got all the community members popping in. All the streamers will be on. All the coin founders will be on. We're going to be discussing the genesis of Titan X. Where it's going to. Is MemeFi going to be a groundbreaking thing within crypto? We'll be covering biohacking. There's a lot of the guys in the community love getting into that sort of stuff. We'll have TA master classes from a few different people, and we'll have all the OGs in discussing all different aspects of what we've all been through over the last year in the Titan X ecosystem. From small, humble beginnings, so much has happened. How do you feel, Mo? How you doing today? Welcome
I'm great,
to the
man.
first annual
Thank
conference.
you. I know. It's 1 year. It's just a couple days away. I can't believe it. This is absolutely amazing. And, 4 or 5 months ago in the down period, did you think you were going to have such an amazing 1 year? Yeah. I think we're all just so happy to be here, man. This is awesome.
That's okay. That's why we all get into crypto, really, isn't it? We all latch on to these certain coins, certain communities, and hope that they pump and bring us to Valhalla. Well, one thing that stands out, already is, why part of the reason we're all here is that community aspect. People stepping up, working. We're all here today to work for our own bags as well. But yeah, like you say, 6 months ago, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe, when you look back a year ago at the start, just the journey that everybody's been on, the community, the builders, the founders, everybody. Yeah, so it's been quite the ride. How did you even find Titan X, Mo?
I kind of have thought about it a few times, and I don't really remember the exact post that I saw, the exact first moment that I saw it, but I remember that it was my usual contrarian views. I don't like to follow a crowd necessarily, and at a moment, a whole crowd was dumping a whole lot of nonsense on this guy named Jake Sharpe for this new thing that he started, and it was so intense that I was like, well, let me just click on it and see. Because I like seeing stuff that, everybody else is not necessarily into. And so I clicked on it and I read the white paper and I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what is this? This is amazing. Have these people read this thing? I don't think anyone's read this. This looks legit. Yeah, I started getting super psyched and I was in just like that. And yeah, hook, line, and sinker. And 1 year later, thank God I got into this. Like, I'm so happy I picked this.
Oh, boom! Welcome to your first annual Titan X conference. Who the hell is this guy?
Man, this is crazy. How many people are gonna come on the stream to talk?
We've got about 50.
Like over 50.
Yeah, we've got over 50. So over the course of the next 2 days, we've got two 12-hour shows. Broken up each day is 12 hours. And each is broken up into 3 4-hour sections, and each 4-hour section within that is broken up into different panels of community members talking about different aspects of all things crypto. Let us focus on Titan X, focus on MemeFi. We've got to focus on biohacking. We've got other, technical analysis sections. So that the timetable is posted all over social media. If you check out Bad Sports page, I'm sure he's posted or reposted it many times. But if you're just flicking through Twitter, you'll be able to find the timetable. The first thing that we'll have kicking off in about an hour, about 20 minutes or so, is talking about how did we get here, basically how Titan X started and how the hell did we get to where we are. On that panel, we're going to have obviously yourself, Jake, me, Irish Crypto, Eric is coming on, and Marco the Hexagon. Crypto Kindness is coming on that one as well. So even the first hour, we've got a lot of big hitters in to talk about, what the journey so far. But yeah, can you believe what's happened in the last year?
Nah, man, no. 1 year. When you go to Titan X Hub, we have 16 active protocols on TITANX with over 25 being built in under a year. Like if a chain gets 3 good DeFi applications on it, it's like, oh, ball of chain right here. We've got 15 with 30 being made. This is unheard of. It's incredible. In under a year.
I mean, for anybody tuning in that hasn't really been following what's going on with TITANX, from humble beginnings, just as coin started by itself, it did start off with it's a token that created to be mined, and then that was built to be used by other protocols. It was always from the start a narrative of build on TITANX. When with so many coins launching, so many coins launch in crypto, especially there was a stat one time. In one of our streams not that long ago, that there was something like there had been more coins launched in the period of a week at one stage than there had been in the first 7 or 8 years of all crypto. So it's hard. You're lucky if you find good communities, good coins early on, and a lot of people love the TITANX white paper. They latched onto it and it went down. It did like most coins. It pumped like crazy. Then it had its downturn. It had its time where, everybody that wanted to kick it did kick it. It took its beating like everything else. But at the core, there was a strong thesis behind the white paper, behind the project itself. The community that latched onto it were strong. The builders that latched on were strong. And that build on TITANX narrative took off and is almost bigger than the coin itself. And that is one of the things that's very, very special. And that's the one thing that I kind of personally never expected.
Yep. 100%. Because so TITANX launched. You can kind of compare it as Bitcoin. Bitcoin was brought into existence through mining. It didn't do much for a while, and then it took off. TITANX is very similar, except that we have a way more concentrated distribution period. Like Bitcoin still mines until like 2150, year 2150. So it's forever. Bitcoin technically still inflates now, even though it's capped supply theoretically. It's actually not capped supply, it inflates. So TITANX comes in existence through mining. I think the reason we got so many builders is because people wanted to get behind a fair ethos. They were tired of all these VCs, ICOs, shadow figure, insiders, rugs. And people love complaining about a Genesis wallet and our ecosystem, but then they participate in ecosystems where there's 100% developer fee.
Yeah.
Any money protocol goes into a dude's wallet, and then they dare point the finger at us. So I think people are just tired of unfairness, insiders, shadow figures, ICOs, people having advantage over other people. This is fair. If nobody minds TITANX, if nobody knew about TITANX and nobody participated, 0 tokens would exist. Not even the liquidity pool would exist. So TITANX is community created from the ground up. Every single token that exists was created by a user. The liquidity pool was even created by a user, because if nobody participated, the liquidity pool wouldn't even exist.
Okay, so just imagine if people are watching this that don't know what that means, because that was a fairly new thing even for me and at the time to see something done like that. Can you explain what that even means about that the liquidity pool didn't even it didn't exist without the community actually making it and by calling it? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah. So we wanted to make TITANX as fair as humanly possible. And the way to make it fair is by, if nobody participates, 0 tokens exist, which means that 0 tokens go to anybody. So the way the liquidity pool was created at the start of TITANX was, if a certain amount of Ethereum comes into mining to create the tokens, that Ethereum would go and create a liquidity pool. So if 0 Ethereum participated, there will be no liquidity pool, because no tokens would exist and no value would have entered the protocol. So this is as pure as you can get. So we like saying community owned and community built, which is at its core, if you look on chain, the absolute truth, because 0 tokens would exist if 0 users participated. So it's community created, and then it's community built with all the protocols built on top of it. I'm just a community builder like everybody else. So the thing that makes TITANX great is it's as pure to community and grassroots as you can get. Because usually the way crypto gets created is you have somebody that has an idea, and then they order a bunch of people top down to do like, hey, do this. And that's not crypto. Crypto was designed to be, DeFi was designed with the intention to become money blocks, meaning a bunch of things building together on top of each other, smart contracts operating with each other, interoperability. That got completely skewed because human greed got the best of everybody, and everybody wanted to build their own little thing, so they ended up cannibalizing each other, and none of them went anywhere. Out of 10,000 coins, you maybe had one that had like a decent community after a little bit if somebody put some effort in. But then, wait, what was the last thing I said? I just got off topic there.
You were about to say something about community. Yeah, about the community there, you were going to say.
I lost my train of thought.
Rabbit hole. He's like, yeah, right. Where'd I go?
Exactly.
That's usually what I do.
Yeah, my mind's gone blank as well.
Yeah. So I was talking about this. So most cryptos get created from the top down, meaning that there's only a couple people that say where the protocol should go. Nobody else is allowed to build. If somebody wants to build something, you need to go essentially suckle the balls of the guy at the top to get permission to build, which is horrible. So we wanted to redesign crypto, make a community owned and community built. Nobody needs to ask permission from anybody. We have a general ethos that we follow, and as long as you're within that ethos, which is very, very general, you can build whatever the hell you want, and you'll get community capital injected in your fair launch protocol. You'll get massive community marketing. You'll get massive amount of streamers behind you. You have the founder supporting you, which happens almost nowhere. Man, in crypto, you're even lucky if you get to DM a founder or even send a message. So we're so lucky to have the community that we have. And instead of top down, it's from the ground up, meaning that if nobody participated in TITANX, zero TITANX would exist. And here we build it from the ground up, meaning that the people build the protocol. TITANX and build on TITANX is by the people, for the people, with the people. It's as close to grassroots and to the ground as you can get.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great thing at the time, the fact that people come in, they mine their own coins, and just that thing with the liquidity pool being formed, all this stuff's decentralized, nobody comes in and takes their money, and nobody come in. A big thing people talk about, in crypto is, whenever somebody launches a coin, is the liquidity locked? It just seems like such a distant thing for us these days. But, every time you're getting into a coin, you're worried about the founders rugging, the founders having more supply than they're holding 60 to 90% of the supply. They can dump it at any time. They can pump it at any time. And in TITANX and all the build on TITANX protocols, they've all followed this kind of fair distribution model, coming up with their own ideas and their own ways to do it, to make it fair for everybody to participate. Fair and equal opportunity. Everybody has the same opportunity at the start. And these liquidity pools, there's no way for founders to take money out of them. Everybody can add into them. But there's that initial money that goes in comes from the people participating in the protocols. It can't be taken out. It can't be rugged. It just goes to grow and keep everybody safe, especially at the very start.
100%. Another thing that's crazy about TITANX is the liquidity pool. The liquidity got created by users participating, and the other thing is all the liquidity fees, because usually a way founder extracts value from the protocol is they take all the liquidity fees and tell nobody. There's zero transparency around that, but you can see on chain where the liquidity fees go. So in TITANX, the liquidity pool, the Uniswap V3 pool, is owned by the smart contract. That's a collect fee function that any user can call as a decentralized function, and that will take the TITANX fees that it gets from the pool, burn it, and the Ethereum goes to the V1 buy and burn. So even the liquidity fees go back to the community. That was never done before. TITANX was the first one to answer the question of how do you give everything back to the community, which is why I think it's so beautiful.
Yeah, look at Justin in the comments there saying, "Long live TITANX." That's a good comment. So yeah, just for me, obviously we're doing this conference. We've got 50 plus speakers coming on. We have builders. We have community members. We also have some people from outside the ecosystem coming in, other YouTubers and stuff coming in to talk about everything. But back in the humble beginnings, Jake, I met you. I bounced into your mastermind. Just giving a little bit of an overview of the experience that I've had so far. I got into crypto in 2021. I found Richard Hart, the Hex Pulse Chain community, participated heavily there. And then after a few months, after the bull run had kind of topped out, I found myself a little bit lost in crypto. I hope like many people be watching this. it becomes your passion, your obsession, is this learning about all these different things that can happen in crypto, all different types of protocols. And you just spend all your time learning and consuming content, moving your investments and buying coins and, just participating and learning. So, but I did find myself at a point where I was a little bit lost, I was, buying shit coins. I was getting dumped on, and even some of the things that I was planning to hold long term, I was buying the dip, buying the next dip, buying the next dip. So after a few months of that, I came across, I seen you started to create, you bounced onto the scene and started to create content, YouTube videos, put out a lot of stuff on X. And that's where I initially found yourself. And then whenever you decided that you'd put out that you were creating a mastermind, at that stage, I thought you were giving great takes on stuff that was happening in not just crypto and the pulse chain, well, not just the pulse chain community, but all around crypto. So I bounced into the mastermind. I was one of the first members in your mastermind. And from there, I don't know. So what's the opposite of a death spiral?
A positive spiral.
I don't know. A whirlwind of hope and joy. I don't know. But anyway, at this, like I said, at that time, I was a little bit lost and didn't know. I was, too many things going on, making too many bad choices. And what I got, you bounce into a mastermind and you don't go into these things brainlessly. They cost a bit of money to get into. And you look at these things as investment, and you had a great mastermind for the people that were there. Now, the reason for me, one of the reasons, yes, we had access to you and we got all your great takes, but one of the other reasons that was so good in that mastermind was all the other people that were in there, the friendships that we made, the conversations that we had, not just in the mastermind, but outside that. I'm building with Bad Sports, and there's, if you look at the build on TITANX protocols, the 15 or whatever it is are out, 16 that are out at the minute. I think more than 10 of those have been built by people in the mastermind. We never got any insider information. Everything was fair. We all had to go out and build ourselves. But just being in that mastermind really helped all of us through. Don't get me wrong. This was the bear market. It was bloody rough times, really, really tough times. But we all we learned, we watched you build, and helped you, come up with a lot of the thesis for TITANX, watched you build it. And as soon as it was built and we seen the success, then, a lot of those people in their mastermind through, together, what we'd all been through together, decided that we were going to build as well. So that was very, very humble beginnings. And, when you look back at that, and what we all went through in that mastermind, there was good, there was bad, there was awful, there was great. But and that's just crypto, and that's just the bear market. And where you look at nobody gave up. You especially, nobody gave up. And we all worked hard. We all worked together, and that's where we are here now. And I think it's important for everybody watching to know about that. That the mastermind, you could have given insider information to everybody in there. We could have, but you stood by a lot, and you took flack from everybody at certain stages, but you didn't break your resolve and give anybody in that mastermind any insider information at all. So yeah, and even at the time, I remember saying to people, why is he not telling us? Why is he not telling us? Why is he giving us nothing? But when you look back now, it was the right thing to do, and it was all part of your ethos from the start. So well done.
Oh yeah, 100%. I remember all those conversations. Everybody was like, "Give me the inside scoop." But like, this is
what did
important.
I pay for?
Yeah, exactly. That was the question.
They paid. What are we paying for here?
100%. But then the thing is, because I've seen so many communities, how something starts is how something ends. So if it starts off at the wrong note, with people having insider information, having stuff that other people don't have, you can't start something fair if it has an unfair starting point. So like how something starts is how something ends. So I wanted to keep it as pure and grassroots and community built as possible, because once something starts off bad, it's almost impossible to recover it. You can't turn something that started unfair into something that becomes fair. That's a heavy road and heavy load to carry. So I was like, let's just keep it pure, fair. Nobody gets any advantages at all. Yeah, and I definitely got slack for it. But I was like, hey, the plan is going to work out. Just chill.
Okay, so just on Slack and taking Slack. You know, you look back over the year at the humble beginnings and the crazy participation at the start. You know, the FUD that followed after the downturn in the market, the downturn in the TITANX chart. You go through it, you look at all that stuff. Yeah, how does it feel to come out the other side of all that and be where we're at now?
Pretty good. I mean,
Although,
definitely pretty good.
you were very good at not getting sucked in or bothering about, people want to attack. And when people attack you or, they give FUD, you're good at ignoring it and just ignoring it. That's the best thing to do. You've got a goal, you stick to it, and you ignore the nonsense that's out there.
Man, but there were so many times where things were just too obvious. Because the thing that you get in crypto is you don't have, especially in new cryptos, you don't have institutions yet, which means that everything is almost 100% driven by human emotion. So whenever people feel bad, that's when things go bad. When people feel good, that's when things go good, which is so interesting about crypto. And then, because as a human being, you have days where you like feel bad for an hour for no reason at all, and then the hour after you're like, yeah, actually, everything's pretty good. I don't know why I was that angry. And in crypto, it's the same, and you see it on the charts. So it got so irrational that at one point, the entire market cap existing liquid for TITANX and the future supply combined was less than one buy and burn smart contract. That's how ridiculously irrational the market got. That's like the clearest, like simple math, 1 + 1 = 2, and people still found a way to FUD it. So at that point, I'm like, okay, there's nothing we can do here. We just need to work. That's it.
Just need to work.
Time will figure all this stuff out.
Yeah, it'll all come good in the end because there was good ideas. It was all built on solid foundations, and then the first, I think Eric came along with the first project to launch on TITANX, and again, same thing. Took shit tons of abuse, but it was a solid project. It was a solid project. Good idea. and he did the same. He took all the licks, took all the smack. And now look where he is now as well, and building Titan farms and streaming, getting a lot of content from Joe Paris and Ivan on Tech over with his Morales platform. So I mean, those things are just the beginning, kind of what's to come. The big eyeballs. Because we haven't even really started. In my opinion, we haven't really started. Yes, we've been in a bull run, but we haven't really started yet. TITANX is only a 3 or 4x, maybe off the bottom, something like that, maybe a bit more. But yeah, we really are only getting started.
Hey, to go back to that, shout out Jake for the early days and not just having that knee-jerk reaction to tell everyone to go F their mother. Because when I start getting insulted or people start throwing hate at me, it's like you can count to 3 before I start just slinging the insults right back. And I'll tell you what, coming into TITANX was a real lesson in like just controlling emotions just by watching everybody else. It was like, oh, okay, yeah. But like literally, mad respect to you for getting all the constant insults and just public shredding and not just popping off. Like you literally never gotten crazy arguments with people. You literally never swore at people. I that's so unusual and unheard of for in my world and everybody that I know.
Can I tell you one of my favorite things? One of my favorite things was people complaining that Jake Sharpe was in their DMs. At the time, when he was doing the Mastermind, and he was DMing people like a sales pitch to get in. I mean, how the hell else are you supposed to sell yourself and sell your service? What's wrong with making sales? It's like that was in the we're calling it the old days. It was only a couple of years ago, but yeah, that was a thing that was crazy to me. Crypto. You built the meritocracy into TITANX, that if you build things that perform well, you will get paid. And everybody's in crypto to make money at the end of the day. Yes, we've got some idealists and different things, whatever. We're all here to make money. And how do you make money? How do you start? How do you get ahead? By working and selling and making sales and all that. So whenever those times, and I seen FUD on Twitter, people saying, I can't believe this guy is actually DMing me. It's like, one of the stupidest things that I ever seen. And look, that again, that's a testament to, it's like, I think to get ahead, to make a success, you have to just say fuck it and do everything in your power that you can do to make these things work.
Yeah, I mean, the one of the biggest things, the last thing you want is to be obscure when nobody knows about you. It's better to have people that hate you and love you than it is to have people not knowing about you at all. Like, look at Donald Trump, for example. Half the country hates him, half the country loves him. And he's the most popular man in the world, basically, at this point, especially with the elections. So it's kind of like you have to pick your vote. Either nobody knows you exist and you can't do anything that is important, or everybody knows you exist, but then they love or hate you. So I was like, okay, yeah, the second option is definitely better. If you want to do something that's impactful and reaches a bunch of people, well, the first thing is you need to reach a bunch of people, and you can't reach them jerking off in the corner of your room. They need to know you exist, right? Yeah.
As long as you keep it under the desk, I mean. Oh my God. Hey, I'm being paged and being told to tell you that we need to start wrapping up our intro section and start heading on to panel
before we go on, obviously, okay, Jake, this is one of the best things about you as a founder is you're engaging with everybody. You're out in these streams. You're front and center all the time, putting in as much work as everybody for not just your own coins, your own projects, but all the other build on TITANX protocols as well. And Mo, I just wanted to say to you at the start here as well, this community and the success of a coin takes everybody doing their little part. And your little part has been fucking enormous. So at the start of the conference here, I just want to say thank you very much for all the effort that you've put in over the last, whatever it is, 6 months, 8 months. You've been an upstanding member of the community, and all your effort is well respected by everybody in the community. So, and that, if we're going to lead on and go into our first section, that in itself is part of the reason why we're all here. Everybody, nobody standing by, everybody working together, adding value, and yeah, onwards and upwards.
100%.
One team, one dream.
One team, one dream. Woohoo! Absolutely. Have we got a few? I think Bad Sports is the man behind the scenes running the show here. So Bad Sports, have we got some of the people from our first panel?
Welcome to the TITANX annual celebration. Join us as we gather to celebrate innovation, collaboration, and the vibrant TITANX community. Prepare for inspiring keynotes from industry leaders, engaging panel discussions, and networking opportunities that will elevate your experience. This is not just a conference, it's a chance to connect, learn, and grow together. Let's build on our achievements and forge a path toward a brighter future. Together, we are TITANX.
Nice. Okay, welcome everybody. Panel one today. Look at all these lovely faces. Eric, Marco the Hexagon, Irish Crypto Kindness. Good to see Jeff back in action on YouTube and Twitter after a little hiatus. But yeah, welcome everybody. The first panel, we're going to go for about 1 hour here, just talking general chit chat about how the hell did we get here and why. So just like to say, Eric, welcome to the first conference. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I'm feeling healthier and healthier each day. So hopefully more streaming to come. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, Marco, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I just went to an event last night, got home at 4 something to wake up to this. So I had no sleep.
Oh, I've just seen something. Did you change your name to the Mexican?
Yeah, man. But I'm glad to be here. Great people, everything we all did together over the years, phenomenal.
And
thanks for the alarm clock in the morning. Marco was my hey buddy, you're running a little late. Oh, I'm coming. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're like 4 minutes late and you're getting phone calls from different parts of the world. That's it. Like you say, one team, one dream. One man starts pulling behind. He's got to get a kick up the ass to get back in action.
Yep.
Irish Crypto,
appreciate you.
There?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, feeling great. Can't believe it's been a year already. Can't believe we even got our own animation before we switched over to the real deal, which is panel 1. So yeah, let's get it. lots has happened, lots to talk about.
Okay, first thing. I mean, Eric, you were the first builder on TITANX. You were in the mastermind. You were in the mastermind as well.
That's right.
Do you want to give us just a little bit of an introduction who you are? Most of us will know, obviously, but an introduction who you are and your experience of what TITANX was like at the start, and why it's kind of taken off the way it is, in your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it started as an idea inside the mastermind. I remember talking to Jake really early on, actually, because we were both kind of transitioning to building, and we were talking about some different concepts that we were working on. And I remember Jake giving me a sneak peek at TITANX in the very early days. But yeah, it was that tight-knit community inside the mastermind that kind of kicked things off. And ultimately, I was also on my journey of building. So I've been in crypto since about 2015, software engineer by trade, and I had met some really talented people through my own network, and I felt like it was the time to launch something when I met Jake. So I was actually in the process of launching a couple different things not related to TITANX. But as TITANX started to grow and as we saw that massive miner adoption, I thought this is actually a huge opportunity. And that was kind of the catalyst to come in and build DragonX originally 8 months ago or 9 months ago now. Crazy stuff.
The massive miner participation, not expected by anybody. Marco, you know, as somebody from the Hacks and Pulse Chain community before, you've been in crypto for a long time. Were you following TITANX before that kind of crazy adoption and the crazy amount of people starting the miners when TITANX kicked off?
Yeah, so I've been in day one TITANX, right? And I always followed Jake when he was in the Pulse Chain community, making his videos, his clips and stuff like that. And then I did see that he did the mastermind. I didn't get to go in the mastermind, but I did see the tweets and just the progress, and then people talking about like what he's building and stuff like that. And then when I finally got the hold of the white paper, yeah, it was something about it that I was just like, there's something here, you know. This thing looks cool. It looks like, you know, it's hyperinflationary. It could be hyperdeflationary. Of course, we didn't know there was any other projects coming out of it. So I was like, okay, this is something that could be a nice long-term play, you know. I was very similar. I was very familiar with Zen when it came out, right? And I seen it. I was like, oh, it's kind of similar, but it has a lot more, you know, positive than negatives, a lot of more better tweaks, a lot of better things, and it became its own thing. And I was like, this is exactly what I wanted. You know, this is something I wanted, you know, as a protocol to do what I got to do with nobody interfering, nobody bothering me, not relying on anybody, you know? So I was like, all right, let me do it. And then first month goes by, October, and I was like, okay. And then November and then December, I'm like, this thing is pretty cool, you know? And it's working. Everything's going good. And then just bam, next you know, DragonX came out. And then Helios. And then I think it was Titan Legends right after that. And I'm like, people are building pretty quick here, you know, like it was just only a few months that people started building. And I was like, okay, this is attractive. You're like, people are really interested in building on this protocol. And then I started realizing like, wait a minute, this is like, and like Jake likes to say, this is like an L1 into an L1, you know, on top of an L1. And you start seeing people just coming around, right? And then I see you was building on Pulse Chain, and then you wanted to come over here and started building over here. So I was familiar with your work. And then I started, you know, then I saw Crypto Kindness. I know Crypto Kindness for like a long time on Pulse Chain, and I started seeing his videos and more stuff. And it just got me more bullish. I'm like, yeah, I know I made the right decision being here day one, and, you know, to be, you know, go all in on it. And I never looked back, man. Everybody's been, you know, more than welcoming throughout the whole year. And, you know, everybody's, you know, just shared nothing but love and tips and tricks and just passion. And yeah, man, it's just been a great journey. The past, you know, year has been phenomenal.
Yeah, it certainly has. Jeff, Crypto Kindness, welcome to the first TITANX conference. How are you, sir?
What's happening, everybody? I'm doing great, thank you. How about you?
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Another mastermind member who is a solid person in the community. So, you know, TITANX, you want to give us your little heads up? What you know, TITANX, what do you think yourself is led to the success at the start? You know, what's different about it? We were all in Zen, we were all in Hacks and Pulse Chain, but there's something here that's maybe slightly different. You know, what's your take on how we started out?
Well, we started out with literally no expectations, and I know that's what everybody quote unquote said about Pulse Chain, no expectations. Bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coins being sacrificed, the expectation level is through the roof. And
That's so true.
it's like, whatever. You can say what you want to say, but it's not the case. And with this, it was just like we've said all these things before. No founders coins, no allocations, no like first people in the first 10 seconds don't have a huge advantage. It was also kind of at the bottom of the bear market. So it was kind of more of a realistic, like, this is going to take a long time to develop. There's going to be a process behind it. It's going to be more of a kind of systematic approach instead of this like typical crypto wham bam thank you ma'am type of expectation and response. So that has a lot to do with it. It also was the group of people that kind of came together to create everything. In crypto, community matters so much, and we've seen that in all of the different successful projects. There's this like great community behind it. But the what I feel is unique to the TITANX community is it was a culmination of the people that had a not so favorable experience with the Pulse chain or Pulse X sacrifices, that had maybe a bad taste in their mouth from the Zen minting situation and the never-ending inflation. But it was the battle-tested people that stuck around and just kept learning and kept learning and kept learning. And then when we see this white paper, we're like, oh, well, this one particular element solves this problem that I experienced in the last iteration. And then this one particular design solves this problem. And then you just kind of looked at it all and said, well, this is in my opinion, better version of the other three things that I've really gone in heavy on. And I see the way that some of these challenges are addressed in this white paper. And so it's battle-hardened people that stuck it out, that just ground it out, that then saw the vision and the ability to build. And one of the things that Jake has done really well is he has encouraged people to build. Very different from another founder of another cryptocurrency is like, hey, how can I help you? Jake is jumping on calls. Eric is jumping on calls, helping the builders understand, learn from their previous mistakes, tweak things, working really cohesively to build a community instead of just do it my way. I'm the best type of guy in the world and nobody needs anybody but me type of attitude. So it's like, I don't know, it's like a grassroots company where if you, terrible example, but if you look at the Googles of when they were young, everybody was working really hard together and it was a giant team working to build something great versus the kind of, the one guy that everybody follows and just like worships and like do what he says and all this type of stuff. It's the complete opposite. So everybody's working together to create something great. And that's really what separates everything at this point. It's such a black and white comparison to be in the TITANX ecosystem versus many of the other ecosystems that I've participated in over the last 3 years. And it really just boils down to people. And that's all anything boils down to is people. And it's a really great group of people that are in this ecosystem on a daily basis. So kudos to all of you. Jake, great job.
Well said. Well said. All right, Jake, they're starting to get a lot more people arriving now. 1 year. Can you believe it's been 1 year of TITANX? And are you pleased with the progress to date?
Yeah, the thing I kind of was talking about is so damn true, because the moment you get a God complex is when you start falling behind. Because if you believe all your worldviews are true, then you start ignoring everything else. And especially in crypto, innovation does not stop for anybody. And the innovation cycles of crypto are months, not years or decades. It's like in 2 months, something better can be created and then people move on because it's innovative. So like, for example, Eric, the first protocol launched on TITANX was DragonX. And he came up with the idea of creating a staking whale to buy and burn a capped supply token. I didn't think of that when I designed the staking post. I was like, fuck, this is genius. And that was like one of the first iterations of, wait, other people are actually smarter. And if you put a bunch of brains together, they can come up with very innovative solutions that solve problems. So like DragonX is a great example. And now with all the build on TitanX protocols, they've all adopted this view that they learn from other builders. They see different tokenomics things and different designs and different things, and then they combine them together, and maybe they have some innovations. Like there were auction systems before Volt, and then Volt came along and did it better. There are so many sick innovations that happen when people just get rid of this God complex and start listening to other people that are just as smart as them with different life experiences that give them different views on things. And that's how you create innovation and beauty. It's a bunch of people coming together. Like Elon Musk wasn't Elon Musk when he was born. He became Elon Musk after the PayPal mafia with a bunch of the biggest billionaires in the world that started PayPal together, and then they basically branched off. Elon Musk did SpaceX, Tesla, etc. But the PayPal mafia was just one big mastermind of smart people coming together, and now they basically run the world at this point.
Yeah,
I love how Eric went from the most hated man to one of the most loved men in TitanX. And speaking of the cycles, that was like a 3 months period of time.
But that felt like eternity.
I know it did. It's wild.
Yeah,
one thing that Jake said that I fell in love with right now, that, you know, most of the time, you know, in communities and projects and stuff like that, like everybody relies on the founder, right? Everybody. And that's it, right? Everybody waits for the founders to market, founders to build something, founders to pump it, founders to do something, right? And Jake made TitanX. You know, we all waiting for like Shogun and Hyper and the rumors of it and stuff like that. Eric entered the scene. He built, you know. Then dude entered the scene. Helios, he built, right? And then next you know, everybody else started popping up. What was great is that everybody, when whatever project or protocol they made, it was like a different version of the previous ones with updates. You know, everybody started adding their twists to things, and they, you know, we started to see things that we didn't see in other communities, other protocols we haven't seen anywhere, you know. And what's beautiful once again is that every single protocol all works in one place and does one thing: buys and burns TitanX, right? It's like you don't see this anywhere. I can't find one community that has 15 protocols that's all dedicated to burning the main token, right? It's unheard of. And under a year, total strangers, right? Like no funding, no VCs, no anything. Where can you see any of this? So when people FUD or complain or this or mock or this, it's like, where can you see this? Does your community have this? Does your community have 15 protocols that's all meant to burn the original founder's token? You know, like was anybody VCs in there? Any sacrifice? Any of this stuff? No, right? Like this is beyond unique. You know, it's amazing. It's beyond unique.
Yeah. So Eric, you were in the mastermind as well.
Yep.
And obviously you built the first project on TitanX. How has your first year when TitanX been? Obviously you took a lot of flack at one stage, but yeah, how has your first year been? And you know what was the experience like, and how you feeling about it all now?
I mean, it was a roller coaster, right? Because I was like this really hated figure for a while. I don't know. I mean, it's maybe potentially my demeanor. Like I'm very different from Jake. You know? I'm kind of like
did you expect that to come? Did you expect that at the time? Did you feel it was right? Did you expect that it would take over the pool so much, you know, and be so successful? And then that's where a lot of the flack came from. Did you expect that to happen?
I didn't expect it, actually. I mean, I was there to build something that I thought should exist and would be cool to exist, you know, which is like the TitanX ethos is a decentralized, you know, if you can build it kind of ethos. But I think it's just testament to the TitanX community that people rallied around it and created this massive asset, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's the value of this platform. We're like the Android App Store now. It's like there's no better place to do DeFi, right? Like where else would you build on a
good point.
doing DeFi? It's an entire platform now, you know. You don't need venture funding anymore, right? You can come to TitanX and you get all of like this community, you get marketing, you get VC basically.
Yeah, that's somebody comes in with a good idea that the community will be straight behind it. But yeah, continue. Sorry.
Yeah. No. So I mean, it was definitely rocky, right? Because people really hated me. Like I was saying, I mean, Jake is really chill, but I have this like kind of bulldog mentality. Like if someone comes after me, then I tend to like fight back, you know.
Bro, you broke the Guinness World Record of most blocks in a week. Bro, he was blocking everybody.
Maybe that's what was needed for the first TitanX protocol. Right?
Hey, you need
someone
it.
who's a little bit more hard nosed, who had been through startups, been through tech, you know, and could stand up for himself a little bit more to kind of break some of those barriers down. So it is what it is in that sense, but I think that's definitely dissipated now, and I just appreciate the community has rallied around Dragon X, and we've seen tremendous gains, obviously. But it's also motivated my team to continue to build more, right? Like behind me is the Titan Farms logo, and that was just a collaborative process between myself, Jake, my CTO, and other community members, and that never would have happened if the community wasn't ultimately a welcoming place, right? And if other builders weren't there to support Titan Farms, it wouldn't be a success. Yeah. So it's really a testament to how much we've evolved and how open we've become over these last 6 months.
A lot of the growth and development in the TITANX community is because of Eric. I mean, I know a lot of people look to Jake and say, but I know personally that Eric does a lot on the back end to help with everything. I mean, look at Farms. Farms, for example, it's an amazing protocol. And I don't think I've had the chance to say that to you directly, Eric, but well done, man. Well done. Like that is a fantastic liquidity tool for like it would be awesome on any L1, like as the L1 Farms. Right. And here it is built on TITANX. Like it's kudos. Very, very well done.
No gimmicks, no tricks, no bullshit. It's just pure numbers, pure statistics, and you guys are not faking the ROIs and all this other stuff to just lure people in. Like these are real data, a lot of farms out there do that shit, so
user interface is amazing. But so like, and then Ali, your group, you've got the Accelerate group. All of the original essentially founders on TITANX that have built their own protocols have basically extended their knowledge base to anybody else. Like, hey, okay, we did it. We've hit some roadblocks. We've stumbled a little bit. Maybe there was an error here or there, and we want to share that information with anybody else that's building so that they can build better. So basically, TITANX ecosystem has created a culture of essentially building on the shoulders of giants, except for those giants are there to help. It's not just like people have to watch and hope that they get it right next time around. They just hit a DM like, hey, can you help me do this? I've got this great idea and I want to avoid some setbacks or mistakes. What can you do? And then here you got Eric, you've got Ali, and there's a few others that are also just more than welcoming and helping all the other developers out there. I think Awesome X is too.
No egos at all.
And Eric, I mean, you just posted on Twitter the other day that you're willing to give a grant to somebody that has a good idea. That's amazing. like you see that type of stuff on large L1s where the team, the foundation or whatever are giving out grants. This isn't a large L1. This isn't there isn't a foundation. There isn't a bunch of venture capital. This is just people that have done it successfully and want to share that success with others.
Look at that. You said that Eric's offering it. SteveDefi is offering it.
I didn't know that.
Awesome X has that built into its protocol. So I mean, you talk about opportunity. Crypto does give opportunity, but people here early in this ecosystem have got opportunity everywhere. That anybody that has a good idea can come along and get supported. I mean, I made many phone calls to Eric, at a few meetings with Eric, and before I even started building, and he was one of the first people I ever reached out to for information and contact. And for me, that was the very, very start of my building journey. And that's all it takes. All it takes is a little bit of balls and a couple of conversations with a few of these people on screen or other people in the community. And the real beauty there is that people will help everybody will help you build the best thing possible at that stage with the knowledge that everybody has at that time. They'll help you build through no personal gain. They'll help you as best they can. But look, Irish Crypto, you're there. I think this is only your third ever YouTube stream, is it?
Yeah, I'm diving into the deep end here, aren't I? It'd be mainly my third ever stream.
With all the big hitters, boy.
Yeah, it's good to be here with all the big hitters. There's some great comments that have been made. Crypto Kindness, I think you're bang on there around that grassroots movement, which I'll talk about later. And Marco, I totally agree with you. It's probably the lowest ego ecosystem that I've been involved in. So let's hope it stays there. And it's one of the funniest things I've seen is when some of the higher ego people show up they just get passively rejected, and no one feeds the ego, and they just disappear. And that's something that I've not seen before. So that's great. So look, it's been.
Correct.
That's a good point. I never thought of it. That is a great point. Outsiders coming in trying to kick up their stinking drama, they get faded out very quick.
Yeah, nobody cares, man. Like we just keep on building, man. We didn't care the day one. We don't gotta care now. We're too busy.
That's it. Just passively ignore and let them do their thing. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I was one of the most active members in Jake's mastermind, but I was in it from almost the start. So it feels like I've been in the TITANX vibe for well over a year now. And, I remember leading up to the launch and getting myself prepared to go into TITANX. And I was kind of like, oh, how much do I put in here? What do I do? Do I max mine? Do I do the first week? Do I do the first 2 weeks? What do I do? And I just went with my gut and did 85% of my initial investment for max mining, which I've got to say I'm very pleased with. But that wasn't easy at all. If I look back at the first year, I mean, there's been huge times of self-doubt, did I do the right thing? There was the initial hype cycle where everyone was sort of really hyped about it. Then we had the Dragon X launch, and fair play to you, Eric, for taking a lot of that FUD. And then that sparked that impending FUD cycle. Seeing friends capitulate wasn't easy when you still believed in it. And even myself, which, wasn't active before I started to make that decision that I was going to build, I was getting vitriol online for posting about TITANX and being associated with the mastermind and being called scammer in the DMs, which was really, really odd. And then you sort of coupled that with all the other bear market vibes, around Zen and Richard Hart's behavior transplant that we saw, that bipolar founder energy that I hate with a passion. So I kind of felt like TITANX, kind of going through that mastermind and TITANX kind of helped me get through that sort of, I suppose, earn my bear market stripes. So I'm just pleased that a few of us stayed the course. We've innovated hard. We've showed up where it counted. And, of course, I've started to build with, the Blaze team and others. So I think now we're in a pretty good position, and we're coming into year one. I have to say, after that bear market energy, the last 3 months has tasted quite sweet. So, look, I'll finish off with saying, I mean, is there anything else like this in crypto? This is pure DeFi innovation. And sometimes I feel like we're in this green circle island on our own, having the time of our lives, where most are either oblivious to what's going on or stuck on their own coin tribal mental model, which I find nuts. So I'm really hopeful that this 2-day conference will open up minds to other people so they can come in, participate in one of the best ecosystems that I truly believe could be the GOAT of crypto in years to come.
Nice. Eric, what do you want to say, follow on from that?
No, yeah, I completely, I had a lot of thoughts on this. I mean, yeah, ultimately, whenever I see people fudding TITANX, I don't think they understand the ethos, which is it's such a proactive way of approaching crypto, right? If you want to see something fixed about TITANX, you can fix that by building, right? And we have such a good network of people now. Like in the beginning, it was hard to get auditors, right? But now we have a bunch of auditors, a bunch of developers, a bunch of development teams, right? So what you really need is charisma and an audience who can come here and build a really epic protocol. For example, we're actually doing the development for some protocols within TITANX right now. I probably shouldn't mention the name, but some big protocols that are coming that are not actually ours. We're just helping them with development, right? Because we have great access to auditors, and Jake does, and so do other people, right? So there are entire teams behind us. You're just seeing the face of us right here, but we all have teams behind us that are able to help you and assist you with what you're building. And when I see people fudding TITANX, I don't think they really understand, and they made the same mistake with Dragon X, is they're only looking at the snapshot of today, right? They look at the buy and burn balance, right? They look at where we are in a snapshot of time, but they don't see what could change the game in 3 or 4 months. For example, this recent staker FUD. Well, when X28 comes out and eliminates that FUD, what will they think of next, to FUD this ecosystem? Because
Everything.
we can solve our own problems,
Everything.
The next FUD will be, well, there are no stakers anymore.
The next one is why only a 5x, not a 10x,
Yeah. I'll share something with you guys. I had a friend text me. He's texted me several times in the last couple of months, and it's like not fudding TITANX, but just say, hey, be careful, all this type of stuff. Like essentially FUD, but whatever. And I heard a little bit more yesterday, and I responded with, listen, I appreciate the concern, but I've placed a big bet on a community, not a coin. I responded with TITANX is everything that Pulse Chain was supposed to be. This is my opinion. It's worth whatever it is, but this is what I said to him. I said, TITANX is everything that I thought Pulse Chain was going to be. Builders building like mad, multiple daily streams, very present founder that is supportive of everybody that's building on his chain, everyone working together in a cohesive manner, trying to build the ecosystem for the better, not for individual gain. And then everybody, including the founder, is supportive and encouraging of innovation and moving forward. Currently, TITANX has a liquidity farm that rivals anything on a major chain. It has a borrowing platform that is going to be developing unique capacity to do multi-asset borrowing. That's not available anywhere. And the innovation just keeps growing from here. I'm focused on the future and on the people, not necessarily the color of the coin.
Yeah, beautiful, man. Well said.
100%. Yeah.
That's amazing. Jeff, we've actually got a section tomorrow on the 10 whys to anyone that might be sitting on the sidelines. So if you could send me those notes, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
That was a pretty
That'll be a short session. It's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
Buy now or cry later.
Yeah, I like what Jeff said, right? Because it's true. Like everything we all wished for, we got one place. And what's crazy is this is not a blockchain, right? This is not a blockchain. This is just a protocol that we're all doing this on, right? Not yet, right? But think about that, right? We did all this and everybody's participating on a protocol that's like a blockchain, Look at the memes, right? Like look at even the memes we made on this side. Memes with utility. That's fun, is engaging, they're hilarious, but they actually have utility. You don't have this anywhere, right? You just get bland, basically the same 5-6 year, protocols that's been always around. We'll change the logos and share them all around. That's it. With maybe one little tax system, right? And that's it. That's the most innovative thing people have been doing, It comes nowhere close to what's being built over here anywhere else. There's nothing close. And everything else, when you look over anywhere else, is just mostly copy and paste. That's it. Most protocols in here were actually built from the ground up, right? With the first sentence in code, hello world, right? Like that's it. Everything else was copy and paste, So you damn well I'm betting on this community, right? Like just like Jeff said, like you can't be that stupid. You can't.
And shout out to Inferno. I mean, they kind of kicked it off with the meme fi. Inferno was freaking great. Is still freaking great. I shouldn't use past tense there. One of the biggest challenges I have found in the TITANX ecosystem from somebody that does some streaming about it is that there's so much good stuff happening that it's super easy to just kind of forget about something else. Like somebody reached out to me the other day. They're like, bro, why don't you talk about Inferno anymore? I'm like, I love Inferno, but I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. I'm just like, Volt right now is a ton of fun and there's so much going on there. And then this thing is building and then we've got Morpheus and Lotus and so much other stuff. I still look at my Inferno bag every day and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Glad that's happening. But it just, there's so much happening. It's easy to forget what to talk about.
Yeah, the Inferno chart was insane. I mean, that thing just would not stop going up for like 2 months. It was amazing.
Yep.
But this is the cool thing about the ecosystem is the reason Inferno is performing well is because of the machines built on top of it. Even if humans stop talking about it, the machines don't stop
dropping in the machines.
Yeah, because Inferno. I love the machines, man, because even if it's all smart contracts don't care. Smart contracts don't have emotions.
They don't
also,
sleep,
one thing I want to talk
no
about.
Egos. Yep.
Yeah, this staking thing. Oh my god, people are really grasping for their final straws before we hit hyperdeflation. Because everybody's like, oh, what's this inflation coming up? For one, that's not fucking inflation.
It's not inflation. It's supply. It's regular made supply. People keep on saying the same thing. Yeah, correct.
It's just tokens floating around. That's it. And a lot of that supply, everybody's like, yeah, these guys are in massive profit. No, 40% of that supply is people that staked like fucking 2 weeks ago. People are just manufacturing FUD just to make it sound good on Twitter because they know it's the last straw they have.
I know exactly what tweet you're talking about. Exactly which one.
Yeah, man, it's fucking crazy.
I don't even bother responding to it. I'm like, I'm not gonna even bother. Like, numbers are wrong, your thought process is wrong, everything, just like you just said, they just go on a website, look 5 minutes, grab the data, post. right? Like,
You want to
come
know
on,
something
man.
else crazier?
I love
So
it.
from the bottom to where we're at now, TITANX did a 10x versus Ethereum. During that
That's
period
right.
where it did a 10x, 32 trillion of supply came out from new inflation. So people are fucking so off.
Quick
It's
math
crazy.
is not mathing for folks.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's funny, man. It's hilarious. And then you know what's funny? Wait up to like a month or two from now, and when none of that happens, all that FUD, all that fear, and everything gets eaten up more, I wonder what's the next paragraph they're gonna post, right? Like, it's silly, man. It's so silly. This is what Jeff was talking about, right? There's no egos here. There's no wishy. Like, listen, it's not like we go and we wake up and then like you see like 30 or 40 or 50 TITANX users going and like harassing other communities, just trying to FUD them and trying to make them look bad. And like, who wakes up to be like, okay, today I'm writing a whole paragraph of these guys and their data. I don't know nothing about it and all this. And this is all they do, right? I don't see anybody doing that here. None.
You know
We
why,
just reply,
Eric? Marco, do you know why?
Yeah, we're busy building. We're busy. We're having fun.
We're busy winning.
Yeah, like there's no need to punch down the guy down the bottom. Like there's no need, right? Like it's sad, man. It's sad that this is the mentality still. Like almost at the end of 2024, we're like people are still doing this silly shit for the bull market. Like it's sad.
It also feels like the TITANX ecosystem is a different caliber person, in the sense that so let's say everything else. I believe it's a somewhat fair statement to say that a lot of people in TITANX came from Pulse Chain and from Zen. I don't believe that if Zen runs off 100x right now or Pulse Chain runs off 100x, that anybody from the TITANX ecosystem is just going to start fudding those protocols. It's just a different caliber person.
Yeah.
Like, we all want to see everybody win, which is why we all work collaboratively. So that same kind of like.
Sorry, go ahead. We all wouldn't be wasting our energy doing that.
No.
There's far better ways to be spending our energy and our time.
You build the relationships, not enemies, man. That's what you got to do. Build the relationships. Right?
I would spend all of my energy then selling that 100x and putting it back into TITANX because I still hold all those coins.
Yeah, it's true, man. Like, it's just sad, right? Like, like there could be other communities, man. There could be other builders, other founders, other blockchains. Doesn't mean we have to hate on everything. Like, what blows my mind is when a community spends a whole year building, reinforcing the four walls they previously had and never speaking to people outside during the bear market. That's the worst thing you could ever do, is shut yourself down even more during the bear market. You should have been hitting every community out there. You should be advertising as much as possible, streaming as much as possible, building as much as possible throughout the whole bear. You don't do that. You don't just fight and cry the whole bear. Like, you wasted so much opportunity. And then when the bull's here, then you want to reach out to other communities and get marketing. It's too late by then, man. Nobody cares. Everybody's busy, celebrating their wins and their progress and all that stuff when the bull comes. Like, it's sad, man, when people do these things, man.
Yeah,
really
but I mean, for every one of those people that's coming out because they feel we're competition, I'm getting plenty of DMs from people who are building right now on Pulse Chain who want to come over to TITANX.
Oh yeah, I got a
Yeah.
shit ton of them. Trust me, I got a shit ton of them. Oh, trust me, man.
Eric, in terms of building, what components of TITANX do you think are making it successful? I mean, if you're looking about the community, we've got that covered, but within the protocol itself, you wanted to build, people are continuing to build. What's your thoughts on what sort of components within TITANX are the best for building and making it the success that it is?
For building specifically, I think ultimately adoption is everything. So that's the number one thing. Like the marketing we're doing, all the people that are doing streams, Joe is doing YouTube videos about us. We have this really awesome green circle thing where we just mob these Twitter threads. That's
so
really effective. So
so good.
Let's not understate that. I mean, like DragonX is growing 30% per month. TITANX is growing like 20% per month. This is insane growth. This is people can't look ahead to what that's going to look like when people really start to onboard. And if we get like a good president that can pump crypto, and people aren't looking at the banana zone and what that's going to look like. And I think that's a huge element of growth.
What's the banana zone?
Oh, it's like a macroeconomics term for basically once things start to go parabolic as interest rates drop, that's the banana zone. It's just when the money really starts to flow into risk assets. But in terms of building, I think we're doing a really good job basically intertwining protocols and also doing basically keeping economic energy inside of TITANX through buy and burn. So instead of having that money leach out, right, people are collecting funds to support their own protocol, and that there's a moral element to that. When people see a big buying burn behind a protocol, it brings confidence to the protocol, right? And that allows people to speculate. So I think it's, in the intertwining aspect, people are doing a really awesome job building on top of other protocols to support them, right? Then they bring their community in. So that community flows its economic energy from one protocol to the next, like for AwesomeX and DragonX, or Morpheus is coming out, right? Morpheus is a pulse chain builder. He's coming over, he's building on DragonX. And using TITANX as the input for that just pumps TITANX, which brings up all the other the protocols. So yeah, it's the collaborative element of building is really huge, and but also just the straight up adoption, right? And people focusing on that, and Jake coming out and saying like, hey, we need to do more volume. You know, excuse me, volume is simply a huge element of success in any field, right? And I think that's something that we've come around to as a community. You know, you have this 100 tweets a day, right? 228 replies a day. Like, get out there and do it, you know, because adoption is massive, right? And then we have all of these great games people can play. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents on it.
Nice.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
What components of TITANX do you think are, you know, making it the success that it is?
That's to me.
To Mo, but he's not listening.
Oh,
anybody else can answer?
No, I heard you. I just didn't catch you said me. For me, it's the fair aspect of it is one of the biggest game changers. I was in here before day one. I did not start a load of day one miners. You know, I think I started 3 miners on day one. I did 1 short, 1 medium, 1 long. And then I watched it for a couple days. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna start another one. And then I watched it, and I watched it for another week, and I was like, okay, we're gonna nuke this, and I'm gonna move this over in here. Let's fucking go. And then I started compounding, and I started going. But basically, my point is I didn't really start getting going for almost a month, and the positions I've built through this, you know, this fair launch process, and I've been able to do that because I didn't do it on day one. Didn't set me back. You know, you know, like I said, I really didn't start getting going in this ecosystem with real economic energy until at least 3-4 weeks in. And that didn't set me back at all. I'm at no disadvantage whatsoever.
Let me think in a question that, you know, I've never really thought much in detail about that, but, you know, now that you're saying it, it really does make sense. Most of these protocols at launch, there hasn't really been any panic to get in and be there at the start. You know, you've been able to come along after a while, you know, even a few days, a few weeks, and still participate and perform well. That is beautiful. That really is beautiful.
That's called fair. When something's built properly, right? Even a later person could still do well. Versus when it's not fair, the first 20, 30 people has all the 100,000 X's ahead of time. You know, that's not fair. So.
And one thing that isn't even discussed, but is a huge advantage to the TITANX ecosystem, it's multifaceted in the sense that everything is bound to TITANX as the liquidity. Well, of course, that's great for the liquidity pools. But the one thing that does that I don't believe most of the people in the community understand is that really eliminates the majority of sniper bots from being successful. Your typical banana guns and prodigy bots and bonk bots and stuff like this, they all function off of the base coin on that chain. So whether it's Solana or Ethereum or something like this, those aren't designed to be sniping secondary or tertiary protocols. Like you can't use, I mean, people that know how to build their own bots know how to do it, but that's a very, very small subset of the group. So all these new protocols that launch, we'll just use Morpheus or Lotus, for example. If those were just launching straight on Ethereum, they would be sniped like this. And that's where the people that understand how to use those tools have a huge advantage. And that's why all meme coins are very lopsided in terms of ownership percent early on. Those risks don't exist in TITANX really, because of course there's always someone that knows how to do it on their own, and that can happen. But the way it's designed essentially protects the user of the ecosystem from sniper bots, which is super cool.
Yeah, and another slept on aspect of TitanX is really the security and the emphasis on security. Like, I know we're all spending a lot of money on audits, and it's really money that's well invested. If you think about it, we haven't had a catastrophic hack, you know?
It's tough.
Knock
It's
on
tough.
wood,
It's
right?
tough. Just at the head on that as well. You know what? At the time when you're starting your build and you've spent a lot of money on the protocol, and then somebody comes back and says, "Yeah, your audit's going to cost more than your protocol." You're like, "What?" It's hard, it's hard money to spend at the time. But yes, the security is and other builders helping new builders with their security, with the same auditors, all that kind of stuff is awesome. But yeah, sorry, continue there, Eric.
No, that's basically it. Like, we haven't lost momentum because we haven't had someone come in and successfully vampire attack us, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And so it's community ethos keeping that happening, and part of that is just people are investing really heavily in security audits.
I think the community ethos is definitely one of our core bits of special sauce. Jeff, you mentioned something quite interesting earlier, which really resonated with me, which is the caliber of user and participator in TitanX always blows my mind. If you look at that and the work ethic in the community, the fact that there is a lower ego than other ecosystems, this here to help mentality when newer people are trying to come in. I mean, obviously I'm in a lot of Telegram groups, so whatever level you're in, it's rare I'll see a mod or someone slating someone for asking a basic question. The default position is, how can we help this person increase their knowledge, which is, I think, very, very, very unique in any ecosystem. But the final thing I'll say is it is a complete meritocracy. Like, if you think, I'm getting into building now, sort of done a few protocols with teams, and I do think there's a true meritocracy. This innovation first thing is always pushing us to do more. And we know that the job isn't complete once the protocol's out there. We've got to work for the protocol. We've got to work for the community. We've got to work for the user.
Yep.
We've got to market. It's just the start.
That's the hard part. Yep.
Exactly. I think the caliber of people in this ecosystem, there's so many entrepreneurs that are actually in this ecosystem building. And, the fact that actually keeps most, all the economic energies in the ecosystem, and it is bonded to TitanX. I do think we've got something very special on our hands if we can keep those things central to what we do.
And a lot of
that meritocracy thing. I had another project audited and ready to launch, and whenever I was going to go public with it, I thought, you know what, this is just not good enough. There's so many things out there at the minute that are better than this. So we I pulled it, didn't put it out, and the whole thing's gone back to scratch to get rebuilt and come out better, where I can stand up in front of everybody and go, this is fucking awesome. But it's just, and again, that just comes from the quality of what people are doing at the minute. Just going, this doesn't stack up. It's just not good enough. It needs to be better. Back to the drawing board, more work.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the same with Dragon X team. We look at our position as being this market cap, or this bot leader, build on TitanX leader, and we're always thinking, like, how can we maintain that, right? And the leaderboard of amount of TitanX currently, it's a big motivator. We see other protocols launching, and we think, how are we going to disrupt this space again? So we're always thinking about keeping our leader position. I'm sure other protocols are also thinking the same thing. How can they climb up? Which is very healthy, actually.
Absolutely. And the other thing, Ali, to your point, is at this point, it seems like every protocol that comes out is either distinctly unique or it has some sort of, I guess, distinctly unique is the best way to word that. But every protocol that comes out just sets the bar a little higher, to the point where new builders are having to really get creative because the bar has been set so high that if something comes out just as a copy paste, like Jake was talking about earlier, no one's going to participate because it's like, well, why would I do this? It hasn't elevated our ecosystem with innovation or creativity. So that's one thing that's really cool about it. Jake, a lot of the conversation has been around the meritocracy and the community and stuff like that. And all of that essentially stems from and starts with you. Tell us a little bit about your vision when you built this out. Like, what did you model this after? Who did you look to say, like, okay, these guys know what they're doing. I want to build something like that. Like, I know some of the people you follow, Alex Hormozy, Naval, all this type of stuff. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about just like, where did you come up with this blueprint?
Man, that's a lot. That's a hell of a lot. So I've been in business since I was 14 years old. One of the big business things you get taught is build the thing you'd want to participate in. And I never had a community or an ecosystem where I was like, okay, I want to participate in this, because there's always something missing. Either it's social consensus around they don't want people to build, or you get rejected or attacked, which sucks because then you start off negatively. But I think one big influence was, because I remember, if you go back to like the very early streams, I used to talk about this a lot, is the idea that crypto, the competition in crypto is so laughably bad. It's just a bunch of kids with no business experience. A lot of these protocols, we pride ourselves on doing 1, 2, 3 audits plus. Having an audit in crypto is a competitive advantage. Like the average protocol does not even do a fucking audit, which is why they all get hacked 24/7. Every day there's a new hack happening, millions of dollars lost. It's a bunch of people with no business experience. And in a business, you have, Warren Buffett had this quote is, show me the incentivization, I'll show you the future. So if something is not incentivized, nobody will do it, because nobody does it out of the, it's like this fairy tale thing of people will do it out of the goodness of their heart. But top tier talent doesn't do something. They know they're valuable, so they want to get rewarded for their work. They put all their time in marketing, building it, fronting the money to build it. A big inspiration came from one, applying the business world to crypto. Because Amazon became the biggest company in the world, not because of Jeff Bezos. It's because it gave other people the opportunity to build a business on Amazon. That's what made Amazon so big. Amazon FBA is the biggest reason why Amazon is what it is. And people just miss all these like blaringly obvious things. And then another book that I read is from Peter Diamandis. He's the guy that started the X Prize. He worked very closely with Elon Musk, and he has a book called Exponential Organizations. And essentially what that book is talking about is the future of decentralization. And the biggest companies in the world, they have like this exponential organization score for all the biggest companies. And they backtracked it. And all the companies that followed the exponential organizations score and were the highest were the best performing companies over the last 30 years. So what these companies do is they have decentralized teams with their own P&L operating within one similar structure with one goal. Like, for example, Google has a bunch of different departments within Google, and they essentially operate as siloed off companies with their own P&L. So everybody's able to operate with their own responsibility, with their own vision, with their own goals. And then it all funnels back into the big thing, making the company better. And as a company gets better, all these subdivisions get better. So having a bunch of decentralized teams with their own vision, goals, and vision, like the big thing with decentralized organizations is you never want to come along and put rules and visions on top of them. You let it come from inside out. And that's when you get innovation. Like a lot of the innovation that came from Google came from teams that never talked to the founders, that never were in other like departments within Google. They just have their own team. They're decentralized. They have their own vision and goals, and they come up with the best products that completely disrupt Google. They disrupt from within instead of getting disrupted from outside in. They disrupt from within. They essentially compete with themselves from the inside. So that's why this whole capitalism and meritocracy route came from that, because that's how you do it. You self-incentivize people to build the best things, and what is best for them eventually becomes best for the protocol because of the overarching ethos. And then they have their own P&L. And then meritocracy is, it doesn't matter where you come from, because like in crypto, I've also seen a lot of like, so one of the things I absolutely hate in the world is this like, I think it's DEI hire, where you just hire people based on their race.
So
I think that's
stupid.
fucking horseshit.
It's the worst
exactly.
thing ever. Worst thing ever.
Because I've seen incredibly smart black entrepreneurs. I've seen incredibly smart Chinese entrepreneurs. I've seen incredibly smart white entrepreneurs. Like there's smart people everywhere. So you never discriminate based on who do they know? Do they have connections with the other founders? Do they, et cetera, et cetera? It's just, if you come up with something good, you are going to get rewarded from coming out with something good, whether you have a 12-person team or you're the only one operating from a basement, from your man cave, who cares? As long as the product is good, you'll get rewarded for it. And it's that whole like capitalism and meritocracy thing that really drives innovation. Because when people feel stifled, that's when you stop innovation. So you just set a general ethos like, hey, follow this. And then as long as you're within that, do whatever the hell you want and you will get 100% support for it. So there's a lot of different places where that came from, but that was a big inspiration.
Yeah, that was you did sometimes in streams in the early days as well. You did go into a lot of the business stuff and Alex Hormozy stuff and the reality transurfing, and a lot of people really like listening to all that stuff. And you you've just taken a big bundle of experiences and ideas and lumped them all in and create this wonderful little ecosystem that we'll have here now. But look, we're going to go on to our next panel in a few minutes. Just want to quickly fly around the room. If we can just take a minute, just a quick minute each, quick snapshot of, where are we going next in TITANX, and what are you doing to take it that way? Eric, you first.
Yeah, so I've been mentioning this a couple of times, but I feel like TITANX is becoming the platform. It doesn't make sense to launch a DeFi protocol anywhere else at this point. And I think it's just a matter of people understanding that. And ultimately, it's almost becoming like an app store or a launch pad for DeFi apps. And I think that's really the next step in the narrative that could propel us to be even bigger. Because right now, all the FUD is based around, there's not enough economic energy, so-and-so. But really, the value is in the community and all the network and the connections. And that cannot be basically quantified on a chart or in metrics, right?
There's no stats for that.
So that as that network grows, it just basically becomes like an app store where you wouldn't launch on your own and try to do that individual founder thing that we just talked about. You would come here and you have so much support and you have funding and marketing and auditors, top tier auditors, right? And the people who are experts in token economics. So just having that platform build out to the point where it just doesn't make sense to launch a DeFi product anywhere else, I think is where we're headed. And from all the builders that I'm talking to, I would say that we are definitely headed in that direction.
Nice.
For my part, I mean, we launched Titan Farms, which I think that's actually a sign of the growth of the community and the network, is that now you can have complementary products that basically elevate all the other protocols. And I think that's also going to be more of a focus for builders in the future, I would say. Ouroboros is coming out, obviously. Titan Farms is launched. And I think that that's a place where builders can also look. They don't necessarily need to be that sole token founder. They can build a protocol that earns revenue that basically supports a variety of ecosystem tokens. So I think we're looking at that kind of thing, and we're also looking at how can we also disrupt and maintain the market lead for DragonX, of course. So that's part of it.
That's an excellent answer, Jeff. Where we're heading, and what are you doing to help?
We are headed in a great. I mean, we're headed in the right direction. It's everybody wants to hear like dollars and cents, but we're at a point where that's not the most important measure, I believe. The measure is growth, and growth is through bringing in quality people into the ecosystem, through innovative protocols, and through teamwork, essentially. And so we're already seeing that happen. We just need to pick up the pace of that growth, and a lot of that falls on the shoulders of the people that are listening. Jake talks a lot about the rule of 100. And yet I still see most tweets, most reposts, stuff like that still aren't hitting that 100 mark. So if you're listening to this and you tell us you're bullish about TITANX and you tell us you're excited, well, I don't care what you say. I care what you do. Show us by following the metrics that are going to help grow this ecosystem. Rule of 100. Just get out there every day. 100 likes, 100 retweets, 100 comments. Go to like the bigger influencers and just like drop in TITANX, DragonX, Lotus, all this type of stuff. That's how we get the word out there. So do that. That's where we need to go. And growth is the metric that I'm looking for right now. And if you grow organically in the right manner, the money will come on the back end. So don't focus on money, focus on growth is what I would say. And so what am I doing for that? Well, my position is in influencing. It's changed a little. My focus number one is being a good dad. And so to do that, I have pulled back a little bit in terms of the amount of time I'm putting on screen. But the thing I'm focused on right now is growing the audience for my weekly stream with Cryptographics. He and I are having a lot of fun just kind of digesting and diving into TITANX ecosystem. And there's another ecosystem we're talking about. Might actually divide those two so we can be solely focused on one this day, solely focused one the other day. We're looking at ways to make that better. And then in terms of things that I can do to potentially help others in the ecosystem, I know everybody. Networking is my thing. So if somebody needs to get in touch with somebody else in the ecosystem and they're not getting a response or don't know how to do that, just reach out to me. I'm more than happy to make connections. Anything that's going to help elevate through making a proper networking connection, I'm happy to help with that. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Nice, good man. I was going to go around the room, but we'll kind of getting pushed for time already to get into our next section. Just before we do move on, yeah, Jake, you anything final you want to say just on, where, how we got here and where we're headed?
I mean, that's the cool thing. I remember Eric was talking with about Dragon X back in the past, where like people feel like they're operating on complete information, which is the opposite of the actual reality, because they were basing the entire market cap of Dragon X based on the staking payouts, and then all of a sudden you have this ecosystem sprout out of nowhere, and then Dragon X did 100x. So like you never operate on complete information as an ecosystem. So there's this age-old saying in crypto now where believe in something. The only way you reap the rewards of an ecosystem that has an unknown future because so much stuff is being built is to just believe. That's it. Because if you don't believe, you're going to get left behind because you feel like you're operating on complete information, but you're not. And even now on TitanX Hub, there's 20 upcoming protocols, and that's only 50%. Like half of them are not even listed. So you have no idea how big this ecosystem could get. And now we're looking at expanding, like potentially having our own chain as TitanX as the gas token. So by default, anything built on a chain is built on TitanX. We're looking at DEXs that buy and burn TitanX. Like there's a lot coming in the future that people can't factor in. So you just have to believe. That's the answer.
Nice.
Once upon a time in the bustling world of cryptocurrency, TitanX was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Vaulted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, TitanX transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution.
That was legit.
Come on. Okay,
Wow.
so we're moving into our. That was a pretty awesome video actually from Young Stunners made that one. Another guy doing
Amazing.
doing great work in the community. I'd like to actually watch that one again whenever it's over. So yes, look, we're going to move into our next panel. This hour, we're going to talk about the first principles of crypto. Some ideas we heard banded about a few years ago, and we'll get into that discussion. So welcome, KG, to the panel. How you feeling, sir? How you doing?
I'm feeling great. It's good to virtually meet some of you for the first time. Marco, good to see you again, my friend.
KG, what's up, buddy?
Thanks
What's
for
going
having me
on,
today.
man?
Good to see everybody. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so obviously you're built your own protocols and wallet over on Pulse Chain. It's great to have you here to talk about TitanX and hopefully some crossover of the two communities. I am a builder on Pulse Chain myself. There's a lot of crossover between the two communities, so you're very, very welcome to be here talking with all us. What's your experience of TitanX so far?
Well, just to make a correction there, we actually have an EVM wallet. So anything you can do with MetaMask, you could do with our wallet. Pulse Chain's our home base, but our protocols, our wallet supports all EVM chains, but our protocols right now are built on Pulse Chain, Ethereum, Binance, and Polygon. So just wanted to make that distinction. And I'm still learning about TitanX. So I'm actually glad to be on this panel with all the giga brains of the TitanX community because I actually have a lot of questions. So what we've done so far is on Ethereum, we've added, at least to my knowledge, all the TitanX ecosystem logos to the wallet as a preloaded token. So users don't even have to know the contract address. They can just simply click add token and add all their favorite TitanX ecosystem tokens there. And if we're missing any, please let us know. We'll get them added. And yeah, I have questions, so I'm glad to be here with you all.
Yeah, awesome. You're very welcome. So look, we're going to talk about the first principles of crypto. What are they? And sort of, are we adhering to them? So does anybody want to step up and sort of give us what their views of what the first principles of crypto are?
I can go first.
Go for it.
So the idea of fair launch has kind of been corrupted. So there's a lot of meme coins that now tout the idea of a fair launch. So that idea of a fair launch is you take 100% of the liquidity. In reality, it's 50% of the liquidity, 50% is a team wallet dump literally 2 days later. But let's assume 100% of the liquidity is in the liquidity pool. Then what happens is sniper bots and people who buy 5 minutes earlier than the next guy buy 100x lower on the chart. So then they tout this chart of like, hey, this token is up 300x in the last week. But in reality, that's maybe $10,000 of volume. If somebody sells 7,000, it's back down to a 5x.
Yep.
The other thing is what makes that person that enters 5 minutes later 100x less valuable than the person who came 5 minutes earlier. It's not a fair launch at all. It's just put liquidity in the pool. Whoever buys first, that's it. And then everybody gets dumped on and they move on to the next thing literally 48 hours later. That's not a fair launch. A fair launch, in my opinion, is you get a time frame. You have very clear rules. All the tokens get created by the community. So the way TITANX was created, if 0 people participated in the protocol, 0 tokens would exist. Not even the liquidity pool would exist. So every single token was mined into existence by a user. That is fair. Under the same rules and over an extended time period, that is how you effectively fair launch something, in my opinion. And that's the first principles of crypto. The opposite of first principles of crypto is a lot of people love attacking TITANX on this idea of the Genesis wallet and developers getting rewarded. But then what they don't get is I look at their profiles and then they support communities where it's 100% Genesis wallet. All of the money goes into somebody's pocket and then they dare attack us. It's fucking retarded. It's so backwards. And I love calling it Stockholm Syndrome because it is. So fair is it's community owned, it's community created, it's community built. It starts grassroots and builds from the ground up instead of building from the top down.
Correct.
And other things like other chains, you have to essentially beg and suck the balls of the guy at the top for permission to even build your protocol in the first place. And then once you build it, they ask for 50% of your tokens to then dump on your community that you spend your hard-earned money, time, effort, marketing, promoting, and building. And then these guys will dump on your people. That's the opposite of fair launch. So fair launch, first principles of crypto is community created, community owns, and community built, and starting from the grassroots and then growing from the bottom to the top, instead of starting at the top and essentially dumping on everybody and asking for permission for anything you do.
Nice. Anybody else want to take on from that? What their take of what the first principles of crypto are? We get just a few opinions of what they are. First, anybody else want to step up and give their opinions of what is the first principles of crypto? Jeff, go ahead.
Your keys, your coins, not pre-mined. Founder doesn't get a large allotment straight out of the gate just for being the guy that like founded it. Jake had to mine his own coins as much as he probably didn't want to. He did it right out of the gate, so that way it had a leg to stand on in the future. The other thing that I, having been a pretty big part of the Zen community early on, first principles of crypto, it's a great idea. Fair launches, all of the things that Jake has mentioned. But there is, I feel, a responsibility to be financially responsible. And, Warren Buffett's first principles of money are, number 1, don't lose money. Number 2, don't forget rule number 1. And with, unfortunately, with the experience of Zen, I'm just going to say to date, subject to change, but it was incredibly wasteful. Just burning ETH, price go down, 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 no liquidity to support it, no marketing, no nothing. It was financially irresponsible. So the one thing I like about the first principles of the TITANX ecosystem is that with the buy and burns in place, it doesn't just give all of the ETH that is used to create TITANX or any of the secondary, tertiary projects. It doesn't give all of that to nobody, to the validators, just to be used and wasted. It is harnessed by a smart contract, which is not a founder. And that smart contract is then used to provide value to the ecosystem by eliminating supply. And so first principles as defined by me is self-custody, your coins, your crypto, fair launches, no founder supply, all this type of stuff, but also fiscally responsible. And everything about TITANX has been designed to use the economic energy that has come into it to help bolster the ecosystem. So it's first principles on the crypto aspect as well as the financial aspect. Never lose money and never forget rule number 2. I screwed that up. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. So that's the ad that I would like to put there, is just the fiscally responsible portion of it.
Yeah, KG, have you any thoughts on the first principles of crypto?
Who receives the economic inputs?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, technically, crypto kindness, you don't want to forget rule number 2. If rule number 2 is don't forget rule number 1, you aren't technically wrong there. But no, I think you hit the nail on the head, crypto kindness. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Jake. I think that maybe there's 2 degrees of first principles. There is maybe first principles that Bitcoin stood for, because that was the first thing to have first principles. And then there's first principles of any given ecosystem that a team should, a philosophy, a set of morals that a team should be unwilling to bend from. And so first principles that are important to me are be as decentralized as humanly possible. Is it possible to be 100% decentralized? Maybe, maybe not. I think there's an argument there for you can be more or less decentralized, but 100% might be, I'm not saying is, but might be impossible to achieve. Yes, things like large founder allocations, if it can be immutable with no admin keys, let's do that, because, hey, once the rules of the game are set and they're unchangeable, then that's fair, because people can either subscribe to those rules or not. But like the US dollar, people just go in there and, has their finger on the mint button whenever they want, right? So yes, unchanging, immutable. And I think those are, and yeah, self-custodial. So I think those, in my opinion, are the, last one is a network that doesn't have one central failure point, which obviously is in the decentralized category. But I guess that's what, Bitcoin did great, is that if somebody comes in and tries to corrupt the network, well, they're going to have to corrupt a lot of people that don't even know that each other exists. So diversity, I guess, as well.
Yeah, big one. The decentralized thing's a big one for me. I love to see projects get built. And we do this a lot within the ecosystem, as decentralized as possible, as few admin keys as possible. We did launch Blaze without any admin keys at all, not one. Even the ban burn was fully decentralized. And that was a thing that was spoke about a lot. Build these things, and where nobody can change the rules. But I do believe also that a little bit of centralization, a little bit of control is maybe not totally essential, but it does help as well to have some control, especially in the early days. But fair launches and the decentralization part is a big one for me. Is built in these, not being able to have somebody come along, even if there is some centralized control, you still can't just change the rules. The big thing we've talked about in the past before was bipolar founders. We've all followed bipolar founders who told us they were going to do one thing, did something completely different. And that decentralization aspect is set the bloody rules and don't change them.
Yeah, one thing I would say, so my mindset is 2 things. I would like to say freedom thinkers and no shackles, right? And the reason I say that is because you cannot be in DeFi and not be a freedom thinker, right? Is nobody should ever put a limit to your mindset of what you want to do, how you want to do things, where you want to go, what you want to purchase, what you want to build, how you want to build things. If you're in a community where the founder never shows you love, right? Doesn't help promote your stuff or feel some type of way because other protocols are building on their protocol, it's not real DeFi, right? That's not cool, right? When you're in a community, when people put shackles on what you could build or what you say and stuff like that, it's not real DeFi, right? Because you got to get permission from people around you just to be able to build something, And perfect example, and I love that KG's here. KG built something really, really cool, right? He built an excellent wallet, okay? The wallet was phenomenal for the community it was part of. He barely got shout outs from the founders, barely got shout outs from, other builders and stuff like that. Everybody became capitalism. And he built something that tried to stick to the core principles. I'm gonna build a wallet that helps build and burn, the core coins, right? While giving people a true decentralized wallet with full access to whatever they want to do. They're in full control, everything, right? And he got bashed and kicked and stuff like that here and there, right? It's not real DeFi, man. Right? So I like to be a part of a world where everybody could build what they want, do what they want. You know, freedom thinkers. Everybody helps each other. There's no egos. There's no anything, right? That's like a free world, right? We cannot say it's DeFi when somebody picks up an orange and you have an apple and you get mad because they picked up an orange. That's stupid. Yeah, you have your opinion to be mad. Cool, right? But let it be that. You don't wake up every day attacking that person. You don't wake up every day trying to make that person's life miserable, right? Because it's not, then they're not in a free country, you know? So end of the day, DeFi is DeFi, right? It's you get up, you deal with the code. You're a free thinker. You get to choose what you want to do, what you want to sell, what you want to play with. And that's it. If any of those things stops you, it's not DeFi, right? It's still centralized mindset, right? And you will never be free because behind your head, you're limiting yourself. You can never build what you really want to build. You can never buy what you really want to buy. You can never say what you really want to say, right? And if you got to live life like that and walk around like that, it's not DeFi, man. It's not. So.
Yep. Just a couple comments. I mean, I think one thing that's interesting about TITANX is that people have differing ideas about a little bit different ideas about fairness. And I think it's something that kind of become a charged term, like in other communities. But from my perspective, people can have different approaches to decentralization in the sense that I don't think it's necessarily fair to have the captain leave a ship, right, and just send it off into the ocean necessarily. Like that, I don't think that would necessarily be fair to users. And maybe that's just my background coming from the software world, right, where there are developers that are back there making the software a success. But I think what's cool about TITANX is that there's an opportunity for people to experiment with different decentralized models. From my perspective, I've always thought that, okay, if I can make this 20% better by having one switch, then I owe that to the users, and that's actually more fair to the user to have that switch. But that's just, I guess, a difference in philosophy. But another thing that I like about TITANX, which I think is very fair, is that you kind of always have the opportunity to get in on ground floor because there's always a new product being launched, right? So even though TITANX is launched now, we've done 10x on Ethereum. A lot of that economic energy is going to accrue to some small protocol that's going to do another 100x, right? So it does have this fairness element. Like if you're in the ecosystem, if you're engaged and you're following founders, you're probably going to hit something. You know, there's a high probability you're going to hit something big, and I think that's a really overlooked element to the fairness aspect of TITANX. I think you can still be day one effectively.
Yeah, all right, Crypto, you've unmuted yourself there. Have you got some comments about the first principles of crypto?
Well, what resonates with what Eric is saying is what's fair crypto these days, right? It does polarize. I think if I just talk from my perspective, when the fair crypto principles came through from somewhere else, I did really buy into them, and actually what germinated it was just a bit disingenuous. So the thing that always drove me mad as a user, and I know Ali, you and I have always been aligned on this, it's just the change of behaviors from bipolar founders, right? Not just in this bull run and the bear market we've been through, or the last bull or the bear, the broken promises, just trying to find it hard to find a founder with consistency, grit, work ethic, and a thick skin was very hard in my experience in crypto. So I don't think that's fair. I think that's a gamble. But that was the standard of crypto before TITANX, outside of the big blue chips. So, I think one of the things I will say is there's a core cadre of people that actually found Jake because I think they were looking for something different. So if we look at the germination of the Mastermind, I think, Jake, what you did very well there was you brought together a savvy group of eclectic people from all sorts of backgrounds who, you pretty much vetted, I think, in one way, shape or form. And we all wanted to survive and thrive in this bull run. And that was the kind of value prop. So when I think about my experience with masterminds and being a successful entrepreneur, I've joined many masterminds groups to level up, and that's why I joined it. I didn't have the most successful bull run last time. It was okay, but subconsciously I was looking for something which had a better value proposition. Somewhere I could put better bets into crypto. So I think over the period of that mastermind, and actually when TITANX was created from Jake and germinated through the group, I just loved the fact that it stood for grassroots, bottom-up gains, no founder allocations, fair participation for day one. That for me is fair crypto. That for me is a meritocracy. You have the choice to go in day one or not. and also the fact that you were a founder here for the long term. I think that's fair crypto. I think that creates a safer bet for anyone that's looking to participate, not just in TITANX, but also with some of the build on TITANX protocols that exist today and that are going to come through as well in the coming days, weeks, and months.
One of the things that
Well said.
I've heard said a few times from I don't know if it's FUD or kind of just a disagreement, is that TITANX isn't a fair crypto because everybody in the mastermind had an unfair advantage. And
I wasn't on it. I wasn't there.
It was going to ask the question. I was going to say the same with Mo.
I wasn't there.
Maybe secondary. Yeah.
Why do I know so much about it? Why? Because I did my homework.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was looking,
100%.
I was just looking through my old YouTube videos, and actually Jake and I streamed regarding TITANX 2.5, maybe 3 weeks before it actually launched. So there was at least a 3 weeks launch heads up for anybody that was paying attention. I know
That's a good
Jake,
stream, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I know Jake had talked about, like, on Twitter, kind of teasing, letting people know even a few weeks before that. So I would say, without looking back to the first tweet that he actually put out there, but I think there was a month and a half heads up for anybody that wasn't in the mastermind. And certainly being in the mastermind, we knew it was coming. Like we knew the name of it, stuff like this, but not before the stream I did with Jake. And Jake had to mint his own coins. We all had to mint our own coins. It goes back to the fair. There was no founders allocation. There was no privileged people. There were no influencers that got an allotment of TITANX for talking about it early on. There's nobody that's ever been paid. I've been asked that question a lot. Oh, Jake's just paying you. Like, nope, he's not. And nobody else is. And the cool thing that I have found also is that I can only speak for myself and the influencer that I know, but I don't even think people are asking you to get paid. Are they, Jake?
Never. Because I made it very clear from the start. Yeah.
It was obvious what the answer was going to be anyway. But
should I have asked to get paid? I didn't.
No, I missed that boat. No, flip's sake, man. It's missed an opportunity.
I didn't even ask. Was I supposed to?
It's the most ridiculous thing, man. It's so ridiculous.
But a lot of, that's the way crypto works. So a lot of people get in these privileged groups, and then a coin is like stealth launched a couple days ahead of time. Everybody gets their allocation, and then boom, all of a sudden there's all this talk about it. And I know that a lot of people have experienced that. And so they look back and they hear the talk of the mastermind and they say, well, that's what must have happened. That's how these people know so much. But it's just not the case.
Yeah.
Can I cut in there? So my experience is none of my real life friends were in crypto. Absolutely none of them. Okay. I saw your stream first, Jeff. And that was what got me into it. And I had followed you. You're actually how I got into DeFi. I learned how to use MetaMask and do all that with Zen in the early days. I learned all that from you. So it's actually really awesome to have progressed to this point where I can actually stream with you. It's kind of wild. But you streamed with it. Yeah, man. Like it's kind of like a dream come true. I'm kind of glossing over it.
Don't start crying on us, Mo. No tears, please.
So funny.
But literally, Jeff was one of the first people who streamed about it. Jake posted about it. I learned as much as I could. The white paper came out. I read it over and over and over. Smooth and Crypto, I think then was maybe one of the only other streamers that started posting about it. And so I think when it came to day 6 or 7, most of the internet chat was, so is this payout going to even happen? Is Jake just going to take it? And so my very first video was like, I think day 6 or day 7. And it was like, hey, the 8-day payouts tomorrow. Let's fucking go. Let's see what this is all about. And I was just streaming it to sort of share my perspective on what I was going through. So I was never in the mastermind chat. I never even knew about it until months later. It didn't have any bearing on me getting into this system at all. I learned from streamers. I learned from the white paper. I did more and more research. I listened to other people talk about their ideas about it. And I use that to help form my opinions and move forward. So, I mean, I didn't have any help, and I've been able to get here by asking questions and sort of identifying areas I didn't understand. and using people to sort of guide me into those areas. So
yeah, there was plenty, there's plenty of people in the mastermind too that wish they had went a lot harder on TITANX too. So,
well, that's, I mean, that's the other thing is there's plenty
yeah,
of people in the
go ahead.
mastermind that never got in. So it just goes to show no competitive advantage at all. And Mo, to what you said, you did your own research. You followed the people that were talking about it, and it just speaks to again, back to the caliber of people that have been in from day one is people are willing to help. They're just willing to help, putting out information, doing streams, doing tutorials, and making it easy for people to understand, which is how it's supposed to be. There's no down talking like, oh, you're an idiot. How do you not know this? Or I'm better than you because I have this privileged information and you don't. That's no way to grow. It's just like, okay, hey, here's how you do it. And then you go teach somebody else. And then the process repeats itself.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, KG, is it possible for crypto to be fair? Have you got a, and I'm sticking you on the spot there, but the big thing we talk about a lot of the time, about fair crypto, fair launches. Do you think crypto can be fair?
I think so. I mean, it can be more or less fair, but can it be completely fair? I'm not sure. I'm open to the idea. I'm not saying that I'm closed, but even if we look at Bitcoin, was that fair? I mean, Satoshi, even though he had to mine his own coins, he knew how the thing worked. So he did it before anybody else. Not saying that's what happened here. I truly don't know what happened in the TITANX ecosystem, but can it be? There's always competitive advantage. I don't know that you can get away from competitive advantage because even if, in this system, you had to mint your own coins, there's somebody that still had the knowledge of how the system worked better than somebody else. So you'd have to, there's a give and take with fairness. I definitely think things can be more fair than other things. I mean, I think that's indisputable. But can a system be so completely fair that everybody has the same exact and equal opportunity, period, no discussions? I'm not sure that that's possible. That may be utopia, maybe.
It doesn't exist. Like there's nothing in life that is 100% fair, period. And to your point, KG, which is a great point, somebody always has a little bit more information than somebody else, or somebody has more experience. So maybe they know nothing about TITANX, but they know a lot about DeFi. So when they read a white paper, it's like Marco. Yep. Marco's a perfect example of this. And then there's the guy that doesn't know anything about anything and just gets blindly lucky, but happens to have $1 million and just mints the crap out of something on day one. So where that person doesn't have maybe the education or the inside information, he has an unlimited pile of resources. So those type of situations exist, but within the realm of possible fairness, this is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, the way I see fairness, right, is very simple. Did the founder, anybody else get allocated coins, anything like that? No. Okay. Yes, everybody's gonna have some information or knowledge of the protocol, whatever it is, better understanding than you. Somebody just picks up the white paper quicker than you, right? It happens. But at the exact same moment around the world, when that clock hits 0, we all have the exact same chance to press mint at the exact same time. That's absolutely fair. Doesn't matter if Jake knows the protocol the best he can, how to make ladders better than everybody else, and all the numbers. It doesn't matter. He has to beat me to pressing send when it strikes 0, the timer, right? And if he doesn't, guess what? I got the first coins first than him, right? Like that's how it works. That's why I love TITANX, right? That's why I like majority of the protocols on TITANX, basically all of them, right? Because they all, when it comes out, there's no team allocation. You gotta press send. You gotta press buy to receive your tokens, right? The founder cannot beat you to it. You gotta try to beat everybody else to it too. It's free for all, So how more fair can it get when you do that, So
exactly, it's like a foot race. Everybody leaves the starting line at the same time.
That's
somebody might be stronger. Somebody might know.
Some people have better sneakers than you.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people weight less than you. Just And the day you all got to that start line, and when that gun shot off, you all took the step to run.
Yep.
That's it.
All right,
That's
Eric.
it.
You know, you've launched, Eric. You've launched a few protocols. What's your take on? You know, did you try to build fairness into your launches on TITANX? And what's your take on can crypto be fair?
Can crypto be fair? No, I think it's been echoed already that yeah, there's a gradient of what is not fair. You know, it's a spectrum.
Life is not fair.
Life is not fair. Yeah. No, I think it's also
good point.
But as I said, I mean, I think a part of fairness is, as a founder, if you can do something that's disproportionately better for your holders as the captain of the ship, then you should do it, and that is part of being fair. It's being fair to your users, you know. So I think that's one part of fairness. You know, we have the ability to modify the buy and burn, right? We have buy and burn. Basically, that buy and burn is turned. I think as long as you have the ethos up front, I think that it's okay to have something like that, and it can still be fair, right? We've been very clear that what we want to do is get as much DragonX off the market as possible at the lowest possible price, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of part of our ethos is like, look, yes, we have these buy and burns, but it should be clear that we want higher and higher floors in DragonX. We want higher and higher floors in Hydra. We want to get the coins off the market at a good price. Everyone understands that. And so we're all moving toward the same goal. In that sense, it is very fair, right? So
And
I think that's...
Eric, you know what's perfect about you going up next, right? Look at DragonX, for example. DragonX, there was no mastermind for it, right? There was no nothing. We all received the white paper at exactly the same time. We all got to mint 1-to-1 for, what was it, like 12 weeks, 16 weeks, whatever it was, right? And the number went down, the ratio went down. So there was no like mastermind, so that excuse can be done, right? There's no secret group, white paper, everybody received at the exact same time. We all minted at the exact same time. Not only that, guess what? There was like 5-6 months where it was down to all the way to the bottom. There's another fair opportunity to buy lower, right? There's so many ways that people could have got ahead before people that even minted 1-on-1, right? At the end of the day, you just got to take action, right? There's no such thing as pure fair. You know, DragonX was beyond fair, right? And people still cry about opportunities missed on DragonX. That's not the code's fault, you know. Like, at the end of the day, it's fair. So.
Yeah, and also aligning developer incentives with community incentives is also a part of fairness, right? Like, you know, having that 8% Genesis gives us the ability to do things like build Titan farms, make huge investments into TITANX. And that's beneficial to everybody. So that's a positive sum game when you're aligning incentives. So I think that's a huge part of it. That's one of the big distinguishing factors of TITANX as an ecosystem, I would say.
Yeah, because even, you know, it's funny just touching on that and the amazing things that can come. So Blaze was fully decentralized, but there was a genesis that went to the founders. And what were we able to do with that? We were able to use that fund and build Inferno. You know, we had all the builders here have to reach into their pocket and build these things to start off themselves. And then, you know, from the first day, then that led on, you get a community, you get a following, people, and that being fully decentralized. Kind of shows people that what your intentions are, and then we were, as I say, we were able to take some of the funds that we got from that being successful to then build Inferno and put that out with no founder allocations, you know, and you know there's no genesis, just 100% built for the community, and that's another for me. That was another. You have plenty of notice for everybody to participate. You have 8 weeks for everybody. They know the rules before the game starts. Nothing can be changed. There's one admin key to change slippage, and apart from that, nothing. And I think that, you know, when you build something, that's about, for me, is about as fair as you can get it. Everybody knows what's happening, and the founders have as little control or can't change the rules once it's out there. So yeah, no, good point, Eric.
Yeah. I think one of the big things, because people misconstrue the idea of a Genesis. So the way a Genesis works is you only get rewarded if your protocol gets adoption. That's big. Because the way these other things work is people send money to a wallet and then please hope and pray to the gods that they're going to come off with a product, and then pray to the gods that they're going to support their own product, and they don't disappear. Half of these things, they disappear. These guys launch a literal copy-paste fork that I can get done for $2,000. They raise $1 million for it, and then they disappear after a week, pretending and going after the guys of, hey, this is decentralized, you don't need me. Fuck you, you do need you.
As a Genesis, you know, you get a Genesis, that's okay. You know, it stops if the protocol, if we don't keep working our asses off for our protocols, the genesis stops as well. We're not going to get paid anymore.
Yes.
So it's built
Man,
into the
this
system.
is like this is performance-based incentivization. This is a massive idea in business. Like CEOs get incentivized to make a company grow because they get a percentage of revenue that the company generates. That's how you get aligned people. Because, like, for example, people don't call salespeople unfair because they get a percentage of the revenue they bring in through their own hard work to the company. They don't call salespeople unfair. That's performance-based incentivization. That's how the world runs. You reward people based on their performance of their work. If the shit does not get adopted, well, then they didn't work for it. You just weren't loud enough. You weren't streaming. You weren't marketing enough. Because you can build the best code in the world. If nobody knows about it, it might as well not exist. So marketing is 95% of the work. So performance-based incentivization is as fair as something can possibly get, because then the founder gets directly rewarded for his work. That's as directly aligned with user incentives as you can get.
Anybody want to lead on from there? Yes, I mean, it's just the genesis is a really good way to look at it. That you don't keep working for your bags, you don't keep working for your protocol, you don't keep working for the people that have come in and bought your coin. Then your rewards for that effort just stop. So it's a great part of the TITANX ecosystem. And if you try to be too greedy, if you think you're going to get an easy ride, you're going to come in, you're going to just say, I'm going to create this with a massive genesis and I'm going to try. The community are too smart to even fall for it. You're going to have to work to be a success in here in this meritocracy. You're going to have to come in and work as hard as everybody else that's already here working hard.
Man, here's the crazy part. So TITANX is 3%, right? 3% genesis. That's it. 3%. Did you know when I brought my girlfriend into crypto, she had to pay a 3% credit card fee to even get her money on a centralized exchange? Nobody talks about that. 3%. It was 3.5% to be exact, just to get your money into a centralized exchange. And nobody's like, oh, fuck this centralized exchange. No, they're providing a service. They're getting your money into crypto. Everybody's fine with it. So it's like, this is all around crypto. They just love attacking shit that they're afraid of.
That's a good point. Nobody thinks about that. I never thought about that.
All right. Yep.
You just paid it, just blindly paid it and didn't even care.
Well, I mean, think about every Uniswap transaction you do. They take a piece of the pie, 1% for these more exotic pairs. So it's what you pay for providing a service and receiving a service. So there's nothing wrong with that. Of course not.
And that's fair. Because like even with the Uniswap team, so the 1% goes to liquidity providers. They have a 0.25% interface fee. But when you look at what Uniswap did for crypto, without Uniswap, crypto will not exist. Without Ethereum, crypto would not exist. Like these guys are providing a massive service. We as a community, we have tens of millions of dollars operating within Uniswap liquidity pools. They bulletproof that code. They build on top of it. They create new versions, V1, V2, V3, V4, etc. Like performance-based incentivization is how you get people to stick around and build and innovate.
Yeah, KG, what do you think about that? Yeah, what do you think about that? Just the fact that there's a meritocracy here, that you don't really, there's nobody coming in getting paid for just launching something. The rewards really do come from having maybe having that genesis there that you have to continually work to get paid for what you've built.
Well, I don't know exactly how the genesis works in TITANX, but
let me give you a quick idea. So
please.
Say we launch a project, and to participate, somebody has to use a coin. Say that we've got a mining protocol, and somebody to participate has to put their TITANX in. So a percentage of that TITANX will go to the founders of the coin. And that's where they get repaid for their effort. That's the money that they use to market. That's the money that they use to continue to build. That's the money that they use to recoup the money that they paid for the audits initially, for the development initially. And that's pretty much how it works. People in TITANX, they build in a genesis, which is where they earn back once they've built the money that they will earn from the project. They don't get coins.
The way it works is, so people build a protocol. They don't get money for building the protocol. They build the protocol, they get the code, they pay for the audits, they pay for the development, etc. They pay for the UI. And then once they launch, so let's say 100 billion TITANX participates in something, there's a 3 to 8% is kind of like socially accepted within the ecosystem. Above 8%, people start to get weird, but like 3 to 8% is relatively accepted. But then if 100 billion TITANX comes in to create that thing, only once it's live, that goes to a Genesis wallet, and then the founders can do whatever the hell they want with. That's essentially performance-based incentivization.
So in TITANX, so does TITANX itself have a Genesis wallet built in?
Yes. 3%, 3% of the Ethereum.
And okay, so 3% of the Ethereum that is used to buy it, or where does the Ethereum to mine it? Got it.
When somebody mines it on when somebody buys it on Uniswap, there's nothing there for fees at all. Even the liquidity pool, the liquidity fees go back into the community. But when somebody mines TITANX, 3% of that Ethereum went to a Genesis wallet.
That's an interesting take. Yeah, I can see that as actually being a more fair way to do a Genesis wallet as well, because it's not I don't want to call it reflections, but that's like the best term I can come up with right now. It's not reflections in the way that the Genesis is receiving the token, that the token then has to be sold. In this case, TITANX, they're receiving the native coin, which, okay, for dumping the native coin, I mean, that literally is the value on the network. So no, that's an interesting take right there. I do see that.
It's also
that's a good point.
It's also something we consider that, when we're building, because we did give this thought a lot, is you don't want to end up with a load of your own coin that you dump on the community. Now that TITANX has grown and there's an ecosystem, a lot of the founders are getting TITANX Genesis, and we have TITANX, but it's all on chain. There's not very few people dumping it to get out of the system, but you do pay a good bit of attention to what whenever we're trying to build in a Genesis. You don't want your own coin because you can't dump on your own founders. Like Jake getting Ethereum and not TITANX. It's like Blaze getting Ethereum and not getting Blaze. It's all just little small things that work to help not need to take economic energy out of the system to get paid.
Well, it's different for, call it a layer 2 on TITANX to get TITANX, because it's not Jake getting TITANX. So if one of these other protocols gets TITANX and sells it, I imagine there's still some social stigma to that, but it's not as severe as the social stigma I can imagine if Jake was receiving TITANX and selling it. So that is a very interesting dynamic, and I think that is it's a cool way to do that. Yeah. And for you guys to this is why I love crypto. Like, okay, for example, TITANX didn't exist, and now you're like, hey, there's a social acceptance of 3 to 8%. Like from nothing to all these social nuances, these things came out of nowhere. Crypto's so cool. So cool.
Yep. That was cool by design. Yeah, that was by design, because I personally I never want to sell TITANX. So you will never see me. So that's why Ethereum, I don't feel bad dumping Ethereum. Fuck Ethereum. But TITANX, that's my baby right there.
Ethereum.
Exactly.
I know. But TITANX is my baby, man. I'm not dumping that shit. Ethereum, fuck it.
Yeah.
Dump it all day long.
I hear that.
Yeah, crypto is cool until you look at your bank statements and 401k. Crypto has completely ruined traditional finance for me. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, it is for me. It is like those memes. Your normal bank account and your crypto bank account. You're throw thousands of dollars at a crypto project, and you get overcharged a couple of dollars on something in real life, and you're like, what?
Oh my god. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were saying, oh man, I'm at this new credit union and it's getting like 8% a year. It's awesome. I moved all my money over there. And I was like, I did 8% on my liquidity pool yesterday. You're excited to do that in a year?
Yeah, if my potential return on a crypto thing is 8%, I'm not even clicking the button.
God, no.
And even farms, man, like with Titan Farms. Because G, I'm not sure if you know this. So Titan Farms launched, which is a DeFi farm within the TITANX ecosystem that supports all TITANX assets and the TITANX pair. The liquidity fees that get generated in the farm go back to buy and burn the incentive token, which is in this case is called TINK. The logo is behind Eric. But it's essentially an incentive token with a buy and burn. And it looks to have found its bottom against TITANX. Not financial advice. But the APRs are insane. It's like 400%, 300%, 200%, 102% at the bottom. It's like this. It's an incentive token with a buy and burn. It's one of the most revolutionary DeFi farming platforms ever built, and it came from a community member, Mr. Stoic. Here to my, I guess that's left, all right.
Nothing's been built
you
on it
guys
either.
actually you guys actually launched a protocol without founder allocations. I know we did it with Inferno. You guys did it as well. It was Hydro launch with no Genesis.
Yes.
Yeah, no
Hydro
Genesis.
doesn't
Yeah.
have Genesis. Yep.
So like
What
that's
were you going to say,
another
Eric?
thing. Oh, sorry.
Wait, Eric was going to say something.
I was just saying that the Tink price is consolidating like without anything built on it yet, right? Which is really impressive. Just wait until things start getting built on it. So, yeah, that's it.
It's fucking sick. I love farms, dude.
Well, and actually, one thing that I would like to say is, so in our system, we have an in-app swap, and that in-app swap is actually our revenue generator, and 100% of that fee is distributed to our token time. So on Ethereum, for example, we have buy and burn contracts that users can deposit their time into, and it can buy and burn the target token with the dividends that the time token is earning. So I bring that up because you guys love buying and burning. If that's something that the TitanX community could find valuable, of having a TitanX buy and burn, or maybe there's a better coin in your system that would be served to be bought and burned, we could actually tie swap volume revenue to buying and burning insert token here without needing to even launch another token. That infrastructure already exists right now. It's working, operating. So just wanted to plant that seed. If you guys find value in that, know that option is on the table, that we could launch that pretty quickly.
Cool.
So we're going to move on a little bit, and sort of think about the maybe people that are on the sidelines at the minute, people that don't really know too much about TitanX. You know, we're talking about being firm. We'll give people a good overview as to what, you know, the builders and the people here think is fair crypto. But, you know, has anybody got, and we'll start with you, Eric, have you got any sort of advice on what's a good entry point to the TitanX ecosystem? Somebody coming in, maybe they're a Bitcoin maxi, a very, very, cautious Bitcoin maxi, or an absolute DJing from Solana. You know, what's an entry point into TitanX? We need to be thinking about when you come along here and want to play and participate in the ecosystem.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I guess it would be somewhat dependent on the person's background and how fluent they are in DeFi. I think if you have some DeFi knowledge, then I think actually farms is a good place to go, because you can research assets that are input tokens or that are basically in farms, and you can take some of your portfolio and put it into APY and earn APY from it, and start to understand the TitanX ecosystem from that direction. I do think, you know, we've been doing a lot of marketing with DragonX. We're trying to ingratiate ourselves more with Morales. So I hope a lot of people will come in through DragonX, because it's ultimately a buy and hold token. You know, there's all this stuff being built around it, but the idea is very simple. It's almost like a Bitcoin idea of you simply buy and hold the token, and then all this value is accruing to you as new users come in and new protocols are built around it. So the store of value narrative is one that I think is easy for people to grasp. And that's why I think deflationary token like DragonX, where you don't even need to play any games around it, you can simply buy it, or TitanX, which is going hyper deflationary, would both be good entries.
Good point. Anybody else?
TitanX is the keys to the kingdom. I mean, if you want to participate in just about anything, it's TitanX, or as Eric has said, DragonX, because so much is being built on DragonX as well. And at this point, while yes, there is a little bit more of TitanX coming onto the market, it's essentially a cap supply, at least for the next several months. So it's going to behave a lot like DragonX over the next, I don't know, 4 to 6 months, depending on how crazy future miners get, if that happens. So the key to essentially participate in anything that's being built is TitanX. And then, of course, to get to DragonX, you kind of have to do TitanX early on, I think. Or, Eric, is there a sizable ETH pool with DragonX right now? I don't know.
I don't know if it's how sizable it is.
Okay.
I think it's like a couple 100K or something.
Yeah.
Could be more now. Yeah, people could swap directly for DragonX. It's something we've considered for farms, because we want to have more Ethereum pools on farms.
Sure. And that makes sense.
Yeah, because farms basically, it takes that whatever token is an input token and uses it to buy TitanX first. So if it's Ethereum pool, then that's fresh Ethereum coming into the TitanX ecosystem.
And the nice thing about being in TitanX or DragonX, it gives you flexibility. You could hodl if you just want to hodl, which ultimately might be the best play. We don't know. But then then you have, like I said earlier, the keys to anything else in terms of which car do you want to drive? Do you want to drive Volt? Do you want to drive Inferno? Do you want to drive anything that's being launched? Well, TitanX is the key to that ignition. You go burn for it. And so, to answer the question, I think anybody getting in, just entering through TitanX or DragonX gives you pretty much all of the availability to whatever you would want to do in the ecosystem. You can provide liquidity through farms. You can just hodl. You can participate in secondary protocols, which are leverage plays. But you don't have to either. You know, the deflationary mechanics that are at play with TitanX and DragonX, you can buy those and then forget about them for about 9 months and come back and see what type of presents you have waiting for you in your wallet. So that's one of the cool things about the ecosystem is there's something here for everybody. You don't have to be a degen, but if you want to be a degen, you can. There's yield plays, there's hodl plays, there's borrowing plays. It's everything. It's basically an L1 inside of an L1. So it's really cool.
Yeah, just
the thing.
Sorry, just 1 second. KG, I know you need to go in about 10 minutes or so, or 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've got about 7 to 10 more minutes. So
okay. Did you have any questions from that? Did you have any questions? As to maybe what's a good entry point in the TitanX, or anything jumping out of your mind that's a good question for maybe somebody that is looking to get into the ecosystem or looking at a good place to start?
Well, as somebody who is relatively a novice to your ecosystem, I personally, the only TitanX ecosystem asset that I own at this time, Eric, I think it was DragonX, but I followed you on that launch there, and I did ape in on day one. I did ape a little bit. So
congrats.
Yeah, thanks. So I don't even know if that was like the right place to start in the TitanX ecosystem, because there is a lot going on, which on one hand is very bullish because it shows you have a vibrant community. But on the other hand, it's like I would consider myself a verse DeFi guy. If I spent, a couple hours with the guys, I'd be able to probably grasp most of it at least. But just coming in from the outside, it's like, yeah, where do you start? And where do I even start the research? It's a lot. So that I think would be helpful if there was just like start here landing page or something.
Yeah, that's kind of. I'm really glad you said that, because it comes up time and time again over the last month or so with a lot of the community members and builders, and everybody's starting to really think about this. How do we make it easy? And that's exactly why we're asking these questions now. And I'm really glad that you were on this panel to be able to say that, because it just hits home the message yet again for everybody that's here and building and participating, that we really do need this message of, ban DragonX to start off was a great choice, great place to start. But ultimately for me, getting a little bit of TitanX, and then that gives you time to learn what's going on. And once you get a little bit of skin in the game, buy a little bit of TitanX. From there you can go, okay, I've bought it. Now I'm in one chat room. I can ask a few questions. And from there, then you can take your time and learn, because like everything, there's going to be more projects launching, and there's going to be a lot more opportunities as well. But yeah, no, that's good. Jake, you look like you were busting to say something there.
Yeah, I think the pitch is actually very simple, because TitanX now is resembling very, very early Ethereum. So when Ethereum launched, people were asking the exact same questions, like, okay, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? Everything's launching on Ethereum, these protocols going live, etc., etc. But to participate in all the protocols, you needed Ethereum. So everybody just sold Ethereum. Yeah, that was it. Everybody pitched Ethereum. Hey, you get this token, everything's built on it. It becomes deflationary. Ethereum didn't even become deflationary because it was inflationary because of validators. But with TitanX is like early Ethereum, but instead of it being inflationary through proof of work, it's hyper deflationary, because every time TitanX enters these protocols, it gets burned. A large percentage of it gets burned. Yeah. So there's only 2% of the supply left to come out via miners until the 8th of November. At that point, it's essentially a cap supply with massive buy and burns, 20 plus protocols built on it. with 40 plus in the pipeline, and all of those protocols require TitanX. So this is very reminiscent, whatever, to the early Ethereum days.
Somebody help them out there.
Yeah. It's very much the same as the early Ethereum days, because to participate in everything built on top of Ethereum, you first have to buy Ethereum. So the cool thing that I'm starting to notice now with TitanX is a lot of people buy TitanX as a proxy to get into the thing they want to get into. So they push up the TitanX price just to even go in the protocol they want to go in, not even knowing that they're ending up buying TitanX in the background. It's very similar to early Ethereum, except hyperdeflation. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
We don't need to reward validators.
Yeah.
We don't need that. We're built on the infrastructure that has validators that inflate itself to support the network. We can just go hyperdeflationary. We don't need to do any of that bullshit, essentially, for tokenomics.
No middleman. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. KG, there is a site. It's called titanx.info that is geared towards helping people access, learn everything about it. Interestingly enough, it's a site that was developed by a gentleman in Jake's mastermind that was like, hey, I don't understand everything about TitanX. I know there's plenty of people out there that also don't. I'm going to create this website and basically put all of my research on this. And it links to tutorial streams, educational streams, all the white papers, basic information. It's a great resource that is relatively new. I think it's only 1 or 2 weeks old. So take a look at that. And Jake, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. Eric, if you're not familiar with that, but it's a good resource, and we could help the gentleman who's building
good
it
website.
Put different things on there for that. So the guy's in the chat. He goes by K-Flow.
And he improves it over time too, so it's nice.
Yeah. He's always adding to it, so it's a really good resource.
Ali, so what I could recommend to folks new to TitanX or trying to come into it, right? And this message is more of a broad message, because let's be real, right? We're all in crypto, right? Every single thing we have interacted with, you had to purchase a token and kind of get your foot wet to understand it, right? If you're gonna be in the sidelines 24/7 and not get your foot wet, it's really hard to understand something just from the white paper alone. It's not financial advice, but this is what I recommend, right? Listen, we all threw hundreds of dollars in bullshit memes and lost it in 5 minutes. We all done these stupid things, right? Let's be real, right? What I would recommend, this is what I tell my onboards, right? Whatever portion you was thinking about putting in, take 10%, 5%, 1% of that. Just a small bag, just something. Buy TitanX first, okay? Sit on it for a little bit. See how the market of TitanX plays out, right? Then take that TitanX. I don't care if the mint shows negative, just make 1 mint at the lowest par if you want, whatever it is, so you understand how the system feels. Track that mint, right? Play with all the other protocols, make 1 mint of all those protocols. See how they work, right? If it's a staking protocol, stake something small, stake $10, stake $5, see how that works, right? If it's a farm, grab a small little bag, $100, throw it in the farm, see how that works, right? You have to see how these protocols interact with each other, how TitanX interacts with itself, all that stuff. And in time, while that's happening, you give it a week, you can watch Mike Ding's videos of each founder doing the famous breakdowns of how he does things, right? And then you could take your time. So now when you finally understand these protocols one by one, and you only put a little bit tiny money in there, you kind of get a sense of how the protocol works, and it clicks. And then you can start deciding, oh, you know what? I like A, X, Y, and Z. This is my forte. A, B, and C. I don't like this. D, E, F. I like this, right? And then you could start, risk managing and start playing with the protocols. And then down the road, you could play with other protocols that you kind of didn't understand, right? You have to get your feet wet. I'm not telling you to take 10 grand and play with this shit. I'm not telling you to sell the house and play with this, right? Take $300, take $200, take $500, whatever you go forward to test the waters out and test it. That's the best learning curve, man, right? That's the only way, because same thing like when I play with all the protocols, like, look, we're all advanced at this, right? When a new protocol comes in, the first thing I do is I take $500, $200, $300, make something quick, watch a couple of days, see how it works, and then I go all in if I want to, right? Even somebody that understands the ecosystem like how I do. It takes time. Everything takes time, right? Whatever protocol you came from or whatever community you all came from, you all did the exact same thing. It all took you time. You all thought you was advanced in the first 3 months, and then 6 months later you saw it completely different, right? You learn when you grow, right? So just take your time, play with the protocols, and not only that, almost everybody in this panel, everybody on X, everybody in these streams, they're all friendly people. They're all willing to answer questions. And once again, you have TITANX.info to help you out with information. You have Mike Ding's website. You have his videos. You have a bunch of streamers. The Blaze team do weekly videos. This consistency everywhere, right? Don't feel like you ever got a FOMO, guys. Don't FOMO anything. Learn it. Maybe this isn't for you, and that's fine, right? Maybe you just want to learn so you can play somewhere else and just gather the knowledge. Some people just love learning, right? But try something and see if you like it. That's all I could tell you.
Yeah, great point. Well, look, here we're going to move into our next panel here now. KG, thanks very much for coming. I'm a builder over on Pulse Chain as well, so I'd love to send you a DM after the show here today, and we're going to have a chat about what we're both building over on Pulse Chain too.
Yeah. No, that's great. Thanks for having me today, guys. It's awesome. Keep innovating. Keep innovating in the crypto space. I'd love to find a way for our communities to have more crossover. We're doing our best to support TITANX in our wallet on Android, iOS, and Chrome. So price tracking for all your TITANX assets as soon as they launch, not relying on CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko. We don't collect any data. We're decentralizing ourselves from all those things. So would love to have more crossover because we're doing our best
wallet.
to support TITANX.
It's a good wallet. It's a really good wallet. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks, Marco.
Thanks for being here, KG. Great to see
cheers,
you.
KG. I think we're changing up with a few new people coming on here. So, do your thing there, Bad Sports.
Welcome to the Central Hub for the TITANX first anniversary conference. We're thrilled to announce over 50 speakers, including the renowned Jake Sharpe. This exciting event will be hosted by Kane and the Mo. Join us for 2 days of jam-packed panels featuring insights from all of TITANX and beyond. Mark your calendars for October 26th and 27th, kicking off at 9 a.m. EST each day. Save the dates. We can't wait to see you there.
That's so good. That's so funny.
Oh, the dude is here, and the Mike
Kane,
how's it going, guys? Welcome to the conversation.
Hey, thank you guys.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on?
Hey.
What's going on, Mike?
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm watching it from the beginning and looking forward.
What's up, Mike?
Yes, actually, that's a good intro to we've looked back at a lot of things and how we've got here. Now it's time to start looking forward. We've been mooning for months, participation growing, everything, green candles everywhere, project after project launching, successes everywhere. Now we're in a little bit of a pullback. Did the ecosystem need this little bit of pullback? Or should we just have kept going up? Eric, what do you think?
I definitely needed it. I mean, I'm not even sure really what FUD precipitated that, but it was a really good opportunity for the buy and burns to get good entries. I mean, if you saw how much Dragon X Hydra started to burn, it was pretty beneficial. So that's what's great is that the bot protocols are there to just pick up these dips,
Yep.
So it was fantastic, actually.
And obviously, remember looking back, we were coming up to day 280. We've talked about this many times, but there's obviously a lot of new people here as well, watching this and seeing all us talk. Day 280 at the time, everybody was gathering up their ETH, hoping, expecting a dip, and it didn't happen. Now we have another, I don't know, you call it crunch time, but we're coming up to day 369. Does anybody want to give their take on sort of what's ahead for day 369 and what we could potentially expect? Mo, do you want to say something there, Mo?
Ali, before you go, I'm gonna drop off real quick and let another speaker come on.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right.
Cheers for your participation here today.
I'll be back later.
All right, sweet.
See you, Marco.
Marco and I were volunteering on who was going to jump off to see who was going to get on. I was like, you, me, you, me, you, me. The dude.
Mo, do you want to take that or should I take that?
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, yeah. So probably one thing I would like to say is definitely Dragon X, obviously. So I did tweet out a few seconds ago, and I wanted actually people to guess how much percentage the Dragon X staking pool is. I haven't read yet what they're coming up, but maybe they're hearing it right now, and it's 42.7% currently. So, Eric, I remember when I did the interview back then in the famous studio. You remember
Yes.
that?
That studio. That was a great studio.
Yeah, Win Studio, Eric.
I know. Well, I was in a studio the other night.
Yes,
but
I know. I've seen that, and I was like, okay, Eric is back. He's not in Asia anymore, and you got sick, unfortunately. But
yeah.
yeah, I'm glad
Now, so
you're
how
here,
much does
man.
Dragon X get now? It's 2.8 million or something.
I'm gonna check it right now, and day 369 is 2.59 million at current Ethereum price. Yeah, so that's quite a big change there for you. For you guys there. So it's I think I mean, one of the things I would like to ask you, Eric, is what number did you have back then? Actually, what were you thinking you're gonna get the percentage of it?
Good question. I think we said after 369 we might have 70%. I don't think we're going to make that anymore. Remember? In the original stream. I think we'll eventually get to 70%, but it's going to take some time.
Okay. What do you think is that thing is going to push it to 70%?
Probably X28. Once the stakes start burning.
Let's pull it back a little bit. Jake, do you want to give the viewers a heads up of what is day 369 and what's the important aspects of it? People watching here aren't going to have a clue maybe what day 369 is. Even people that are in the ecosystem might not know the significance of it. Do you want to give us a little overview of what it is and what might be some of the catalysts to come after it?
Hyperdeflation, baby. That's the biggest thing. Man, I actually don't think people realize how big this is because they're so used to seeing like these liquid numbers and like miners coming out. That's stopping. November 8th, it's done. All the supply is in existence. And then we just enter hyperdeflation. Every Titan X that gets burned is less Titan X that will ever exist. There's no more inflation. Hyperdeflation. So the day 369 is it? I fucking hate this word. Reminiscent? Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah. But day 369 is very close to November 8th. So November 8th is the last very small miner spike that comes out. There's only 2% of the supply left between now and November 8th. 98% is in existence. That would ever be created by our miners. Now, the cool thing about day 369 is the Ethereum that got stored up instead of staking payouts, protocols now own the majority of the staking payouts. So Dragon X is close to 50%, Helios is close to 2 to 3% of the staking payouts. All that Ethereum that protocols receive, so that's around $3.1 million-ish, buys back Titan X on the market. So this is like a reverse day 280. It's a reverse day 280 entering hyperdeflation. This is the opposite of FUD. Like how the fuck you could FUD day 369, I would never understand. So
somebody will find a way.
They always find a way, brother. They always find a way.
The last straw.
God damn, people making money.
You'll have 7 green days in a row.
Yeah. So 369, the protocols get 3.1 million roughly. That buys back Titan X on the market. Dragon X takes half, stakes it so that it gets more of the future payouts. And Helios buys Titan X, buys Helios, burns it with their payout. Now the other 3 million goes towards users. Now the users that have staked their Titan X, they probably like Titan X a lot because they're staked. So that's $3 million of outside capital Ethereum that is now injected back into a community that loves Titan X and build on Titan X, and we're entering hyperdeflation. That's a pretty cool recipe. I like that. That's day 369.
Yeah, brilliant explanation. Thanks very much for
that.
So
can I ask 2 questions surrounding that? Because I still believe that there's misconceptions happening out there. Misconception 1 that I've heard many times is all of the staked Titan X gets released on day 369. Is that true or false?
No, not at all.
I know.
So exactly. So there's 32. You can see it on app.titanx.win/stats. There's 35 trillion Titan X staked. Most of that is 3,500 days. Around 5 trillion-ish comes out after day 369, and then it kind of trickles out until day 400. But that's nothing. That's just tokens moving around. That supply already exists. That's not inflation. That was created via miners and then staked. A lot of those stakes started staking roughly 2 to 3 weeks ago. So everybody's using this FUD angle of these people are at massive profits. My ass. A lot of this got staked 2 to 3 weeks ago. It's supply that already existed. A lot of people are just sniping a payout to get some Ethereum to then do whatever they wanted to do with their Titan X. And you have Hyper that has $5 million of Ethereum. You have $6 million of Ethereum coming from the 369, and the V1 buy and burn has $12 million of Ethereum. So that's people are really
So
grasping
wait,
at straws.
are you saying that people are staking so they can get part of the day 369 payout? But I thought Dragon X was taking it all. Wasn't that what happened in the beginning? They're taking it all.
Yes,
They're
we need to
taking
be
all the staking payouts.
we need to be angry at Eric again.
Well, so I mean, like you said, yeah, people have staked to get part of that day 369 payout. And think about this: even if they were staked in the beginning, what was around in the beginning? Not much. There was staking. That's what was around.
Mhm.
There's a whole lot more around right now to do with your Titan X. If I could have all my stakes unstaked right now, which I don't necessarily want to, but if I could, fucking Volt, Lotus, Inferno, like I'd be shoving them in all these different protocols right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
am I worried that people are gonna have Titan X and have places to put them? No, I'm excited. Let's fucking go.
Absolutely. The next question that I think there's a lot of confusion surrounding, or FUD, if you will. Question for you, Eric. All of the $2.8 million of ETH that's getting paid out to the Dragon X system is going to be one big buy followed by one big market sell, and all of that Ethereum is gone immediately.
No, that's absolutely not what would happen, because that would be very inefficient.
Yes.
Ideally, you want to take Dragon X off the market at the best possible price, right? And that's the idea. So yeah, I've received a lot of FUD around that as well, but it would just be extremely inefficient, and it would be front run by bots, and it would be not optimal to do that. So that's not going to happen.
So is it correct to say that the Ethereum is going into the Dragon X buy and burn pool, which will then be managed responsibly over a period of time?
That's fair to say. It really doesn't take much tweaking. Once you have it down, it's not really something that's like daily managed. But yeah, it will be set to a specific buy interval, and it will just run.
Okay.
And if that needs to be updated, it will be.
Gotcha. And you said ideally it's used to buy Dragon X at the most opportune time. So, for example, a dip like we recently experienced, 30-40% drawdown in the market price of Dragon X. Are adjustments made at that point in time?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense, right? I mean, if you can all of a sudden see the thing about it buys Titan X first. So the ratio between Titan X and Dragon X breaking down would be probably the best buying opportunity, not necessarily the dollar price. Like if Titan X is collapsing, we might not be getting a better price on our Dragon X.
And that's a great point to bring out. I thank you for sharing that, because a lot of people I've seen in this last 3 days pullback of people making a lot of trades back and forth, but everything has dropped very uniform. So all of the ratios have stayed about the same. So going from one to the other has not been advantageous unless there's been a discrepancy there. So that's a great point. I appreciate you bringing that out too. So those are the two like day 369 FUD things that I've been hearing. Has anybody been hearing anything else in terms of the quote unquote catastrophic possibilities of 369?
I don't know why you would. I mean, it's a bunch of
I haven't heard anything.
Ethereum.
It's crypto. Of course. That's why you would. No, you're absolutely right though. I'm sorry, Eric, go on.
No, that's it. It's a bunch of extra Ethereum that people can play with. I really doubt all of it will leave the ecosystem.
Yeah,
So,
I think
beneficial.
the way the ecosystem's shaping up with the new protocols. Anybody that's been here for a while that gets ETH right now, I'd be very surprised if they weren't using it to participate in one of the ecosystem projects that we'll have now. Very, very surprised to be not financial advice, but to be taking your ETH and going elsewhere at this stage of the game wouldn't be my choice.
I mean, here's one of the crazy stat. So this is, I like looking at the Liquid Titan X as the actual as the effective market cap of Titan X. That's how I like looking at Liquid Titan X. So the Liquid Titan X market cap is $47 million. What other ecosystem do you know that's $47 million effective market cap that has this caliber of builder, this amount of projects going into hyperinflationary, has a $6 million Ethereum injection and tens of millions of dollars Ethereum sitting on the side waiting to buy? I mean, TITANX is pretty awesome. I like that.
It
I like
doesn't
TITANX a lot.
exist. It only
Yep.
exists in one place, right here, right now.
I think also probably another thing what also Jake had mentioned early on regarding people who have been staking the last 2 to 3 weeks, right? And there is actually a chart on the TITANX Premium, the cumulative stake TITANX, and you can literally see that the last 2 to 3 weeks, or even probably a bit longer, like there is a bit of a rise. And these are the people who want to take the opportunity of getting some of that ETH. So you probably might be asking yourself, is like, what is the probability of that these people actually want to exit the whole ecosystem? Or and against, like, they just want to have a bit of that ETH and maybe play around in the ecosystem. I don't know. Maybe there is Vault coming up with a lot of maybe they want to play around with that. So that's something to think about as well.
A big part of that is Helios with Element 280. All the TITANX that we're pulling in, that's all going to our treasury. So we've gone from like 2.5% to closer to like 3.5% of the pool over the last 2 weeks. So I would imagine we're a big part of that staking, and all that staking is max staked forever, never unlocks. So that how do you FUD a bunch of Ethereum going into the ecosystem? That doesn't make any sense to me. But even still, like, it's just like, it makes me think about like the TITANX V1, V2 buy and burn, and people FUDing it, saying, oh, it's going to run out and this is all going to fail. And it's like, that's not even a factor. Like, even without that, it's all of the build on TITANX protocols that are really doing so much more for the ecosystem. And I kind of feel like that's the same way still with the 369 payout. Is like, that's all and great for the ecosystem, but that's still a small part of what's really supporting us. And it's really all of the founders and all the people seeing the value in this ecosystem and coming and building on it. To me, that's much bigger.
You want to know? So this is another interesting statistic. So the V1 buy and burn is only 3 to 5% of the daily volume on TITANX. That's it. And the build on TITANX protocols burn 5 to 10 times more per day than the TITANX buy and burn. People love to taking ants and turning them into elephants just to feel something again. But
yeah, even another example is the Inferno buy and burn. You know, the Inferno buy and burn went up to $1.8 million. It got completely used up, and the community builders all stepped up. That buy and burn doesn't even matter anymore. There's all new buy and burns being built on it, all new projects being built on it, and that original buy and burn is, you know, not even a factor anymore.
Yep. I mean, there's so many back end buy and burns happening. It's incredible. Like Element 280 is just burning a crap ton of TITANX in the background, and everything else. Hyper, Helios, DragonX, Baby DragonX, everything is getting burned in the background there. And the one thing that I know that we discussed on a different stream, Jake, but the farms are a huge burner, of TITANX and everything else. It turned the farms turned the sell pressure of liquidity fees into buy and burn pressure in TITANX. So it's almost to the point where, and you've been alluding to this, that the V1 and V2 are kind of irrelevant. It's nice. It's nice to sit there and look at. You're like, oh, wow, there's this pool of economic energy, but there's so much more happening elsewhere that they're just kind of irrelevant. It's neat to see how that's changed from the singular focus being the buy and burn to a secondary nice to have.
And those buy and burns can be.
Go ahead.
I was going to say those buy and burns can be refreshed. They might not ever be as big as they were, but more people can start mining again. So it's not as if they're potentially exhausted forever.
Yeah, and the thing now is, so TITANX is having a massive transition from inflation to hyperdeflation. Back when TITANX was inflationary, people were more inclined to sell because they knew more TITANX would exist in the future. That stops November 8th, which means that if you lose your TITANX, well, you're kind of fucked, because it's only going to be less and less and less and less that exists from that day onward. It transitioned from a inflationary distribution stage to a hyperdeflationary builder token that has 20 plus protocols built on it, that has a supply that only deflates through usage. And the Ethereum bull run hasn't even started yet.
It's a really good point you bring up about this sell. People used to be comfortable YOLOing 10 billion TITANX, or I got this extra 5 billion lying around. Maybe I'll sell it and go gamble on this meme or something like this. I speak from experience. That didn't end well. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, like that comfort level of, hey, I've got this. There's an abundance of it. I can make so much more with mining all this, these type of thought processes. You're right. That end. I mean, you say November 8th. People that are paying attention, that ended a while ago, like a couple months ago, because they knew it's like, okay, I'm never going to be able to get this amount of TITANX again. I was actually speaking with one of the TITANX whales that I'm fortunate to be friends with, and they were making the same comment of, it used to be fun to just throw this around like Monopoly money, but now significant thought is going into, okay, where am I going to use my TITANX? Because I'm never going to be able to get this amount of it again. And that's going to amplify quickly as the hyperdeflationary comes in. So people selling TITANX after the next couple of weeks, it's going to be like, oh, okay, I hope you've made a good bet.
Yep. Yeah, and the cool thing about these build on TITANX protocols as well, since all the liquidity pools are TITANX. So when you participate in a build on TITANX protocol, I look at it as a TITANX position. You can always go back into TITANX if the ratio is favorable, etc. But most of the positions I build on TITANX stuff, because I'm a user, so I'm part of literally all of the build on TITANX protocols, even if it's just $100, so I keep my eye on it. That I look at that as TITANX positions, essentially. So I can always go back to TITANX, get my TITANX back. But once you leave the ecosystem, that's when it gets scary. Because then you're like, wait, I might come back here 6 months later, and 40-50% of the supply might be gone. And you know what happens when something has a bunch of demand? So the cool thing about TITANX is now it's entering hyperdeflation, which means it gets more and more scarce every day. So what happens when supply goes down and programmed demand goes up? So all these protocols require TITANX. People need to buy TITANX as a proxy to get into all these protocols. All these smart contracts need it. The machines need it. So you have programmed demand with supply deflating and becoming more scarce every day. That's a pretty damn good formula.
I really like that. I mean, the way I like to see TITANX is, I mean, there's a lot of ways you can see this, but imagine like it's like a city, right? And TITANX is the base currency there, and there's different neighborhoods, right? So we have the first neighborhood was first built by Eric himself, DragonX, and there's things building around it as well now. So I mean, the first one was baby DragonX in the nice neighborhood of DragonX, but obviously now there's other different ones, right? We got Vault now, and they are building their own core stuff around it as well. And now we have other stuff like Inferno. People are building around that neighborhood essentially, right? And people can go from one neighborhood to the next, because I mean, some people have made some good gains on DragonX, for instance, and they're seeing Vault now, and then you see some of them are like, I think I like to move some of my funds there as well. Obviously, Eric is not very happy about that one, but the competition within the city, I think it's actually a really good thing. And one of the reasons is also TITANX up. The order is by how much you have burned TITANX or staked it forever, is actually because of that, right? I mean, there are some ones at the bottom now still haven't updated yet, but they will come. But I think essentially this competition within the city of TITANX ecosystem is actually a very healthy thing. And Eric mentioned earlier on as well, which was that he's also seeing that people are moving to these other neighborhoods, and he's also thinking like, how can I keep them in the DragonX neighborhood? So I think all in all, it's a good thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it just alludes that me saying earlier on as well that we're going to launch a project, but it just wouldn't be good enough for the ecosystem. So you got to go back and replan. All right, we'll move on a little bit. I want to ask everybody, we've got a year behind us. and kind of what we're looking for. We've got day 369 coming up, a load of catalysts in there for potential, hopefully not financial advice, green candles. Where do you think the TITANX ecosystem could be this time next year? The fact that we've got so many, it's almost like an exponential curve of building on TITANX. It took a few months to get the first project. It took another few months to get the 3-4 projects. In just the last, in the last couple of weeks, we've probably seen it double the amount of TITANX, the amount of protocols built on TITANX. So where could we get to in the next year? This is kind of an open-ended question. How big can the market cap get? How many people can we get into the system? How many protocols could we have? If anybody wants to give us some bullish take on where we could be in the next year, please, Jeff, you stuck your hand up there. This is time. Get the moon boots on here.
Get the moon boots on. Heck yeah.
Yep.
I should have put on my Michael Jackson glove and walked into this.
Let's fucking go.
I got to bounce after my response here. Hopefully I'll be able to jump back on a little bit later this afternoon. But what is the potential? So I see asymmetric upside potential, which I will say in terms of growth, and growth represents people coming into the community and projects being built. I know a lot of people listening to this, they want to hear dollars and cents and dollars and cents. Dollars and cents are a lagging indicator to success in terms of growth and community. So if you want dollars and cents, focus on growing, because that will come. When you build something correct, the money follows it. It doesn't go the other way around. So the indicators I'm going to be looking at is 16 protocols today. A year from today, I would expect to be over 100 protocols based only on the growth that we've seen recently.
Bullish.
I was going to say, what, 100 by SteveDefi, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's all I'm talking about is basically Steve.
Yeah. That dude's going to have 20 on his own.
We've got dude here that's already developed 2. We've got Eric that's developed 2 or 3. No, 2 for now, Dragon X and Farms, and there's more coming. We've got Mike Dean, who has been teasing us about a hyper built protocol. We know he's going to be building more than one. Basically, if you look at every single protocol that exists, 16 of them, add 2 on top. And that's your bare minimum. And then we've got people that are going to be coming in and building their own. The inevitable copy pastes are going to happen. But each protocol that is successful, which to date is 100% of them, is inspiring others to build on top of it, because everybody has seen the value proposition that TITANX has put out there, which is build on top of, build on TITANX. And that is what is giving power to the community. So take, for example, Morpheus is launching. There's already devs talking about building on top of Morpheus. Marco the Hexagon left already. I know he's coming back, but he mentioned yesterday during the stream that he's going to build on top of the Matrix. The Matrix doesn't even exist yet. It's Mike Dean's protocol. It doesn't even exist yet. It's already hyper deflationary, and you don't have enough. How is that a thing? You don't have enough of something that doesn't exist. So we're going to see this repeat itself, especially if, going back to the conversation we had earlier this morning, when the bar is set very high for protocols to perform, to follow the ethos of the community and bring value to the community. Well, if the bar is set high and we as a community kind of set the expectation that that's what we want, we don't want garbage, we don't want copy pastes, then it is reasonable to believe that those protocols will do well. Do well in terms of what? Well, do well in terms of how they burn TITANX, how they burn Dragon X, how they burn whatever they're built on, and ultimately dwindle the supply as they go farther out. Well, if they do well, then green candles attract people. This is a builder's community. So if they do well and builders see that they are treated well in this community, builders are going to come. If you build it, they will come. The old field of dreams. And so that just becomes exponential as the web gets farther and farther out. Then you've got 16 protocols and everybody builds 2 on that. Well, then you have a lot more, whatever that is, 32, 48. Then you've got 48 protocols and everybody builds 1 on that. Boom, there's your 100. So it can grow very fast. And so
Just
we're
quick intermission. Now, look at Mo's flat out there creating Lotus miners already. Look at him. Look at his concentration.
yes, he is.
Ooh, what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not doing anything. Yeah,
I'm not clicking.
I already have my first Lotus miner. Shout out to Eric. I was farming while you guys were talking, so I could get into Lotus.
Eric needs to pay his electric bill as well. Get some light on there.
Yeah, so these are
Wow,
perfect
I'm
examples.
disappearing
We're having this
disappearing.
conversation here, and Lotus is launching, and we know Lotus is having something built on top of it. So what does the future look like? The future looks like a second annual TITANX conference with so many builders showing up, like you can't even see the squares of people. It's gonna be 100 little squares in this stream arguing with each other who gets to talk next. And if/when that happens, I think the value of all of these goes up. So that's the part people want, is the value proposition in terms of financial return also goes up, because you look at the biggest companies that build the most valuable infrastructure, and well, they're worth a lot. Amazon being a perfect example. And if the foundation of all of that is TITANX or DragonX, well, then you can expect to get reasonably good returns, I believe. So not giving any like dollar amounts in terms of what people want, like, oh, moonbags, are we going to be billionaires? It doesn't matter. Just focus on the growth and building component of it. Focus on the integrity and quality of conversations. Focus on setting the bar very high for the developers. Focus on collaborative communication, all of which is already happening. Just keep doing what we're doing, but at an accelerated pace. And we're going to have 100+ protocols in the future, all of which are burning the base element, which is DragonX and TITANX. And you don't have enough TITANX.
Yeah, well said. Definitely.
Nice.
Thanks for your time here today. You're welcome back on anytime throughout the 2 days here. Always great takes, and great to have you back streaming as always.
Thank you, guys. We'll jump on a little bit later today. Have fun. I'll be listening in the background.
Thank you,
All right.
Jeff.
Anybody else want to give their bullish, not predictions, but bullish takes on where we could be in the next year? And I want to go to you on that one last, Jake. So maybe Eric, Mo, or Dude. Anybody else want to take that one?
Up to top what Jeff said, I think that was really, really comprehensive. But yeah, I would say many more builders. I would love to see more protocols that are effectively shared protocols, utilities. We're going to have lending, right? That's going to change things a lot because it's going to lock a lot of supply. So I would like to see more stuff like that. We could even have a DEX. Who knows, by then maybe Jake will be teasing a hell one. I think like we're doing it in the right order because we're building up the community first and we're building up the builder team first. So who knows, maybe there's some teasing of a chain coming. But yeah, I hope DragonX will be in the billions. That's kind of the goal for us, and launching another protocol to bring DragonX up even higher is on our agenda. So yeah, that's kind of just a few things that came to mind for me.
That's it. And you say billions, you mean billions in market cap for DragonX? That you're hoping to get to? Yeah.
Yep.
Obviously, there's nobody here is trying to shill anything or provide financial advice. We're just sort of taking what we've seen so far and kind of looking at where we could be in the next year. So, dude, what's your take? You've been flat out building. You've built E2 Helios and E280. E280 is absolutely phenomenal project for the community and for the whole ecosystem. You know, what's your plans? What would you like to see? Where do you think we can get to?
My take on it is like, just you inherently are supporting everybody, like the inherent collaboration, whether anybody that builds on TITANX, they're supporting everybody else in the ecosystem just by utilizing the TITANX token. And to me, that's the most bullish, is like you don't even have to like collaborate with other builders to support them. And now we are actually doing that as well. There is direct support with lots of projects sending TITANX to like the DragonX treasury and whatnot. But they don't even have to do that. Just utilizing the token is creating more use case for that token. It's locking up more supply. It's burning more supply. And that on its own is supporting everybody, because all of our tokens are paired with TITANX. So to me, it's just like a no-brainer. If somebody's trying to build and they're looking for a place to build, TitanX is the place to be, because you have a community already there, and you have other people supporting. Like, your project can just kind of flatline, but with other projects coming in and supporting the ecosystem, your project will do well just on the basis that it's paired with TitanX. So to me, like, that's the most bullish thing, is that yeah, there's competition. You know, like, obviously I'm trying to increase my stakes TitanX position. Like, I'm coming for your position, Eric. You think you're getting 70%? I'm coming for it. You know, but like, that's a healthy competition, because at the end of the day, whether he gets it or I get it or whoever, like, we're all working, like, it's supporting everybody. So like, we all win regardless, even though there is that competition on like who can be more successful within the ecosystem. It still supports everybody. And that's really what I wanted to showcase with Element 280, is just burning everybody's tokens supports everybody, which brings that support back to Element 280. So like, that's the perfect example of like, I can collaborate with everyone and it's still supporting myself. And to me, it's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah. Mike Dean, you're going to have to, you're probably going to have to hire some help to keep TitanX Hub up to date. Well, what's
Yes,
your
sir.
take on, have you got somebody to help you yet? What's your take of where we could be in the next year?
Yeah, well, not directly, but I'm still keeping up. So yeah, it's a lot of work for sure. But I think once Matrix probably is launched, hopefully I'm gonna have a bit of more like more time, because I'm really, really busy right now with Matrix. That's one thing for sure. But anyhow, one of the things I would like to say is one is I'm actually betting on people, right? And me betting on people is essentially just like people who are, I believe, more transparent, more honest, and principled people. Like, that's the bet I'm betting on, essentially. And that was essentially in the beginning of TitanX, and also the bet is actually also for the future. So this is my bet for now. And one of the things as well is that just if I borrow my like what I said earlier regarding if you view TitanX as a city, right? My bet is also that the city is going to grow, right? And the growth is going to happen in the pockets of like people, essentially, right? These are developers and things like that, and they are going to grow the community inside of the Titanic city, right? I mean, we've just seen Vault itself. That growth of Vault itself, bringing in new people, has grown Titanic city itself. So I'm betting on people that they will be innovating within that city, and that city will be growing. So that's one of the things which is like, that's the bet I'm making, or I have been making. Definitely, that's probably even a better way to say it. And probably lastly, what I want to say as well is, I think this is quite a. I mean, what Jake had started was actually pretty great, because he leveraged something. He leveraged an infrastructure which has trust, and it works. Like the Ethereum like network, it works. There's trust. There's people there. So that's like it's a big thing where people are there already, and he leveraged that. So I think that's definitely one of the things which is also going to happen in the future as well. Me betting on people, clever people with big brains, much bigger than me myself, are going to innovate within the city, and this growth is going to come. And they are probably also going to leverage on infrastructure which is already there, which is working and has trust. And those are the things I believe. Those are my bets for now, for sure.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to think that maybe even the most successful project in the TitanX ecosystem hasn't even launched yet. You know, we could be looking back in a year's time, it could be something completely
Crazy,
new
right?
that comes in. Yeah, I mean, you come look at what Volt wasn't even a thing. You know, whatever it was 3 weeks ago. And look what it is now. There will be other things. So, Jake, what's your take on after 369? How does it go, and where can we be? You know, as the founder of the whole ecosystem, where do you even want it to be?
I like seeing more of what's happening now. I think the biggest reason
You
why we
look,
have
you, look,
such
you look like you were going to say something really spectacular there, and then held it back.
1 second.
A big smile. He's like, "No, I'm
No,
not." Gonna say that."
this is the TitanX ecosystem is something completely unique in crypto. So I've been around since 2017. I've never, ever, ever, ever seen something like this. The amount of builders that we get, yes, that matters. But it's also the quality of the builders. Every single builder has currently built on top of TitanX is fair, honest, ethical, transparent. They all value the same belief system. They believe in DeFi, making DeFi great again. I think the value system is the perfect filtration because there's a bunch of builders in crypto and all they care about is extracting as much value out of people as possible and wrecking their financial situation. That's all they care about. Because what can I build to get the most money out of it as quickly as possible and dump on everybody and move on to the next thing? I think the thing that protects our community from rogue builders coming in is the value system because we're not going to put up with them. They're going to get zero adoption. They might as well go build somewhere else, disappear after 24 hours. Nobody will give a fuck anyway. So I think the value system is a massive filtration because I've seen a lot of builders come in and come out because they realize, fuck, we can't play around here because it's too fair. And that's massive. So the amount of builders that we're getting now, like a lot of people don't understand how exponential systems work. Like Bitcoin did over a 4 million X. That's exponential. Like people cannot comprehend these numbers. It's absolute insanity. And same thing will happen with users. Same thing will happen with builders. You get one builder, then you get two builders, then you get four builders, then you get 8 builders, then you get 16, 32, 64, etc., etc. These numbers just go wild, and it's exponential because the more you get, the more you attract. Like you see this video of like a guy, it's like a festival, and you see this one guy dancing, and he's like having the time of his life, and then like a second guy comes in and they start dancing. Then all of a sudden they're like, oh, these two guys are dancing, and the third guy joins in, and then before you know it, there's like 500 people dancing at the festival just because one guy stood up and started dancing. That's the exponential system. It's just more people attracting more people. So as we get more holders, more builders will be interested. And so I look at everything like internal and external marketing. So external marketing is bringing new builders in, bringing new community members in, showing them what we're all about. And then the internal mechanism is activating builders that are already in our ecosystem. So we've got two forces working. One is the users attracting more builders from outside the community, and then the builders activating builders within the community, which is why we have so many builders popping out of nowhere because they get inspired. They were already in the community, so they were already onboarded. They got inspired, and now they're in a financially better situation to start building. This is also another thing. Like as TitanX hopefully increases in value, not financial advice, well, then you have more and more well-funded builders because they're in the community, and then they will activate as builders. So I think the exponential curve is going to be absolute insanity, and then we can expand out omni-chain, own chain. Like there's a lot that we can do because once you have the community, there's nothing you cannot do. People do it the other way around, where they build a chain first and then hope and beg and pray that users care, but nobody fucking cares because it's 95% owned by a team. They're all dumping on them. Like, for example, there's another, it's like a blue logo. They have $100 million of supply unlocking every month for the next probably 7-8 years. And it's a bunch of insiders, shadow figures, and they're hoping and praying that people will build on the infrastructure, but they won't. So the way that we're doing it now with the builders and the community first, then we can take on anything because everybody's begging for the community. We have it. So we're in the strongest position we can possibly be in. So this can only go exponential, essentially.
Ali, you ruined it. He was supposed to go last. Now I'm gonna just lay a turd at the end of this. In my opinion.
Come on, hit us with it.
No.
You're ever.
I tell you what. No. All right, here you go. I'll make it quick. A year ago, you know, I'm making videos in my car, taking my dog for a walk. You know, was I in my wildest dreams, no matter how I thought this was going to go, did I think that a year from then I was going to be on stream with two of the biggest founders, Eric and Jake, one of the other founders, dude, Mike Dean, this epic stats guy that's created everything for us. You know, Ali, you're a Pulse Chain founder. You know, you're on TitanX. You're a multiple TitanX, you know, project protocol founder. I can't even imagine where this is going to go in another year because, like Jake says, it is going exponential. No one, if you predicted this, you're a fucking liar. I don't believe you. But like, if you really thought we were going to be here a year from now on stream, have 50 plus people available to speak, we have 16 protocols. There's 20 plus on TitanX Hub coming with another God knows how many nodes after that aren't even announced. Who knows? I just can't wait to be a part of this and just keep going and experience it all, because this is fucking amazing. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I think that's it. You know, we're all doing a lot of the right things here at this minute. Even everybody stepping up here, you know, to come on the stream. You know, it's so easy to get everybody on the stream. I think we've got roughly 3 streams a day from the community. That's every single day. People putting out knowledge. People are latching on. The green circles are everywhere. People are latching on to all the things that, you know, that we're saying about, you know, retweet, quote tweet, continually do that. The builders are stepping up, building more. They're continuing to innovate. You know, nobody's just firing stuff out for the sake of it. Everybody's really trying to come up with ideas that add fuel to the whole system. And it really, it seems to me that it's already starting to go, you know, the building especially is already starting to go exponential when you see what's going on in the background. As Accelerate, we have 5 protocols being built at the minute, and none of them are even listed on TITANX Hub. And that's just for Accelerate. And they're all different people. None of those are the same. They're all new builders trying new things. So it's just crazy what's going on in the background. On that, can we build too much? Anybody got a take on that? Can we build too much?
No, definitely not. To me,
No.
like every project, like I've been saying, like even if a project fails and, you know, they're still pulling in, you know, say they only pull in 2 billion TITANX, that's still 2 billion TITANX that's forever off the market. You know, that still supports everybody else. Obviously, we want successful projects, but in my opinion, every single one of them supports us, whether it does well or not. How do you keep 5 projects? How do you know about 5 projects? How do you keep to yourself? How do you not like want to shout to the world like all these amazing things that are coming? How do you do that, Alex?
Can you drop a name?
No, I wouldn't do that, because
Come
nobody's
on.
well, actually, yes, I will drop a name. Sal Vega and Trader Lee are building it. They're one of our clients at the minute. So Trader Lee, you'll see all over TITANX Telegram. He is one of our current clients at the minute. Another one, Smooth and Crypto, he's working too. So there's a couple of name drops at the minute. There's people that are, you know, seeing what we're all doing and want to be a part of it. You know, people doing streams, people putting out content and wanting the biggest thing. And I say this all the time, and it's my own personal ethos, is whatever you're doing, wherever you are, fucking add value. Even if you're doing nothing else, you know, just do something that adds value to what you believe in and what you're there, you know, trying to work with. No matter what it is, you know, for all the community members, just add a little bit of value some way. And even for people in, you know, simple things like making videos, you know, we need more of that sort of stuff in the community. Just step up and add a little bit of value. And people are seeing the effort that other people are putting in, and they're going, friggin', I want to do my part as well. So yeah, things are going well.
Can I add
there's
this?
Too much to talk about. You got to wait until there's white papers and you're a little bit further down the line and you're ready to send your stuff to Mike Dean to get it on TITANX Hub. But yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me add one thing. All the work that we put into in the last year has brought us to where we are here. If we want to go further, we need to put in the same amount of work going forward, if not more. And same amount, scratch that. We need to put more in going forward, because that's what we want to do. We want to do better. So we need to keep putting in this work. This is not the period of time to start slacking. Crank out those GIFs, crank out those memes, crank out those videos. There's some amazing stuff being put out there. Keep doing it. And if no one's seeing it, tag me and I'll help repost it. But let's keep going. Let's keep this shit going. Like, I don't have enough tags already, but let's fucking go.
Yeah, I mean, it must be said that the effort, everybody that I personally deal with at the minute is working relentlessly 24/7. You know, they're doing other jobs. They've got their regular jobs. They're, you know, up in you know, here in the Ireland, UK time, you know, people are still messaging at 1:30 in the morning. You know, people are making videos and sending me videos to share, and you know, just that it's all so much work going on in the background by everybody. So yeah, just everybody that's doing something at the minute, keep it up. Just keep going and keep working hard.
I'm looking at the Lotus launch.
Dead silence. That's beautiful. It looks nice. Shout out to the Lotus launch.
What's the website there, Mo? Do you want to give a wee quick shout out there for it?
Lotus.win. Yes, I'm Mo now. Lotus.win.
Appreciate you, buddy.
You're welcome.
Hey, earlier, dude was talking about, there'll be 100 people on one of these streams shouting and stuff. Imagine me interrupting 100 people at once. Like, that's going to be amazing for me.
Johnny Papa Vegas. He's bearish on regular jobs in the comments there.
Bearish on regular jobs. I like that. Bullish on TITANX. Bearish on working in a real job again. I like that.
We're farmers now. We've officially transitioned.
Yeah, I'm not getting my subsidies approved. In America, we have farm subsidies, and they're not accepting it for my farmer status.
Really? Oh.
I don't know who to talk to.
Not good.
Bullshit.
It's a good volume.
I saw.
What do we have to? Can we list Lotus yet on farms? Whole 100K volume? Not yet.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, I want to. They previously mentioned there in the last panel, Eric. I wanted to bring it up here. I think one of the biggest, most important things for exponential growth is that the users, the number of TITANX users, we went very, very quickly from sort of 13,000 to 18,000. That happened very, very quick. We need that to continue and even speed up. Obviously, TITANX Farms is a massive, massive opportunity for it. And I've seen you've put out questions before. What other ETH pairs can we create in the farms? Where are we on that? What's the thinking behind it? And you're talking about ETH pairs, and I'm only using this as an example, but would it be like something like Hex Ethereum, where you're trying to, if we put that up, then we can get Hex users into the system? That's just an example, but is that what you're thinking with that?
Yeah, exactly. It would be either a TITANX pair that had Ethereum, it was bonded with Ethereum, so you're earning Ethereum fees, and that's going back into buy and burn Tink, so that's bringing economic energy into TITANX. Or you could have a totally foreign pair, like Moodang or something that's mooning. But if you can get a hold of the founders, you can sell the idea of bringing utility to them through farming, then you could potentially bring in totally new capital that way as well. So you could do, the other ecosystem that's close to us is Pulse Chain, but they don't have a ton of volume on Hex ETH. If they had more volume, then maybe we would list it, because that's a 300,000 user base, right?
Yeah.
So if they come to the farms for Hex, they're going to see all these other tokens, right? And even if we don't add a foreign pair, Farms itself is a really good marketing platform. Like, people should be sharing out those ROIs, because I think that's the kind of thing that's more likely to get shown by a KOL or by someone with a YouTube channel, because it's not shilling one token, it's shilling APY for their users, right? It's shilling ROI for their users. And then they can make the decision what tokens they want to bring to actually get the APY. So yeah, I think Farms is a great marketing tool in general, but yeah, it would be a really cool hack if we could reach into one of these communities that's foreign to us, and if they're paired with ETH, and bring them in and burn even more Tink through that. Would be really cool.
Yeah,
I was
going to ask that. Like, if you're using a foreign pair and you're using the fees to buy and burn Tink, that's bringing in ETH to buy TITANX to buy Tink. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing to see, because, like you said, it'll bring others in, and it also supports the ecosystem even more. So
right.
Yeah, I don't believe that, actually, because the thing is, this is why Eric added a disclaimer in there. If you can reach the founder and get the founder to promote farms, then yes, you can reach that audience. But if you list a foreign pair that is not part of the ecosystem, all you'll get is the existing people in the farm selling down to get into the IPRs of the other farm. Because you list it on the blockchain doesn't magically make the community figure out that it exists. You'll just have our community sell down to get into the other pair that has lower volume anyway.
No, we wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, it has to have community buy-in. There has to be enough of a groundswell around it that you're actually going to have, or you gauge it super low, but still, you need to make sure you capture a large amount of volume, right, from whatever pair that is. Otherwise, it's not worth it. Like, in the background, in Titan Farms, in the background, we have a whole admin dashboard that tracks the ROI of all the different pairs and how much Tink they're burning, how much volume we've captured from them, and what the efficiency of the pool is. So we want to try to elevate that efficiency as much as we can to burn as much Tink as we can. So that's kind of the thinking that goes into the listing on Titan Farms, is how efficient is this going to be for burning Tink?
Yeah, that makes
That's
sense.
fascinating.
You were going to say something there, dude, were you?
Oh, just yeah. I mean, what he said makes sense, and like I still really like the idea, but you know, to Jake's point, we need to have that community interested in getting into that farm before it gets listed, so that we're not just attracting existing TitanX users, we're actually bringing in new people. So
yeah, good point.
And yeah, there's the question in the comments. Everybody's asking when wait on the Inferno farm.
No, you guys have done really good. I mean, there's an element of like how much liquidity and volume, you know, based on the amount that we're giving you guys. I think we're giving you guys like almost 2 million a year in Tink right now. It's pretty good since you have like 500K in liquidity. So, I mean, as more pairs gets added, it will be a little bit more clear how we're going to gauge it. We wanted to have the core 4 be prominently featured, but as we get more pairs with high volume, they'll be weighted against each other. You guys will be weighted very high against pairs, you know, until they reach the same level as you. But the core 4 are kind of a bit separate in that sense, and they do have higher volume as well.
So we're going to go on to move into the next section here shortly. Anybody else want to give a few final comments on, you know, the bullish predictions for where we could be in a year's time? Just to wrap it up, Jake, go on, give it a bit more.
Yeah, but primarily hyperdeflation, dude. Because even now, like Liquid is, and this is without tracking Pulsar, which has 100 billion TitanX, and Lotus, which almost has 200 billion now. We're at 21% liquid during inflation. So just imagine what this gets to when we hit hyperdeflation. That's the thing that I'm most curious to see about, because that's a stat I track every day. And holders. Stat and holders are the two biggest things, and then builders. It's like a third stat. So I track liquid supply percentage, I track builders, and I track holders. Because those are all leading indicators to what the future might look like.
that's not like way down in the future. That's just a couple of weeks away.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a date. There's a date that you keep mentioning. What's the significance of that date? Is it November 8th?
November 8th?
Yeah. What's
November
the significance?
So November 8th is when the last supply comes out. After that, it's like 4 or 5 days of 200 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. Like November 8th is the last. And then at that point, it's like 0.2% of the supply the remaining 5 days, which is like 20 billion, etc. And then it's zero. And then we enter hyperdeflation. This is the thing that we've been waiting for. So during day 280, I was like, okay, this is the start of TitanX. But now, day 369, I would consider the official start. Distribution period is over. We have all the builds, we have all the protocol, we have the community. Now we enter hyperdeflation. That's awakening the beast, essentially. That's when the beast wakes up. Right now, he's just been warming up, you know, doing a little bit of dumbbells in his cave. But once we hit hyperdeflation, that's when the beast wakes up.
Hello. On that, did you see somebody in the comments saying smash the likes? I haven't even stopped one time this whole 3 hours or whatever we're going so far to say yes, like and subscribe. Hit the like button. You know, don't ask for these likes and subscribes enough. But yeah, we're putting the work in. So hit the buttons, folks.
Don't forget to spank that like button. I like to say that.
A legend is forged, a testament to raw power and relentless drive. They call him Inferno, an unstoppable creature, a beast that rises from the ashes, fueled by the fires of determination. To tame the Inferno, you must step into the arena where only the strongest prevail. Those who dare to ride Inferno leave their mark. A tribute paid in fire, burning away the past and forging a new future. A future where only the strong survive and legends are born.
Hey, that was awesome, but those are some weak-ass push-ups, man. Did you see that?
I think that was the Inferno Bull before he actually became the Inferno Bull.
That's hilarious. I love
Barely cranking him out. What's up, guys?
Right, so welcome to all the new people. We've got Crypto, Awesome, Dave, Morpheus, Rudy Kazuti, and GooGod, all founder in the ecosystem. Welcome, guys. How you doing? Morpheus, how you doing? Everything going well?
Everything going great. Yeah, exciting times. I think we can almost talk for everybody that we're part of history here.
Right, facing reality, put your microphone a little bit closer because you're relatively quiet.
I thought it was just me, bro. I ain't want to put him on the spot.
Is this better?
Much better. Yes.
Much better. Okay, perfect. Yeah, man. Exciting times for sure. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, very welcome. Some of these mics, is that you, Dave, on the move? Rudy, how's it going, sir?
What up? Thanks for having me today, man. This is super exciting. I can't believe it's been a year already. Blows my mind.
Yeah, you actually just quickly you had one of the first protocols launch after just after Dragon X.
Yeah, I think we actually launched the same day, which was kind of crazy. I was really anxious to get building, so here I am, still out here, still building.
And Google, how's it going, man?
GM, my chat was good, bro.
Awesome. And Crypto Awesome, Dave, what are you at today?
What's going on, everybody? It's great to be here. If I'm going to try to do not too much movement. Okay, cool. Bye. But thanks.
Don't worry, green screens are screwing everybody up today.
Yeah, Irish Crypto, you're back in for this conversation.
I'm good, man. Good to be around, everyone. Third stream of the day. Let's get it. The meme-fi revolution is red hot at the moment.
Let's go.
Yeah, so again, this is something we just want to get into today on this panel. Is this new narrative that we've started spitting out of meme-fi? You see, I've got all these, we're all the builders are here building out these wonderful financial systems and everything, and we've kind of taken meme coins, come up with some great art, great characters, and behind every meme coin that gets launched on TITANX, there's utility getting built in. And the question we've kind of got here, is what is meme-fi, and is it, can we make it like a massive narrative and a real big success, not just within TITANX but within all of crypto? Will the memes help pull new people in? What is meme-fi trying to achieve? So Dave, Crypto Awesome, you launched Awesome X. Do you see it as a meme coin, or do you see it as a protocol, or like a hybrid of both?
I like the meme-fi thing because it's. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I like the meme-fi thing because I think the memes are a powerful marketing tool just for the regular whole market. I think people like art. They like to be part of a community that all. I mean, the baseball card thing has always been around, and Pokemon cards and stuff. So I really think that's kind of the fun stuff that the normal people want to play with. So now we get to be able to just have a field day with it. And but the FI is really important, actually. Like for me, not necessarily for them. But you don't need to tell them. I mean, it's meme FI. They might ask the question, but it's like you could just have the keys to a car and put gas in it and hit the gas. Like you don't have to know how that engine is built or how that engine works. Just the fact that it has an engine is pretty cool, and that's the FI. So for the smart people, they're going to read white papers. They're going to be like, holy cow, that's not just a meme coin. but then like for the normal people, it's like, and then the smart people are comfortable recommending these coins to their people they love, because now it's like, it's not just a fully inflationary meme coin that is going to wreck everybody. It's in the top 10 already, or it's like whatever, and it's only inflationary. So I don't want to get anybody into those coins. Like, I don't want my mom to be in those coins, but this isn't that. The FI shows us that, like, for the people who need to know and the people who need to feel comfortable recommending things to their friends, read the white papers. Now you can say, hey, mom, this is not just a meme coin, but it's really a cool, like, Rockstar Dragon or something like that. But anyways, that I like it. I think that's what it is. It's bodybuilding dragons. Bodybuilding billionaire dragons living in the Mediterranean and flying to space with hot chicks. Like, it's like, it's fun, but underneath those bodybuilding dragons is a very cool hyperdeflationary project built on top of a hyperdeflationary project built on another hyperdeflationary project, because we're paired with Dragon X. And
it sounds like alien tech, bro. Sounds like alien tech to me.
Well, it's similar because it was built on Inferno. We actually I wanted Inferno on Dragon X, and that was the pitch. And so now we took Inferno and we adjusted the mechanics to perpetual. And this is the difference between AwesomeX and everything else, is that we're perpetual. We will never stop minting, just like TitanX, but we will get very, very expensive. And so there's a reason for different protocols to be built different ways. And AwesomeX fills a gap that isn't there right now. That's why we're calling it the new input token, because for AwesomeX universe anyway, but I think it'll expand to the BOT universe if people want it to. It's like, use AwesomeX as an input token, because TitanX is about to get really expensive with hyperdeflation and very scarce. That's why it's nice to stack at a really good ratio, because if there's a new input token, well, it might be useful, because TitanX is going to get expensive and scarce. And there shouldn't just be one, I think. It's like HLX should do the same thing. Like, we should put a button, accept HLX, because these are the perpetual protocols that will always mint, they will just be very expensive. So people will always be able to get supply from these protocols. But anyways, it's not an 8-day cap thing. Now, Volt did something very fascinating, because they are perpetual but capped. Like, that's crazy. Like, what? So it's a perpetual
speaking
auction,
of
but
Volt,
it's capped.
bro, are you watching Lotus right now? This thing is ripping, bro, ripping. I just posted it in my chat when it launched. It was like 1 point something mil. It's at 6 mil right now, bro.
What the fuck?
Lotus is absolutely going nuts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I can't ignore this no further. I'm sitting here watching this chart live in 4K. This thing is mooning, bro. Mooning.
The epitome of meme-fi here. Good God sees a chart pumping and he's telling everybody.
Did you see my reaction a little while ago? I didn't mean to be so, 4K about it, but I'm like, whoa, like, yo, bro, what's good?
Well, you know what? Let someone else talk, because I got to walk home now so I can look at these charts.
I was just starting a bunch of miners as we were leading into this, and I was like, I thought I had a strategy pretty well down, and I was just like, just keep making them, I think Lotus is gonna kill it. I'm so stoked for that.
So,
I just read the white paper like 10 minutes ago, and yeah, it's good.
It's good.
That's meme fire in a nutshell.
Bro, I'm a degen. I don't look at websites. I don't look at white papers. I don't do none of that. Prior to TitanX, I didn't read a white paper or a website, and I think it was 9 months prior to that. I didn't read none of that stuff. So yeah, bro, for me to go and look at this 10 minutes ago and actually read the whole white paper, yeah, we good.
Yeah.
We good, bro.
I truly love the Lotus art. It's so good. Just off the art alone, you want to click the buttons. When you look at the graphics that these guys are making, yeah, it's impressive. Looks good.
Definitely set a new standard in UI now in TitanX for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, it's just always raising that bar. I got to say, too, with Morpheus, you guys did a great job on your website. I checked that out yesterday. Read the white paper at least 3 times. Still trying to wrap my head around everything.
Yeah, we put in a lot of work.
It's awesome.
And just to start off, we need to get some credits thrown out there. First off, shout out to Bad Sports for setting all this up. I know this is a headache, getting everybody aligned to stick to a schedule, get online. It's not as straightforward as people might think. So shout out.
Bro, I didn't even know I was on the schedule. He texted me 2 hours ago and said, yo, you're on in 2 hours. I said, oh, okay. I didn't even know that, bro. I was like, all right, cool. Good thing I'm free.
And same thing with Morpheus. So I know I'm the sort of face of Morpheus, but there are way more people behind this that made it all happen. For example, Guga was a really big supporter of everything. I learned a lot of him. Shout out to Chaos Chris for supporting us, giving us the game theory. That's just the beauty of this whole ecosystem, where everybody's just willing to discuss game theory, mechanics, tokenomics, everything that needs to be done correctly will be done correctly because of it. And I'm truly loving it.
So obviously meme-fi was within TitanX. It all kind of started off with Inferno, the 8-week minting cycle, 90% buy and burn. It was a very, very simple, easy to understand protocol. You could literally mint your tokens one day, collect them the next. It painted an absolutely amazing sort of 10-week chart, just up and up all the weeks of the mint. And people would get their coins, and if anybody that was going to sell was able to sell them straight away to try and make a quick profit. It showed a return every week, like an ROI. When you minted on a Friday, you were literally able to claim it and make a little bit of money instantly the following day. A lot of people continue to hold, but what sparked from that is obviously because of the Inferno bull and the memeability of the character, and the team just constantly pumping out memes. Is that all of a sudden people wanted to start building on it, and it was the people wanting to start building to continue the buy and burn of Inferno token that kind of, actually think it was you that started the actual meme-fi phrase, Rudy. I've heard that mentioned a few times, but meme-fi, I'd never heard of it before. It's become a thing in TITANX now. The Inferno alone has publicly, I think there's 8 protocols being built on top of it, and they're all things. Many of those, or a couple, are already released. Most of them are public already. It's not even stuff that's kind of way down the line. This is all happening so fast. And there's now Morpheus is coming in. Dave went and built Awesome X over in Dragon X, and this all kind of comes under this meme-fi category, where you take a really simple idea of a meme coin and build DeFi protocol in behind it. What's your take on on meme-fi? Is it good for TITANX? Jake, what do you think?
I think it's good. It's more protocols. It's less thinking for people, I would say. It's also a different vibe, because different personalities and different vibes attract different people. A lot of people in crypto base things off of vibes. So vibes are definitely important. It's like Ethereum, decent tech, good vibes. I can see this all the time. It's decent, but it's good vibes. Good vibes is all it takes in crypto to make it big, really. Good vibes create good communities. And the cool thing about the meme, especially on Solana, the meme-fi industry, the meme industry, because that's not fi at all. The meme industry is fucking scammy. It's the most scammy, ruggy, backstabbing part of crypto. It's fucking horrendous.
It's true.
But now it's fair. It's fair. It's secure. It has good tokenomics. It's interesting. It has great marketing. It has great people behind it. It basically takes everything good about memes, removes all the bad, only keeps all the good, like TITANX did. I like it. I like it a lot. Everything attracts different people.
Yeah, they're actually, you hit the nail on the head there. The whole thing with, founders, again, within MemeFi, within TITANX, no founder allocations. In the case even of Inferno, there wasn't even a genesis. The liquidity gets formed by the smart contracts. Whenever enough people decide to participate, enough people put their money in to mint their own tokens, the liquidity pool gets created. Nobody can rug it. It's just all based on participation, and it can only get then pushed by, you've got to get your community in, you got to get people engaged, and then when they're here, then they can help with each little sort of MemeFi ecosystem as well. Morpheus, would you class or based in reality, would you class Morpheus as a MemeFi token, or is it more of a proper full DeFi protocol? Because you guys have been banging out meme-looking content. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative of MemeFi is amazing. I mean, we saw, when you're for a long time in crypto, we saw the development of NFTs. Nobody liked NFTs because it was just a representation of something. Then the utility was built on top of the NFTs. We saw exactly the same thing with meme coins. Meme coins was just a narrative, and now we're building utility on meme coins. That's why the name MemeFi is so good. It's literally a meme finance. I'm loving it. So yeah, within the TITANX ecosystem, you're seeing people taking that to heart and taking the meme as a sell and the FI as something that you would stay for. So it's the meme that drags you in, and it's the FI that keeps you in. I'm loving it. It's a really good concept. And this is what we see with the evolution of crypto, when everybody comes together and works together and actually achieves the same goal, or want to achieve the same goal. It's amazing. So yeah, it's sort of a MemeFi. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more memeable than the Matrix narrative, I think. It's so recognizable. It's so memeable. It's it's a perfect way to get the attention and then have your tokenomics and your game theory for people to actually engage with it if they want to. I mean, not everybody is here for the tokenomics. Most of the people are just here for green candles, let's face it. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Rudy,
I want to
we're-
give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Morpheus.win because the website is great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really good job.
Shit
on
is
the website.
clean, bro.
Agreed.
Mhm.
Very good.
It's
Very
insane.
impressive.
It's better than our own expectations. You never know how well it's going to be received. You never know if you did it the correct way to appeal to everybody. But shout out to the team for creating, an amazing website. And again, it's just the beginning. Morpheus is literally a stepping stone for us.
Hey, can you guys hear me while I'm walking, or is that too noisy?
That
No,
seems
you're fine.
fine.
That's fine.
All good.
So
What
the
do you-
cool thing too about MemeFi is that as builders, we're not building the meme first. Well, sometimes you can probably build the meme first, but these are actually built the right way. It's like, what do we want something to do? We go build a sweet protocol that does something awesome, and then we brand it with a meme. And it's like, or a family of memes. You know what I mean? And it's like that they're built with mechanics and protocol first in order to do something very specific that will benefit the whole community. So, and then you brand it with a meme. So we're doing it on the right direction too. Now, maybe the meme idea would come first for some people, and then you'd build something. But if the mechanics aren't good, it's not going to work. So, anyways, it's innovative, guys. It's like so awesome. I love it.
Were you actually
Amen.
the first person to coin that one, Rudy? Did I hear that right?
MemeFi?
Yeah. Was that a myth?
No, that was.
So-
I think it was you guys.
So,
That's
Rudy,
right.
I mean, I was either talking to you or I was talking to James. And it was either you or James. So it could have been James that came up with MemeFi. But anyways, I remember like someone said it, and I'm like, that's what this is. And then it's like, it is what it is. Because when we were talking to the verse, he was like, man, it's not some complicated name, but then MemeFi was the perfect one. And it could have been James then, actually.
Yeah, it must have been.
I think it was James then. Yeah. It's so great.
You wanna
Yeah, I
say
mean,
something,
Us
Aris-
on a
Aris
stream,
Crypto?
man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of it's been said. I personally think we've got something very special on our hands. So I think what we can all agree on is I haven't heard of MemeFi outside of TitanX before. I don't think that's existed. We've heard of GameFi, where like gaming protocols have cross-sectioned into DeFi, but I just think MemeFi is so perfect for TitanX because look, we are pioneering a new standard with meme coins. And as TitanX is pure DeFi innovation, that intersection between us having an opportunity to create popular historical meme culture with real DeFi, I think is the top of the spear of what TitanX is going to need in the months and hopefully the years to come. Because when retail arrives, they're going to want to access a picture. They want to access a narrative. They want to see some fun. They want to see some green candles. They want to see some crack, and they're going to choose one of these memes, and they're going to start playing. And then we could easily go from whatever it is now, 18,000 users to, 100K, 100K plus users, like real top of the spear, bringing in retail into TitanX because it is so accessible. So I think this MemeFi revolution that's happening grassroots within TitanX could be the top of the spear for real adoption.
Rudy, what do you think of MemeFi?
Yeah, I mean, I've always said I think that memes are great onboarding tools. I mean, personally, I got into crypto through memes. I've delved into every chain, just trying to play the game, so to say. But and essentially got wrecked. And at the end of the day, you can come into TitanX, you can find something fun and not get wrecked, right? I mean, we have not only TitanX is a strong backend, but the ethos around TitanX, number one. And number two, again, it's just something for everybody. Not everybody wants to go read a white paper all the time. They might just want to ape into something fun and cool. I mean, I put out Jake X so early on, and it was kind of like an accident, honestly. Like I was joking with Mello. We were on a call, And it actually started with the meme. We took the picture of Jake's baby face and we put a cigarette in his mouth and we're like, that's it, bro. That's it. So
The best meme ever, bro. That was the best meme I've ever seen in my life, bro. When I saw that thing, mind you, I didn't see it just until a couple months ago. When I saw that thing, I said, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm pushing this, bro. And Chris was like, yo, bro, but that thing is so old. Bro, this is the best meme in the ecosystem, and that thing set, bro. I knew
absolutely,
I
bro.
knew it.
Yeah, man. And a big thing is just like content in general. Like the content makes itself. Like we're just out there. Like I work with another person. We're just sitting there sending memes back and forth to each other, laughing. It's really just so organic how it comes together. We're just pushing out content. I mean, Jake, I see that you're sharing all that stuff all the time. I mean, it's easy. It's easy for people to understand. Some people have never really like delved into DeFi, or so like the idea of like swapping into TitanX and then getting into JakeX is probably as easy and as simple as it gets. So yeah, I've been really just focusing on making content. I got some cool stuff that I'm building for JakeX right now. Not really announcing anything per se, but it's really a marketing strategy for the entire TitanX ecosystem. Yeah, that will be announced very soon too. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, let's
Google,
face it.
Sorry, Google, what's your take on the whole meme fi? You stepped in with Alien X. What's your take on the whole meme fi and narrative within TitanX? For somebody that doesn't read white papers,
I'm a little bit smarter than what I come off. I love it. It's evolution, and it's been already a long time in the making. A lot of people know me from like PTGC and Alien and stuff like that. Those are meme-fi projects. They just never coined the term, but it's they're memeable projects. They're memes at the end of the day, but they do stuff, right? They don't take your money and just sit it in an LP and just dump all over each other. Your money gets utilized for stuff, and you could see how everything grows on top of that. And if you're gonna charge somebody a little bit of a tax, and they know that it's going towards something, this huge like conglomerate of things, like they will participate. And that's what people look for. For me personally, I've been in the space for a long time. I don't want to hold just Pepe and Dog with Hat. Like that shit is stupid. But if I held, Alien X and the taxes get used for all these crazy burns and all of this, all of that, and the LP structure, that's something I want to hold. You know what I'm saying? If something that pays me reflections, I'm earning free money just for holding. That's something I want to hold. Ethereum is not paying me free money unless if I lock it up in somebody's stake. I do not want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So meme-fi, this was just always, this is what it was coming to. Because memes are cool at the end of the day, yeah, but they're just good to pump and dump. You have to give me an incentive as why to hold something. So this whole meme-fi thing, bro, it's beautiful. I love it. This is what I'm totally into.
Nice, man. Facing reality. Sorry, I cut you off there. You were going to say something.
Oh no, all good. No, I've been saying it for multiple years, even before I got into crypto with memes. It's the best thing since sliced bread. It's such a good way to get a message across, even to people that normally do not want to talk to you. It's a perfect icebreaker. You can get a message across that you never could have done otherwise. So yeah, for me, memes are literally the best thing since sliced bread.
Who did we lose there? Was that Dave? We lost Dave, did we?
Yeah, I think he's dropped off.
Okay. So Rudy, you building anything there at the minute?
Yeah, I'm working on a lot of things right now. I've had a lot of interest in like the hybrid NFT model. So I've had quite a few people actually reaching out to me to incorporate hybrid NFTs in their projects. So I've been working on a couple things there. I'll be releasing more details. One project I'm working a little bit more intimately with. That's super, super low key right now. And then I'm building stuff for Titan Legends as well as for JakeX, actually. So I got quite a few pots on the fire. Having a blast, though. I mean, every day is just making that 1% progress each day. Just keep pushing forward, So, yeah, I'm really, really excited for everything to come. I mean, as far as like Titan Legends go, we're going to be listing all of the NFT projects on TitanX, and I counted them up. I would say we'll probably have at least 10 projects listed by the end of the year there. I think it's really important to have a means to trade in TitanX versus taking it out of the ecosystem via OpenSea. Recently, like with any new additions, users will actually have the option to purchase in TitanX or in Ethereum. So that's actually a neat thing, because it really brings to life that OTC trading model that I've been really pushing. So if somebody wanted to exit a big position via hybrid NFT, they could actually go and list their NFT on the marketplace and sell it in ETH, and it actually wouldn't affect the TitanX chart. So it's something that I'm kind of trying to push that concept. It's kind of like herding cats in some ways, but
let's go back a bit just for this is quite important just for people to understand the hybrid NFT. Basically what is the hybrid NFT? That's being able to, if you explain the Dragon X one, that might be a good place to start.
Yeah, for sure. So I look at it almost like a token wrapper, right? So somebody goes and mints a Dragon X NFT with Dragon X. There's a small fee in TitanX, and that Dragon X essentially gets stored in a vault, right? And that NFT is always liquid, so they could go back to that vault, right, and go get their Dragon X back, or they can actually sell that NFT, which is linked with X amount of Dragon X tokens, OTC, to another user. So they wouldn't necessarily have to sell their Dragon X in the chart. They can actually just essentially transfer that NFT that's linked with X amount of tokens to another user. So I've been really pushing that concept. I love the idea of hybrid NFTs and allowing people to be able to trade OTC. Again, it doesn't affect the charts. You're just moving. So when TitanX starts to move up and those Dragon X NFTs are worth, could be worth $1 million, some of the higher priced ones, instead of selling it into the Dragon X chart, well, if you have another user lined up, you can list it on the marketplace and get the other user to buy it that way. So
and that's going to be obviously so you can basically store your holding. If there's a hybrid NFT model for a particular coin that you hold, you could potentially wrap it up and put your value into an NFT, and then entry and exit out of the TitanX ecosystem could be sold in Ethereum through Titan Legends marketplace. So it's another way for we want to get as much ETH into the system as possible. And it's just another way for somebody seeing a token to be able to just come along with Ethereum and buy an allocation of, if they don't want to come in and buy, if they don't want to come in through the multiple routes, they can get in directly through it. The hybrid NFTs then is how easy is it? Can we create them for any token in the ecosystem easily? Like
absolutely. Yeah, it's super adoptable. I'd really like to see all of the projects use them. I think that adoption comes with adoption, right? And in adopting that kind of model, it's just a small piece of a small piece of the pie, but at the same time, giving somebody the ability to trade OTC, I think is a really powerful tool versus, again, just selling into the liquidity pool.
Just thinking you can combine, obviously, a lot of these meme coins that are getting created within the MemeFi Inferno kingdom. You can bring in the element of whenever you do wrap them into an NFT, we could have, loads of the NFTs could have the different images of the actual memes themselves, and you can own a little bit your own meme within the ecosystem. One of the original bull images could be put up in one of the NFT wrappers as well. Just another thing that I hadn't really given any thought to. People that like NFTs love trading them, love holding them. And that is we're not even using that in the MemeFi sector yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I said, it's a lot more than meets the eye with those. And again, really any project can adopt them. And what's really nice about it too is it helps to actually soft lock supply. So if somebody takes and mints a Dragon X NFT, well, that supply gets put in a vault again, and it's out of circulation. So it won't come back into circulation until somebody goes to actually reclaim their tokens.
Dave giving the thumbs up or something there.
Yeah, right. Like Rudy, exactly. See, that's why TitanX is innovation, guys. We're innovating on levels that has never been done before. That's why I'm so bullish. Like Rudy, dude, totally. Like, and this is the one place we may be missing, guys. It's like Inferno definitely needs a hybrid NFT of the Inferno Bull. You know, it's like for sure, like be able to lock up Inferno in there and like it's a deflationary moving back and forth. People can collect them or do whatever. It could be just like it could be different. Dragon X hybrids, it's just 6 pictures. Element 280 hybrids, it's a few pictures. You know, or you could do generative. So there's many and with rarities. So the rarities kind of come in like the Emperor style of how much is paired in Dragon X, but there's not that many to choose from. But you know, for Legends, there's a ton to choose from. Yeah. So there's multiple ways to do this, but we should definitely be doing a hybrid NFT of each one of the characters that we're creating right now. That locks up each one of the tokens that we're making.
Absolutely.
It's fun.
Yeah, I love that. I love that idea. We have so much. We have so
Look
much
at the universe behind you. That's Team Awesome on your background. Dude. It's like, dude, look at that team. That's like the Avengers of Titan X. Like we literally need we need all of those, and there's going to be more to come. There's going to be a little sumo wrestler on there soon. You know, it's like, guys,
let's go. Shit, I like little sumo wrestlers, bro. Oh, you got an NFT of that shit, right?
Yeah,
like
we're
that,
doing
right?
it. So we're creating because we were gonna do certain things with that one, but I think we're now holding a little bit to really generate ridiculous mechanics behind it. So we're working on the design of it well before we decide when we're going to launch it. Definitely going to be, I think, before the end of the year, the launch. But you know, if it takes a little bit longer to come up with the right idea for that one, but the right idea for that one is different than bodybuilding dragons. They're already out. They're the ones we can do something an awesome X paired bodybuilding dragon somehow, and then it's a hybrid. We could probably launch that pretty quick, actually. If we just did something simple that kind of was the hybrid of the ecosystem, we could probably do that for fairly quickly, actually. I would rather start with that, create super cool mechanics for the people that they haven't really seen before with sumos, and just push it back a little bit. We use the ones that are already released. Definitely Inferno Bull. He's a great one. Well, he's the one that started it all.
Jake said it'll be.
I mean, everybody love aliens too, bro.
Well,
Don't
dude,
sleep
you're
on
right.
the aliens.
You're aliens on the team, dude. Aliens are on Team Awesome. And what are we fighting against? We're fighting against the evil of centralized finance. Literally, like, we are DeFi, and we're the revolutionaries in DeFi. We're the heroes. We're the Avengers that are actually protecting the rest of the world, even if they don't want it, from centralized finance.
Crypto anarchy, bro. I love it. I love it.
Here's a question. What do we think we need to do differently or could approach in a different way to try and suck in the retail meme investors in Solana and Base and Tron and all of the other ecosystems that they're playing in? I mean, we all know that we're in this, and it almost feels too good to be true, the value prop, right? And the way that this is all linking together. But what do you think we could do more as the top of the spear to bring people in? Or is it just time?
I think Eric hit me with a question. I was in his he has a mastermind, and he hit me with a question. I was in there having a chat the other day. You know, he said he asked me what I was doing to bring outside people in. And I think that's the most important question, you know, is that with the exponential growth of TitanX just needs new users coming in. We're all doing a lot by the building, the ideas. I think that outreach is the main thing that needs to be done. You know, when we create these meme tokens, we need to be banging out content all the time. Jake X, you're doing a great job with it. The Inferno Bulls Bank, just banging out, you know, bull memes all the time. And I think that's the most important thing for MemeFi, because we're building good products. There's no doubt about it. We're building good products, things that work really, really well. They're safe to do all the right things that we want that building Titan ecosystem builds to do. But it's just got to be that content creation behind the meme all the time. I think if we keep doing what we're doing, we will get more, as people come in and just see what we've got. We've got a whole DeFi ecosystem here. We have everything: borrowing, lending, mining, staking, Ethereum rewards, TITANX rewards, meme coins with buy and burns. We've got everything going on. It's just constantly creating content to keep banging the message out. And as soon as somebody sees something related to TITANX that they go, that looks awesome, and what they need to go and dig in a little bit more. And then once we get them just having a look at what we've got, we should be able to suck them in. But for me, as if we're talking about memes, meme-fi specific, we've got to be creating actual memes all the time. And for me as a founder, it's hard. It nearly gets a little bit harder each time we're doing more work. It nearly gets harder to continually do it. So if you're coming up and you're fountain a coin, make sure that you're going to follow up with the effort to continually create content and shill the fuck out of your own shit.
Exactly. Yeah, we're in an attention economy.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about attention. Or attention. And I think the key word you're trying to say is consistency.
Yes.
Just be consistent. And I know exactly what you're saying. Even when you're trying to put out new content, new memes, at some point it feels like you're drying up because you have the feeling that you need to be new, not reposting constantly the same thing. So as a content creator, at some point you get anxious. Oh no, I already posted this 3 times. I need to make something new. But in reality, you don't really need to, because every different time span of a day or in a week, different people watch your content, or different people are engaging to Twitter or whatever. So in the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you keep repeating the same thing over and over. The chance that one person is seeing your content 2 or 3 times in a row is really rare.
Yeah.
I often say with the TITANX ecosystem, I truly see it as a theme park. We all go together to a theme park, but we don't all go to the same attraction. We all have different taste in different attractions that we want to go into. And I think the TITANX ecosystem is exactly that. You can't be in every attraction in a theme park the same way you can't be in every protocol on TITANX. You go to the things that attract you the most. And it doesn't really matter which one you support. In the end of the day, you support the whole ecosystem. And that's the beauty of what Jake created here. And it's special, truly special.
Okay, I'm gonna butt in there, right?
Oh, he came off with that one.
Jack, no days off, bro. No days off means no breaks neither, bro. We work through lunch, we work through coffee, we work through all of that, bro.
Sickness and health, man. Yeah,
He said, I'll be back in 1 minute. And then the next comment in the chat was, he's a way to start Lotus miners. And then
a whole lunch break later, the guy pops up.
Yeah, the Lotus burn jumped 50K.
I was refreshing. I need a little bit of refreshing.
Here you go. Yeah,
now we're ready to rock and roll. Let's do it.
Another good example of just being consistent and creating content is this, just getting people on stream. Everybody's doing their part, you're shilling the message I'm shilling the message all the time just by having this as a background. When you go out and stream, it's crazy. Consistency, yes. Some streams you pop on, and there is days where you feel like, fucking hell, why am I doing this? We've got 3,500 people watching across all the different channels here at the minute, and they're all getting the message of meme fives. They're seeing Jake the founder on. They've got your matrix in the background. Crypto Awesome, they can see your dragon there if you move your fat head. So I mean that's just part of the consistency. And there is times, like you're saying, you feel like you're posting the same content. There's times when you're on streaming and there's less people engaging. You're like, geez, you just got to keep working through that. And I think that's everybody's doing a great job of that at the minute. And unfortunately, no matter what we're doing, we kind of need to do more.
Well, here's how we do more. And okay, how did we all become builders? We started providing value for the community. Then once we provided enough value for the community for free, all of a sudden we created something that creates value and recirculates it and allow people to participate. We never extracted value. We always started providing value. And then we provided value first, right? So here's how everybody can help. because we do need this, guys. We are not paying for marketing. We are not the normal VC funded thing. We are the revolution. So how do we actually market? Yes, we got to do what you guys were just talking about. We need to, all of us need to, but the audience can help. Because if everybody watching right now, you just need to be clipping these. These are going to be like just 24 hours long. Like start taking notes when you hear the things you like. Just put the time code down or take a screenshot and then get back to your computer, clip it, share it, quote it. Like that's our army. Our army is us and the people, everybody watching. If you want to build on, maybe it's not everybody here, but the people who want to build, who are going to go from community member to builder, like we all did. And we're still community members, but we started as community members. Builders came later, like maybe quickly later in the case of Rudy and Eric, right? You guys built quick, and Dude and Blaze, like all you guys built real quick, but like, but there's a lot more builders out there. And that's where the Launchpad can really kind of help culture that community. Because if people are scared of not having enough resources, it's like, well, you know, you can't be scared of that anymore. You just got to make sure you dump your idea out and submit it and see what happens. And then the geniuses behind the scenes will look at it and help make it right, make it work before it's launched. We're not going to launch some stupid project for the Launchpad. We're going to make sure it's great and it benefits the whole community. And we do have a lot of actual submissions. But anyways, all I'm saying is, how do you provide value before you become a builder? Start clipping all of these videos. There's so much alpha. Like, make it short and easy for people. Anything that's interesting to you, put it all over all your socials. Because what if somebody could interesting to everybody else?
Yeah, somebody could really make somebody, you know, this is how easy it is to get accepted and sort of add your value. But somebody, you know, somebody just coming along and only clipping YouTube stream clips of all the streamers here and just consistently throwing out every day 10 posts. How easy would it be? Somebody could really make a name for themselves and get quite a lot of following just by taking 1 hour a day and clipping 10 YouTube clips, and it would be huge for the ecosystem, you know. And it could be the kind of thing, you know, you take, you know, a couple of clips of this whole 24 hours, Jake, you know, you nearly take 5 clips of what you thought Jake said was good at that time and repost it. People did that all over TikTok and Instagram and Twitter for Richard Hart. You know, there was channels that just clipped him saying awesome, cool things and posted, and some of those got like, you know, 100K views, and it's just some random dude taking a fucking clip.
That's how Andrew Tate got all famous, because all he did was he basically made his army pay him every month to be in his army and told his army, here's how you make money. You put my videos everywhere. And like, he literally had them cut his videos and they just shared them. Like, millions of boys and teens were sharing his videos because he told them to, and he gave them a reason to. And you know what? Your reason for this one is to make this community more successful, because we're about to hit hyperdeflation. Get your bag now. Like, you literally only have a couple days. Like,
yo, and that's crazy how that works, bro, because I didn't even know who Andrew Tate was. My nephew and my son told me who Andrew Tate was.
Right.
And I was
exactly.
like, that's crazy.
But all they were doing, he was getting an army to share his content. Very focused. And that's exactly what we're doing build on TitanX. We're very focused as builders. We're doing one single task. That's burning TitanX or locking or staking it. You know, it's like we are all focused on the same goal, which actually is the only reason we're strong, because that's where, but all of our content is great. Like, all of our content is focused on this goal. So now people can clearly just grab it and share it and know that it's not going to hurt anybody. Like, we're not marketing this because we're paid. Like, I'm not this passionate because I'm paid to be this passionate. I'm passionate because what we're doing here is revolutionary. It's different. It's innovative. And it is going to change finance. Like, if you haven't read the TitanX white paper and you're watching this right now, you need to go read it, because it's as revolutionary as the Bitcoin white paper was when it came out and created digital currency. This creates fair launch hyperdeflation and a place to build and a great ethos. Like, it is revolutionary because the fair launch and hyperdeflation are actually revolutionary on a foundational economic financial level. This is actually what needs to happen in the whole world, because we have only lived in inflation. So Jake, you created something that's like, I don't even know what's about to happen. None of us really do. This is the first time it's actually been experimented with on a financial level. So this is why I'm actually bullish on this. That's why I went I should have gone all in January, but I went half in. But like, you know, it's like, yeah, I still wish I had miners coming out right now, but anyways, I claimed all my miners.
Hey,
Hashtag belief.
I believe,
I got
man.
miners for another month.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Last miner standing.
Who's got that last miner? Come on.
I have a screenshot of my last one that I claimed. I'll keep that little screenshot forever when I look back in my various screenshot folders. But yeah, no, everybody's doing a fantastic job so far. That's the beauty of, in my opinion, the beauty of organic growth is that the people are here fucking believe in what we're doing. And, you know, there's nobody getting paid for anything at all. We just really all want to, you know, try and make this thing a success together. You know, nobody's paying for advertising. There is a time and a place for it. And maybe that time and a place will come in another month or two, whenever we get a little bit bigger again. But the beauty here at the minute is this organic growth, that the community is so fucking strong, rallying around the same ethos. So, yeah, everybody fucking keep it up.
Yeah. I don't even think we need to spend money. This will get a life of its own. It already is. When I started off with Morpheus 4 weeks ago with the Twitter out of nowhere, I had to literally, like what Jake was saying, put in the work, get the 128 rule in, and just keep on pushing. And I went from literally 0 to 10K impressions a day in 4 weeks. So it is possible if you just keep on consistently putting in the work. And what I'm seeing now is other people are taking over my work. So what I started to create, other people are now creating, and you see that it's going to get a life of its own. And at some point you will hit critical mass. And as soon as that happens, it's literally unstoppable. And we're close, like really close.
Yeah, I mean, like adoption's a snowball effect, right? Like as more people start to come in, we've started to see that snowball grow, and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And what's the key to doing this? The key is really creating viral content. And what does that look like? Well, I think in a big way, it's alpha, right? Like these snips from these streams that are going on, and just sharing like Jake, you're always dropping alpha. You're always dropping something that's like you said something the other day too about like, I know it's a Richard Hart thing, but volatility is the price that you pay for the world's best performing asset. I was literally thinking that. I went to the bathroom, I went to look at my phone, and you tweeted it, bro. And I was like, what? I was like, this is weird. But yeah, alpha is a big part of it. And then the other part, I think memes have a really good say in that, you know, like with Jake X, like I'm dead ass convinced we're going to create a meme that's going to go viral at some point, because there's a certain level of like social relevancy that comes in. Like, you know, something could be happening with the election or something, like with a celebrity or something. Well, you know, we slap the Jake face on there and share it to the right people. And maybe that gets shared 1,000 times, 10,000 times, you know? So yeah, there's just so much to work on in that realm. And again, consistency is key. I mean, I literally sit down for like at least an hour a day, and I'm just like making memes, laughing to myself. Like it's actually my favorite part of the day.
This might be like a technical question, but how do you do the face tracking on the videos?
Dude, so all right, this is alpha right now. Pinata Farms. Right. It's an iOS app, and basically like it's already kind of more or less pre-generated. Like you can just swipe through. Like I don't have Instagram or anything, but you can just like swipe through the reels and actually just input faces there. So any guys that are watching this for meme creation, Pinata Farms is dope. Definitely go get it.
Are they on Android? Do you know?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
I'm gonna be all over that. My phone everywhere.
We're all trying to download right now,
bro.
I was looking for something good for a while because I was seeing other people do this, and I asked my buddy, I was like, "What are you using to make memes?" It's like Pinata Farms. I'm like, "All right." So that
alpha. Makes sense, because I was trying to do it with like CapCut. I was like, this is fucking hard. This takes forever. Because motion tracking and shit. Yeah.
I gave up. I made a few of them lately. I did a Jack Levin one where I can't even. I'll share them on Twitter again. But I made one making fun of Jack Levin. But but it took me so long to do it and CapCut. It's like I've got these freaking square heads on top of normal bodies, but it's good. That's for me. That's massive alpha because it takes me really hours to make shit memes with it. So Pinata Farms all the way, baby.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, with making the best beams, sometimes like the least thought that goes into it, almost the better, you know. So the more that you like spend time like trying to like construct something, it's like you could have made 5 other memes. So
Speaking of that, okay, so I do create quite a lot of content in terms of, you know, I just be sitting and you see something on Twitter and you go, fuck, I'm gonna take the piss out of that, and you go and sometimes just to make a video of what you're gonna you know, trying to put the face on, or you know, going into one app and starting to create something and going into another app and doing it there. But I have a lot of fun. You see, you're saying about, you know, just with the memes. You know, you have a lot of fun creating them, and you send them to your mates first, to the guys that you work with first. Right. You're yourselves laughing, and then you throw it out, and then all of a sudden it's got, you know, 100 likes and retweeted 20 times. But that's real, you know, it's freaking fun. It's good crack just playing around with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys. So the awesome V is rock star bodybuilding dragons with like electric guitars with like fire shooting out of their guitars, dude. Like, this is the coolest freaking thing, guys. You guys are gonna love it. It is amazing. But anyways, awesome V is gonna be pretty sweet. But I'm stoked with what Steve's doing because it's actually it's actual innovation what he did. Like, he actually changed something that, like, he rewrote some code in the Matrix with perpetual capped supply auctions. Like, wow. It's fascinating. And it's 1 billion tokens each, like, to start. Like, that's what's also the crazy part. So, oh, man. And it's thickening out. It's designed to thicken LPs that it's paired with. So, and then whatever the Volt wheel is, oh, my gosh. That's
yeah, I think Steve has certainly stepped himself into DeFi Lord territory. Right?
For sure.
That dude, like I mean, I've read the Volt white paper quite a few times before it launched, and I was like, yeah, this is super interesting. And then I saw it start to unfold, and the way that those auctions distribute supply, I mean, it really essentially created the most fair distribution of supply out of any of the TITANX tokens. I thought that. And then the perpetual auctions on top of that, just to feed the buy and burn. I mean, man, I can't believe that like Viper's coming out and all of these other protocols, all the pillars are coming out. Like, I'm so excited. I've been trying to like kind of time everything because I want to get involved with every single one of them.
I'm having too much fun in the
You're
chat.
Muted,
right now
Ali.
because,
You're muted, Ali.
Lotus is kicking off right now.
That's a good lead into
so much fun in
the next section of that. Yeah, we're going to wrap up here. We've been running for nearly 4 hours. That's going to be coming to the end of our little section within the conference. Next up, we've got SteveDefi and his crew are going to be taking over for the next sort of 4 hours. So I'm sure he'll be doing a real good dive into everything that he's building, all the Volt pillars, all the craziness that's going on. I think there's up to 10 pillars now. And then the Volt wheel, we've just had Lotus launch, so I'm sure he'll be doing a good deep dive into everything. I suppose we want to say thanks to everybody that come on. Anybody have any sort of remarks they want to make there before we close it up?
I got something to say real quick. Listen, Jake has been saying this over and over and over again. I cannot get it out of my head. I think it's some kind of encrypted message. You take it for what it's worth. But the man keeps saying, stop sleeping on these build on TITANX protocols. Stop sleeping on the ones that you think is dead. You think they whack. You think they're not going to do nothing. Stop sleeping on them. Stop. Perfect example, Flux. Perfect example, Awesome X. The most perfect example, Alien X. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, the nice thing too with
next protocol.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say
the same thing with the low participation in these early weeks after the first big pump is actually good because those are the best ratios. So in one sense, these early lower participations are creating less tokens on the market. So it's not a bad thing that it's kind of slowly ramps up into something great. But day ones are usually pretty good right now because but there's so many protocols launching. People are trying to conserve their TitanX also. And so they're trying to, I want to be in this and this and this. And I got to say, I'm right there with everybody because I do want to be in day. I mean, you say not everybody can be in every protocol. Well, I mean, I'm right there.
You're going to give it a good shot.
I like being involved in every protocol. And that was my lesson I learned when I faded Baby Dragon X and Dragon X was never fade BOT because you have no idea what's about to happen.
Example.
Yo, they said the other day they was making fun of the dude that sold 70 billion Dragon X, and I said, yo, that was Dave.
It was only 10 billion, but still, I sold 10 billion Dragon X. No, I created Helios miners with it. I faded it for Helios. I didn't get out of the ecosystem, which isn't a bad move.
That's fine. Helios still got to mature, so that's fine. You good.
It's not a bad move in the long run, but in the short run, I missed the 77Xs. I missed the 22Xs. So, you know, always I keep my foot in the water of everybody. Maybe not equally, because I like some more than others personally, but I'm glad I didn't fade Volt when it was auctioning. Like, you know, I don't want to fade any of these potential. Maybe there'll be 2 or 3 or 4 early on that I don't participate in, but ultimately, so far it's basically been like 98%.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, I keep saying that.
Hard to say no. Hard to say no, isn't it? All right, we're going to have to wrap this section up. Anybody want to say anything quickly before we wrap it up?
Just lastly, it's been
Irish crypto.
Yo, I'll give y'all some alpha real quick. Y'all want it? It's a good ratio trade. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Right? You could have minted Alien X 1-to-1 day one, right? You could buy it right now. I think 1 to 1.2 or something like that. Right now, I'm trading 1 for my last trade was 1.1 to 2.38. That's my ratio trade for Alien X. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Go figure it out. But 1 to 2.38 was my last trade.
Pat, go ahead. You were going to say something there. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, great stream. I mean, you know, what a selection of builders that we've got here pioneering the MemeFi revolution within TitanX. I think we all agree, and the verse talks about this a lot. We are in a meme coin market, and we are here for the foreseeable. And Jake always talks about, I think there's only 5 or 6 coins, not financial advice, that's done a 10,000x. And I think TitanX could potentially put one in there, potentially a lot more. So, you know, I think anyone that's sitting on the sidelines, do start researching into some of the MemeFi coins that are coming through. The last thing I'll say is the GoatX Telegram is open for business as of about 2 hours ago. So check out my tweet and X post with the Telegram address, and that's going to be kicking off white paper wise in the next week or so. So bring it on.
All right, sweet.
Let's go.
Peace in reality. You were going to say something too.
Oh yeah. I just want to say, keep on minting. It's going to be the only supply that's going to be out there. I know arbing is nice, and I know I should be buying off market every now and then because my rate is better. But I just like minting because I know it's going to be the only coins into existence. So we are now at the birth of creating all the coins. It's not for every protocol, but because some of them are perpetual. But the majority of the coins that are built on TitanX are capped. So we are now in the position to create the coins in existence forever. So I just keep minting, even though it might be a deficit of 10%, because I know in the future it will be the only coins out there. So, and a second thing is be part of the farms. Every kingdom needs a farm to exist. And I don't think people realize how important a farm is to, one, incentivize people to be part of it and therefore lock up a lot of economic energy that will not be sold. It will also bring more people from the outside in because they will see how much liquidity is actually locked up within these farms. This gives a lot of confidence for new players to come in. So I think we should address the farms more and keep on minting.
All right, nice. Thank you. Okay, everybody. cheers for cheers for coming. We're gonna wrap this one up now and move into the next section. SteveDefi and his team will be coming in and taking over. So thanks to all the panel here, and thanks to everybody that's tuned in so far.
Cheers, Ali. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Oh, it's all nice and calm again. All those crazy MFers are gone. We can have a civilized conversation.
That was so funny because you were talking about. You mentioned the word meme fight and everybody started shouting. I'm like, this is perfect.
Oh yeah. So we have 4.5 hours we've been going for so far. I think it's going pretty well this far. I think we've got SteveDefi in the house, have we? Maybe not quite yet. There he is.
What's up, fellas?
Yo.
Good stuff so far.
Ever.
Good to see you guys. That was amazing. The last few hours, just fantastic listening. Just totally enjoyed it. And just brilliant stuff.
Yeah. So
I love how every time Steve gets on, his hair gets longer and his beard gets longer. I love it. Mad scientist.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's the builder mode, isn't it? I saw yours getting longer too.
Oh yeah, 100%. My girlfriend dragged me to the barber. That's the only way she'll get me in.
All right. Yeah, I always get a haircut when I'm in Asia because it's really cheap and they're really, really good.
Hello, everybody.
You wait 7 months. You go back to Asia every time you get a haircut.
Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere and there's no hairdressers out here, so they're really bad.
Well, look, guys, I'm going to
That's my
bounce
job.
off here. I'm absolutely exhausted and absolutely starving. So good luck to everybody. It's been a fun day so far, and I'll be listening to everything's going on. Congratulations, Rain Man. It looks like an amazing launch for you.
Thanks, guys. I didn't even know I was on screen yet. I was looking down around. How are you guys doing today?
Right. See you later, everyone.
They have a habit of doing that. Whenever you're looking down, they just pull you right back up. You're like, what the fuck?
Is Chiz in here? Hey, Jake, how you doing, man?
Yo, welcome.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Congratulations with the Lotus launch.
Yeah,
Holy
right?
crap. I know, dude.
Oh, wow.
8
It's
million
like-
market cap. Nice job. Nice job.
Number one on Ethereum. It's number one on Ethereum. You got
I missed that. That was more
Oh.
important. Nice
Yeah.
job. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
I got to get
Inferno, Helios, Dragon X, Titan X, Vault, Lotus, all in the top 87 on Ethereum.
Damn.
Amazing.
Damn.
Damn.
Ethereum
That's
belongs
great.
to us.
Yeah.
Killing it.
That's awesome. I got to get Chiz in here. I'm just sending him the link real quick. Sorry, guys.
Wow.
Hey,
that
Steve,
is
can you hear me
awesome.
good?
Yeah, you're loud and clear, man.
Awesome.
Yeah,
What's
so
up,
yeah,
Tony?
I was on the phone to Justin, and I'm like, Justin, you're at number 20. Justin, you're at number 18. Justin, you're at number 1.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
Amazing. Yeah, we have like let's see what the buy and burn's got. About 400 grand of Titan X already just in the buy and burn alone. And yeah, so it's pretty awesome, It's pretty epic. God, yeah, hard
It's a
work pays
beautiful
off.
UI.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got to do a bunch of stuff with CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap and all that good stuff. So I think Chiz might be joining any second if he's not like hiding out in the waiting room down there.
Nah.
I have updated TITANX as well. And if you're holding the token, it's on the privacy first portfolio tracker on TITANX Hub.
I actually saw it right away. Thanks for that, buddy. Nice job.
Oh, did you buy it already? You have some already?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. I I was head down, starting my miners, a
Yeah,
little bit
right.
on market just in case. Yeah, I was right into it.
Not bad, not bad.
It's up 4,312%.
That's good.
That's it. Yeah,
I'm
some
up
people did
too.
really well. We didn't get botted on launch. It looked like at all, hardly.
I noticed that. That's
That
interesting.
was like
Yeah.
huge,
Good
right?
launch.
Yeah.
I wonder why. You know,
Say that again, Raymond.
I wonder why no one. I wonder why no one tailored a bot to freaking.
Maybe they
you know?
just thought Lotus was too beautiful. They didn't want to play with the Lotus, you know?
They want to
Yeah,
mess
it's
it up,
beautiful.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, we
Don't
don't want to
let
make
the
it
beauty
dirty.
fool you.
And plus, you know, when you did Hydra, Jake, you were telling people about the bots and stay out of it. So I was like, yeah, stay out of it unless you want to get wrecked. So maybe they were just like, screw it, because it's going to be them battling against each other.
Maybe,
I
yeah, because
mean-
all these like very exotic pair tokens, like so Lotus is paired with Volt, which is like 3 layers deep in the liquidity.
Oh yeah.
They might just be like, okay, yeah, this is a little bit too complicated. This might not be worth it.
Yeah.
Chiz is
I
in the house.
appreciate that, them thinking that, that's for sure.
Chiz is in the house, right?
What's up, Chiz? What's up, Vibra, Mike? Hey, guys. Sorry, I just didn't say what's up to everybody.
What's going
Been
on?
trying to follow along, but in focus for this for this. But I mean, this is what the conference is all about, right, guys? Is the awareness for TITANX. So, yeah. Thanks for all
Hey,
your
how do you
support.
feel, Rain Man?
Yeah, right.
How do you
Here's over you.
how do you feel? You're a couple hours into this now. I know. I mean, not.
You know,
a
I'm
couple hours,
happy
but I know you've been up
because
for a long time.
I'm happy because it's going to enable me to build more on TITANX. I'm happy because it's bringing value to the users, and I'm happy because it's going to help me get my GPS VU token out there one day. So I'm pretty stoked right now. I'm actually kind of surprised, you know. Yeah, definitely a little surprised, I would say. So, yeah.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
How'd you sleep last night?
Yeah.
You know, I
Did
went to bed
you
at 11.
sleep last night?
Yeah, I did. I went to bed at 11, got up at 5. I was just creating a bunch of content, you know. People texting me saying, go to damn bed. I'm like, dude, I got to, you know what I mean? I got to get the flow of the marketing going, you know. So, you know how we do, you know, the rule 100. So just, I'm sure everyone was like, oh my God, another freaking Lotus tweet. Give me a break, you know. But you got to get it out there, you know, because not everybody's looking at Twitter every like 2 minutes. And when they do, you know, I want them to see a Lotus tweet. So, yeah, that was the goal. And, you know, Mello, big shout out to Mello for helping me with the Telegram, and just Steve, you know, and just going through stuff. And our devs, you know, we can talk about, I want to talk about them later and give them a shout out too, because they really deserve it, man. They are some of the most ethical guys in what they've done. And yeah, so yeah. So
Yeah, tell you to
anybody
go to bed is some low T shit right there before your launch.
that is, yeah, I mean, I was surprised I could sleep, to be honest with you. But I woke
Wow,
up.
you're lucky.
I was like 5 a.m. I woke up. I was tired. I was like, I don't give a shit. I'm getting up right damn now and getting this. And I'm glad I did, because, you know, there's a lot that needs to be done. And yeah, but we had it all organized, because I don't like dealing with shit crazy at the last minute. You know, it's just not a good way to go about it. So we organized everything yesterday. And these guys, our devs, you know, they worked with us like hand in hand, you know. So, Chiz, did you buy some off market?
Ooh, no.
No.
No, not yet.
Yeah, some people made like a shit ton apparently off the market already, like 30Xs, and they were saying, or something like that. I wasn't reading the Telegram because I was blocking so many scammers, just like crazy, you know. I've got more scammer friends than real friends apparently in my list. Yeah.
I saw that some people bought and staked already. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Oh, that is interesting, actually.
Oh man,
that wasn't me.
Oh yeah,
It's like there was no bots in this. It's like I bet there was some people with bots that just didn't work. Maybe they didn't realize this is going to be a very exotic pair, and their bots just didn't work. Because this is the first launch I've not seen massive bots in TITANX.
Maybe they're giving.
I had to adjust slippage for my first buy, so maybe that kind of fucked with them.
Wow.
Nice work, Justin. Good job,
Thanks,
man.
buddy. I
Yeah,
see you
for
down
sure.
there. Yeah, I
Yeah.
appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I know it's been a very stressful week for you, so it's
Yeah,
extremely stressful. I don't think people understand, man. It's some people love it. I think dude loves it. I think he loves the launch and everything to do with it. Me personally, I don't like it so much. It's extremely stressful.
Yeah, it's just it's just the code. I wasn't concerned about the smart contracts because they were audited so well, and the comments that we got from the auditors, and it's just really the front end integration, like kind of spooking people if stuff didn't work. Like we had a ROI issue we had to adjust like immediately, and yeah, I mean just stuff like that. Yeah, just a lot of preparation. So glad that's over with. To be honest with you. Sure, you know the feeling. Jake and Steve and everybody else is launching tokens.
Man, I'm surprised you could sleep. I can't sleep during launches. It's fucking impossible. My mind doesn't stop racing.
Little
I remember,
gummy.
man. I've told that story a bunch of times when during the TITANX launch, I slept 10 minutes. I tried sleeping. I slept 10 minutes, and I puked like 6 times during the launch. I was overly stressed like a motherfucker. Even though the smart contracts were audited 3 times. But I was still like, man, yeah, I was puking all over the place. It wasn't fun.
And the auditors.
I hear that, and I think that's awesome as an investor. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. This guy really cares about this. If you told me you slept like a baby the night before, I'd be like, this dude's just tossing money around left and right. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad you were throwing up. I'm sorry.
Thank God. Thank God you're saying that, man, because it's happening right now. Like me, just right now, even though it's not even out yet, I'm already stressed out to the max.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was hyping it up for so long before the launch, so I was like, man, if I fuck this up, I'm really fucked. So I was like stressed as fuck.
It's kind of like you get one shot, and then you got to go hunt people down in other countries to get your money back, right? Like that was the most epic thing ever. I mean, still, I give them props, But
I think this might be good for like other builders launching. Is the way I did the TITANX launch is for 2 weeks leading up to the launch. I did like 300 deployments on my local hard hat, running through all the transactions, doing everything, and it's like theater prep. You do your like preparation. You do it 300 times before you actually do it, and then when you do it, I was like, oh, that's actually pretty smooth.
Yeah, and we're still going to be testing, going up to the first staker payout to make sure everything's legit and everything. I've got a bunch of test miners coming out and making sure all that's good to go. But I mean, I was actually shocked. I mean, everything was pretty much done, stuff, the glitches with the, oracles with the ROIs and stuff like that on the front end. They got to be, tweaked and whatnot. So yeah, we got 4,000 viewers, guys. I mean, 3,400. That's pretty solid.
Yeah,
the miner was really nice too. Setting up the miner was just. I watched your little video you put out. I think that was great. I mean, that was just really, really thoughtful. Put that out there, give people a sense. This is what this is the process, and it was perfect, dude. I went in there, started my miners, everything checked out. Here I am. Congratulations.
Well, thank you for participating, Ted. I appreciate you guys. So it wouldn't be anything if we didn't have the whole TITANX community participating in our projects, right? So yeah, I'm not even streaming to my channels. Yeah, I am. Maybe. I mean, that's Jake.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Does Jake want to stream to his channel?
Sure. I'm locked out because it has the most amount of streams running. Maybe I should.
Let me create one. Yeah, this one's not getting much.
Yeah, I'm locked out too.
Whose YouTube channel is this on right now, so I can share it in the?
There's a limited amount.
That one.
So like everyone can share to their.
I get rid of the blaze on Twitter. But that's not getting too much. Let's get rid of that one.
Is this on Blaze Crypto, or is this on Unity and DeFi, Steve, or what's this on? Because I can share it real quick in my.
Well, let's leave open ones for Jake, so he can get his.
No. I just meant like the link. Share the link, Steve, to the people in the Telegram. I think we're streaming on Blaze.
It's on Blaze Crypto. Yeah, it's on Blaze Crypto.
Okay, cool. I got it.
It's on mine also. It's
Yeah.
about to be on Jake's.
Okay.
Yeah, mine will get the most views. So kick someone
Yeah,
out.
100%.
Someone with the least views.
Yeah, you definitely be getting the one with the most views.
Kick someone out.
Yeah, you definitely be getting the one with the most views.
Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, you took, yeah, so now we got, yeah, that's good.
Okay, I need one more kicked because then I can do on YouTube and Twitter. Oh, perfect.
Okay.
We're streaming. Nice.
Brilliant.
Let's fucking go.
Now, yeah, I was going to say, when you're launching, you know the contract works. Like Jake said, you're testing it hundreds of times. You know everything's good, but you're like, is it, that's the sleeplessness comes. You know everything's fine and everything logically fine. It has to be fine. It's been audited. It's been done perfectly, but you're still like, oh, it's launching. So, man, the adrenaline. I was having so much adrenaline when Justin launched. I was like, wow, it was fun, man. That was an amazing
I was on the phone
launch.
with Steve. He's like, go to deck screener. I'm like, all right, let me look at deck screener. I'm like, oh shit, that's pretty nice, Just screenshot that bastard and throw it up on Twitter real quick. Yeah.
So Trader Lee just tweeted. He says, "Yes, with Lotus, I feel a profound sense of peace." So
that's cool.
Yes, so that's good. I think that's me too. I just get out of the sauna, so I'm like, I'm ready to go to sleep.
Too early for that.
Someone asked about Vault BNB. I just like Pepe doesn't have a BNB. No, nothing has BNB outside TitanX. So a BNB is like DeFi 3.0. Nothing else. Launches have a BNB. They stick it in the liquidity pool. You get botted, and then you lose everything. Everyone. But we in TitanX, we have good launches. We have a BNB, and BNBs get low, and then BNBs get full, and that's part of it. But we have a BNB, and that is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I love when people get so centered on the buy and burn. Especially like I love when communities attack us that have. So for example, there was one guy attacking me on Twitter yesterday, and he was like, "Yeah, but what about this TitanX staking thing?" So we talked about it, and I was like, "Yeah, the thing you're in has hundreds of millions of dollars in staking, unlocking, and you have $0 on buy and burn. Why the fuck are you pointing your finger at us? We have more, man. Like it's so insane. It's such projection."
People are getting spoiled with the buy and burns, man. It's like they're asking me, when's the buy and burn? When's the buy and burn? I'm like, oh my God, dude, you haven't even launched the protocol yet. It goes live tomorrow. You're already talking about exiting through the buy and burn, but have fun, free market tomorrow, that's why I did the 4% like Inferno. So that's going to be really interesting, right? So Sunday through Wednesday is just 4% at 8 minutes. And then it kicks in to 10 minutes on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday, 15 minutes, which is cool, because if we hadn't got a lot in the buy and burn, then it would eat it up too fast, right? If I was doing like 15% or what have you, another variable at 8 minutes. So kind of an experiment, right, guys? I mean, we're just experimenting here.
What's the plan with Zara on top of Lotus? Is also launching the 8th November?
Steve?
Oh, no. Zara is going to launch. It's all the focus is on Viper for the pillar built on Dragon X, launching the 8th. 8 days later, I want to launch all the other pillars at the same time. But if the devs aren't comfortable, we just start with the core 4, and then a few days later do Zara, and then over the next day just stagger them. But ideally, just all at the same time, because the user interface of every one encourages others to. It links to all the other sites through the interface. So Zara is built on Lotus, and our shares. So pretty excited about that.
Can you tell us a little bit about that, Steve?
Yeah, so Zara. So
you were going to say more. What was that? Come on.
All the pillars are the same as tokenomics as Viper, and Viper is the same tokenomics as Vault, yet with Nexus buy wheel. So the front end, the Dodge diesel look of the car looks the same, but you look at under the hood and you got this Nexus buy wheel, which is the first of a kind ever in DeFi of a buy and burn trinity, just buying each other and going in a wheel, and liquidity between the two, just locking everything up. So what we want is all the pillars will have liquidity with each other. You know, Zara with Viper, with Turbo with Viper, everything with Viper, everything with Dragon X, you know, every altcoin. So everything has got liquidity together, and then the wheel gets placed on top, and that is buying every single pillar. So the TITANX for enter the wheel buys all the pillars, then buys wheel, and wheel buys vault. So the only place TITANX in the ecosystem for vault is with vault. So vault, TITANX, and then everything else. If that makes sense.
Everything else is vault, right?
Everything else is vault and the pillars. So everything is vault and the wheel. So the wheel is the wheel is also connected with Viper, with like wheel token, with Bull, with Zara, and everything. So yeah, I mean there will be people won't create liquidity pools with TITANX with everything, but the big liquidity pools are going to be with each other. You know what I mean?
So all the vault pillars, if I remember correctly, also had a liquidity pool with vault, right? That's going to be the main one for them.
That's right. Vault so Viper with Vault and Dragon X too. So then it'd be equal. Viper and Dragon X, Viper and Vault. It'd be equal between the two.
It's like building Rome with these pillars and this thing on top. I feel like I need a Colosseum graphic or something like that.
Yeah, I've got these graphics coming out.
So the main pillars are going to be, so it's going to be mainly liquidity with Vault and Viper then. And then Dragon X is as a proxy to Viper. Or direct pool.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. What you just said. I heard everything, even though I disappeared. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some pictures. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
I can't wrap my head around it. I need it dumb it down for Utah.
Yeah, so in the absolute simple way is it's the same as Vault. So if you understand Vault, you understand all the pillars. The only difference is this little buy wheel, which is under the hood that you don't need to know about, but it's incredibly interesting, first of a kind in DeFi. So
I'm sure it'll be spectacular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm sure
idea
it'll be
is to help
amazing.
everyone together. Yeah.
I like the idea.
Yeah.
It smells like an interview, Steve.
Yeah, man.
I think I need to go on my drawing board, man.
Oh man, when you get your drawing board out, sparks fly. That's it. I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, that'll work. Mike will dig it out of you, break it down, drag the images around, make it easy to digest. Yeah.
So the way I try to do it is like I try to understand it first and do the drawings, and then when the founders come, they explain it, and maybe I misunderstood something, so the viewer can also see and they can ask the question. So I like it that way.
I've already started working on my elevator pitch, Mike.
Oh, nice. Oh, TEDx, you're bringing something out too. Damn.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
That is true.
Oh, damn. All right.
Everybody's building.
I'm telling you, man, that's crazy. I get DMs, and there's also some few things which I can even not talk about yet. It's crazy. It's crazy.
100%. I wonder who's going to do the interview for Matrix. I want to see like an angel mic and a devil mic just interviewing each other.
Yeah.
I think you should do it, Jake.
Maybe I can interview Mike for Matrix. That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that'd be epic.
I don't know,
Mike
like a
drawing
blue
out.
robot and a red robot, that might be good though. You know.
We'll see.
Like he could record all the questions and then record all the answers and just put it in, him talking to himself. It'd be perfect.
We'll figure something out.
I remember it's kind of funny because now that we're entering hyperdeflation, we see all these like matrix references pop up. It's kind of cool. It's like programmed in the matrix almost.
I'm telling you, it's crazy, right?
Yeah, and all this machine talk is making me wonder when someone's going to start the Terminator protocol.
Oh, maybe that's Marco. That he started that.
That's Marco. It's got to be Marco.
Got to be
Has
him.
to
innit?
be. I was talking
We
to
got
Marco
Morpheus
yesterday.
founder coming up
Someone
next.
text him.
Oh, Viper's here too. Viper's on Morpheus.
Yeah, that's a lot's coming with that. I feel like people are gonna be surprised. There's some exciting things. Definitely.
Are you on the Morpheus?
Stay tuned.
When lunch?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
helping
okay, perfect. I
Brandon.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Yup. So super excited. You know what's going on, so can't wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
When
Let's just say Morpheus is not just it will not just stop at Morpheus. There's stuff building on Morpheus. And it's pretty cool stuff.
It's like layers
Definitely.
and layers and layers of liquidity bonding. It's incredible, really. You know. So, have you guys dropped your white paper out yet, Barbara?
Yeah. That it's actually the green paper, and the website just got updated. It's almost all released now, but it is such a sick website. If you go to Morpheus.win, the whole matrix thing, the numbers dripping, it's really cool looking.
Awesome. Yeah. So I just haven't read a lot of white papers. I need to. I've just been, you know how it is when there's just so many. You know, I want to read them all. I just had to make sure the shit went right. You know, with everything today. So I'm gonna dig in. Hopefully, right.
I did do a stream with them, kind of talking about their paper. So
Okay, cool.
Just listen to that in the background.
Yeah, I've been absent from like every stream almost the whole week, and it just feels weird for doing it for like a year, and then you like take a week off. You feel like you like left your family almost. It's kind of strange. I was texting Mo. I was like, dude, sorry, man.
I was just gonna say you were texting me and apologizing.
I was going to say 1 trillion of TitanX has come in Lotus, according to my
Oh,
calculations.
that's
here.
impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to repeat something I've said lots and lots of times. What if every kind of small, medium-sized protocol gets 1 to 2 trillion out of their launch? With what we have and what's coming, we don't have enough. Like come on, man. Yeah,
Man,
we're a couple hours into it.
You know the craziest part? The biggest burner hasn't even launched yet. X18 and Shogun hasn't even launched yet. That's the biggest burner.
The X28.
Oh yeah, man, I have some fucking insane ideas for Shogun. If you like seeing that supply number, say bye-bye to it. Because Shogun's gonna fucking burn the floor with it. And everybody's gonna enjoy doing it because they're gonna get an amazing deal on Shogun.
Clip that.
Oh, alpha drop. Let's fucking go.
Right there. Clip it. Right there.
Yeah, we have some
4 hours.
crazy game theory I'm working through. So Shogun will probably come together with an infrastructure layer of sorts that other protocols can also route by pressure through that will eat the supply. Like say bye-bye to the TitanX supply.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, people were talking about the stake supply coming out. You know, that's not a big deal either. You know, it is, but it's really not to me. You know, because things are just eating it up like crazy.
So it's not even that. So with the staking thing, it's like the last final straw that people are grasping at as like the last element that we can somehow FUD before we enter hyperdeflation. The thing with the staking is it's not inflation. A lot of that staking was from 2 to 3 weeks ago. It's just users kind of like sniping the payout, just getting some Ethereum and then doing what they do. It's just tokens moving around. The biggest FUD element that people add to that is like these people are in massive profit. Which, if you look on chain, that's not the case at all. A lot of the TitanX that was staked was roughly around the price that we're at now, months ago, or 2 to 3 weeks ago, as people tried to snipe the payout. The other thing is it's not inflation. This is supply that already existed. It's not minor inflation coming out. This supply is already on the market. It's just tokens moving around. And then the other part of it is, it's only 5 trillion-ish after day 369, and then the rest comes out over a period of 100 days after that, which is almost nothing. We pumped from the bottom to now 10x with 35 roughly trillion supply coming out, new inflation. We pumped 10x. So like people are just grasping at like whatever last straw they can get to get some fear out of people. It's not working. It's not gonna work.
And plus,
Jake, what were you saying earlier about the buy and burn? I know there's 12 million or something in there, but you were saying the percentages of the buy and burn were like a fifth of what the protocols are doing, something like that.
Yeah. So the other element of FUD that people are trying to like inject on our community as like a last stand is that the V2 is running out, but the V2 is only 3 to 5% of volume. It's almost nothing. It's 3 to 5% of volume, and the build on TITANX protocols on a daily basis burn 5 to 10 times more per day than whatever that buy and burn was doing. So it's fully irrelevant when you look at the numbers.
Do you remember the beginning, how much you checked that V2? When's the last time you checked it? Dude, I haven't checked it in months. It's not even a thought in my head. There's so much happening besides the V2.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and also like people like, oh, the buy and burn is running out. No, it's not. Hyper has like 5 to 5.5 million. That's Hyper. It has buying every day. And then you have the V2, which has roughly 11 to 12 million of Ethereum. And then you have the farms, which is constantly bringing in new Ethereums and buying TITANX from the liquidity fees. There's so much. I love it.
Hydra's got a ton in it by itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a ton. There's so much here. Flooding at this point, it really is just trying to find anything to get someone to dump.
You know, the funniest part? The funniest part about all of this is the community that is flooding it has hundreds of millions of dollars in stakes coming out with $0 in buy and burn pressure. And they're trying to point a finger at us, being like, hey, you have no buy and burn, and there's a little bit coming out. It's like, guys, Jesus Christ.
Yes, I think it's for attention.
Yes, how you doing?
Me?
Yes. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good, man. How about you?
I'm good. Well, I'm asking about you, man. I mean, how do you feel right now today? You got to be excited.
No, I'm good. I'm not excited. No. Honestly, no, I'm just being real. I'm not excited. I mean, look, man, it's been a great year and I'm like in the zone. I'm not really excited. When I'm like in the zone, I'm way better. When I'm getting euphoric and excited, that means that, you know, something's off. So I'm not really excited. Okay. I mean, I'm psyched for Rain Man mostly, really. I mean, honestly, I mean, I've been, you know, following him and you know, and Lotus. So I'm happy for him. And yeah, in terms of like TITANX, I'm just grateful, honestly, more than excited, like just grateful for the opportunity because I mean, because I mean, yeah, so I'm just grateful. And at this point, that's why all the FUD doesn't, I don't even listen to it, honestly. It's just a projection of weakness. I mean, TITANX and this ecosystem is clearly the strongest ecosystem on the planet at this point, you know, in DeFi. And so when there's no competition, like it's time to bear down and dominate, really. And so for me, yeah, I'm bearing down because it's wealth creation time. And I can't afford to be euphoric at this point. Yeah. But that's just me. You know?
No, fair enough. Fair answer. Utah, how you feeling right now with day 369 just a couple days away?
Oh man, I love hearing Chiz talk because me and Chiz we're like complete opposites.
Yeah, man.
But we're both older, and like I would have never met Chiz if it wasn't for TITANX, man. And everybody I think remembers. I know me and Chiz remember. You know, we had a little WTF conversation in Titan Spaces one day, and it was right after Hyper launched, and then Hyper just went straight down, and we're like, oh man, the hell, you know, because we had onboarded a bunch of people in that. You know, things got pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, they did. And but how I'm feeling right now is I'm also very grateful. You know, and I don't give a shit about any FUD. I've taken so many damn arrows. I've been in that TITANX chat when it
I
was
love how you say
when there
that.
was nobody there until it went all the way up to like 13,000. I've seen it all. I've heard it all. I've banned them all. I've been through it, man. I'm telling you, bro. There's been ban fests in there at times. Jake knows. Jake would come in and help. And just start banning
Let's bring
people.
Eric back up. We can talk about banning.
know, it got rough, but I feel like this last retracement that we've seen was a gift. That, in my opinion, that's a gift. If you saw it and you're able to and you can capitalize on it, I feel like it's a gift. Not financial advice. I don't know the future, but I just get that feeling that like now, like it's go time. I just feel like it's go time, man. There's just too many things going on here, and they're not garbage. They're great. These protocols are next level. The stuff that's being built here is everything is elevated. Like you're not finding this anywhere else. You got guys from other protocols, founders from other protocols jumping on with other founders during their launch, congratulating them, hyping them, shouting them out, supporting each other. It's an amazing thing, and I'm just very grateful to be part of it. It seems like it's been 5 years in a way, right? Not just 1 year. Holy shit, a year in crypto from launch till now. Man, so much has happened. A million things have happened. And I'm just happy to be here, man. So let's go. Right, Mo?
Let's fucking go. This dude
1-2
left
on
me the best
Ethereum.
voice note the other day with that attitude.
1-2 on Ethereum, Mo, man. TITANX ecosystem 1-2.
Oh, is that it right now? Yeah.
Lotus 1,
Lotus
Vault 2. And in the top 100, you've got Inferno, Helios, Dragon X, of course, TITANX. You got all tons. It's an Ethereum takeover of TITANX. I mean, a TITANX takeover of Ethereum.
It's crazy. It's hard to believe. Yeah, Jake, thanks for giving us this opportunity to build on TITANX and creating it, man. It's just been a hell of a journey. Ups and downs, lefts and rights, circular fucking backflips, whatever.
I mean, to be honest, I should 100% be thanking you guys. It's the other way around. Because like you guys had to believe, man. You had to withstand a fuck ton of FUD, especially during like the early days of TITANX. And I was like, man, let's see who sees this through. And you're all still here,
Yeah. You got to fight for what you want in life, and just do the right thing, and it'll come back around. I feel like so, and it is right now. Like I'm really stoked about my GPSF food token one day. Like that'll be sick if we can go omni-chain with TITANX and get over to like Algorand or something, which is the main blockchain in Africa, which is pure proof of stake, which is like the app validators don't get paid. So it's like conquers like the blockchain trilemma, basically, where there's like the aspect of decentralization and security and scaling, right? So it doesn't worry about that. And so all these cell phones in Africa now are having the Algorand apps like installed in them when they get their phones. And so it's a possibility, that could come to fruition one day, not right now, obviously, but that'd be pretty badass, So why not do some good shit on the side, right? Really good stuff. So anyways, I talk about that, but yeah, I mean, it could be all about TITANX too, and that'd be just weird. I have no idea how we would incorporate it yet, right? So, but that's down the road for sure. I've got good friends in Ethiopia, like family, and they already have their own farms and they're growing and they're feeding all kinds of people, and it's amazing actually. And they already know about this idea. They actually came here to America because they lived here for a while, and Aloe Farms, ALO. This farming technique is you can grow in like 1,000 square feet. You can yield like 15 acres of food. It's grown on like fish hydroponics from fish waste and tilapia and stuff. And it's like incredibly rich, like greens and other stuff. And it yields it super fast. And so they learn the techniques and they're utilizing them now over there. And if we could just airdrop freaking tokens in the villagers' cell phones, they could pull the resources and come grab their stash, you know, from the farm. So
Man, I was just reading something. I heard you mention farming and then ALO or whatever, and my mind instantly just went to Titan Farms. So I had to spend like 30 seconds re-coordinating my head.
Titan Farms, yeah, that's epic too, dude. I haven't even had time to take place in it. I'm like missing out. I need to get into it. But that's off
Farms is
topic.
the only reason I could take part in Lotus today. So thank you, Eric, for Farms.
Agreed 100%. If it wasn't for farms, I would be missing a lot of these protocols because my farms, man, they're generating me a little bit of tink to be able to participate in some of these. So
Tinky tink.
Old Abe, right?
Tinky tink.
Is that the pillar? Abe, Steve?
I think Steve is in the zone.
He's in the
Yeah,
zone.
I think yeah. It's a pillar. It's tink. It's just a 20% burn. Tink pillar is just like it's just focused on tink, and it's a little bit different than the other ones, the other pillars. So it's just going to be, Eric asked me to do it, and I just said, yeah, let's do it. So yeah, we'll figure it out.
It's cool. We're having fun and we're doing some logos, you know. Some of the things are just so crazy. Like Eric would kill us if we're trying to make it Abraham Lincoln. You know, it's so funny.
Yeah, Farmer
great.
Abe.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
Farmer.
fun.
Hey, Steve, what's
One thing-
what's the mystery pillar?
That's exactly what my question.
Oh man!
Right, Mike.
Rubbing his hands.
Let's-
That's always a good sign.
Come on, man. Let's peer pressure
I can't
Steve.
say, but what I can say
Let's
is
go.
Christmas Day, I'm going to ask Jake to be dressed up in Santa Claus, Eric as an elf, and do a stream together for the gift to the community. I can't say anymore.
Steve sent me that message earlier on. I was like, oh, I'm so curious now.
that's good
like a
marketing right
gift.
there.
The gift.
Santa Claus is Jake is Santa Claus. That's going to be an interesting.
And by the way, my partner on this is coming on in the last hour that we're doing, and he is an amazing guy, and he's got something special for Jake. So I hope if Jake's around, he's got something special to share with you. Just cool stuff.
What is it?
So, he told me not to say, but like it's just cool stuff. Like I can say, like it's like he's really, really good, man. He's a really top guy. You're gonna like him a lot. He's massive behind the scenes in TITANX. He's just massive. Like he talks to everyone. Like he counsels me. He helps everyone in TITANX.
Has he been on stream before?
In amazing ways. His name's Jay Gold. Jay Gold.
I've seen a name.
He's coming on. Yeah. He knows all the alpha. He blows me away. He knows all the alpha, and but he's got some cool things to share with you. He's doing he loves numerology and stuff like that. You know.
All right, I'm sold. That's all you needed to say. It was that simple.
Good.
Right?
Cool.
There's numbers.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
Hey, I hope the gift is good because getting me to change a black T-shirt for anything needs to be worth it. I just have 5 black T-shirts and I just rotate in between. So I'll put a Santa thing in there.
Oh man, Jay Gold's my partner in this, so it's good, man.
You did wear a white T-shirt in your video interview for TITANX that I shared about 1,000 times in the Telegram. Though I do remember that.
True. Oh,
That was my inspiration. That was my inspiration for making the short clips. To be honest with you, like, hey, that was the best thing for people coming in to TITANX for me as a mod at the beginning to say, look, watch a 30-minute video. It's 30 minutes. Watch it. Jay did it. I think I shared that, and I can't even tell you how many times. And so that helped a lot. So, and now people understand mining and blah blah blah, but some people don't. Like we directed some folks to it this morning, So
That's actually a great point. Like that white paper videos is something every protocol should try to do. Either put your interview with Mike, for example, on there, but something on your white paper with a video explaining it. There's a lot. Because people prefer watching videos to like learn stuff. Especially like because when you see a wall of text, you need like somebody to explain it. Just like explain the text to me. Like it's that simple.
Yeah, we need a DEX, TITANX DEX now. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet.
Well, I know what I'm putting in my white
a lot of things.
What'd you say?
I said I know what I'm putting in my white paper now.
A video, hell yeah.
Links, videos.
Yeah.
And you know what, Rayman, to your
Graphics.
point, that like I said, I referenced that video that you put out to just show how the mining technique. I think that's something we should encourage to all the builders moving forward. You know, the more public outreach we can do, and the more just hands-on feel, if you will, with these interfaces, it just gives them confidence going into it as well. Like, okay, I remember watching the video. These are my steps. And then they have the video to turn to as well, if they have questions. So they're not sitting there trying to find a feed or a post that they saw 2 weeks ago, So I think that'd be a great thing to consider for all future builds.
We did it for Blaze.
Yeah.
I remember Rain Man did one for Blaze, white paper walkthrough. Because if you're trying to explain Blaze like in text, it can seem really, really complicated. But when the UI's in front of you, it's like, oh, this is simple.
Yeah. I try to explain the tokenomics more than the UI, and I should have probably done it the other way around. But the UI wasn't out yet. I was just explaining the white paper, right? Just so I think I edited it it took me like 10 hours worth of my time to just get it right. Because I'm like fumbling over my words, trying to just
But that's another important thing. Like the white papers seem complicated because it shows you what's behind the scenes. But I remember with TITANX, everybody was so confused before the launch, and then when the UI came out, it's like, oh wait, it's a big blue button. It's actually not that complicated. It shows you everything on the UI, and you press the big blue button, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Easy.
I remember you saying that for a while. Just press the big blue button.
Yeah, exactly. Even Volt seems relatively complicated behind the scenes, but then you go to the UI, it's like, just press the green button, that's it.
Yeah, it's smart.
Do you guys mind if I just share, who built the project for me? They asked me if we were successful. Do you guys don't mind, do you, for a second if we do that?
Go for it.
You cool? All right. Let me just send him a message real quick to let him know.
Hey, I'm gonna bounce out. I'm gonna start making lunch for the seniors, and I will be back as soon as that is done.
What are they having for lunch today, Mo?
One of them wants a sandwich today, so I'm gonna make her a sandwich, turkey sandwich with some lettuce and tomato, and then the other one wants a salad, so I'm gonna make her a handmade salad.
Do you live with the seniors?
You're a good man.
I appreciate you guys.
Yep,
I thought someone asked a question. So
yeah,
I
was asking, do you live with the seniors?
Yeah, I'm a 24/7 living caretaker because they're both disabled, so they need a lot of help.
That's cool.
Don't get old, people, or have a big family and lots of money. Do well,
or just get rich with TITANX and live forever.
Yeah,
anti-aging, baby. Let's get it.
There you go. There you go.
Set up a wallet at lunch today and mine some Lotus.
Yeah, I already started the Lotus on stream earlier. I was definitely not paying attention. Just start my miners. But yeah, for sure. Congratulations on the launch, man. I definitely want to be here for that. Yeah, awesome launch, awesome UI. I can't wait to see where this goes. So congratulations.
Are the seniors starting Lotus miners as well? He's gone.
Yes, I started Lotus miners.
No. I'm asking if the seniors...
Keep asking questions. Keep them here.
Oh, are the seniors starting? No.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. They have the high level. I've talked to them about TITANX and DragonX. I haven't gone down into the lower levels. Although they do know about Blaze because I have the Blaze hat. So I told them all about Blaze.
So they're holding DragonX and TITANX now?
Yeah. TITANX and DragonX.
That's amazing.
They're holding it, yeah? They bought some.
Yeah. So
crazy.
They don't know what it is. It's just a little bit on the side. They don't know what's going on. But yeah, they're having fun. Anyway,
That's awesome,
I'll see you guys later.
Later, bro.
Yep.
Okay, so Yeah, Steve, what do we got going on here? And then I'll bring up Danny's stuff on my screen. I got it.
Oh,
I got it.
yeah, I was just showing some of the artwork. I think the site is beautiful. Just looking at this, you know.
I agree.
And
Yeah, it's really peaceful.
Rain Man, Justin, I showed my girlfriend this site a few nights, and she wants Lotus so bad, you know, and so, you know, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna mine Lotus for her, you know. It's just so beautiful. So I really like it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm like, I mean, if you could see how many designs of Zara I've done, I mean, I'm like, God, where is this girl really at? Is she real in this world? You know, it's just like this amazing. It's AI art, you know, just it's incredible. But you can make it so benevolent or aggressive or medium or whatever you want to do, right? So I mean, there's all like I did. I've said this before with Blaze. You know, Scorched Earth shit is fun too. Apocalypse, and then I just wanted to flip the script big time, you know, on Lotus. So
yeah. But the beauty with Lotus is it looks beautiful, but if you look under the hood, it's real. It's a real protocol. It's a innovative mining, you know, built on Volt. That's never been done. That's built on TitanX, right? It's never been done, and so yeah, it's beautiful. But I wouldn't be mining for her unless it was, you know, if I thought it would be a good play, you know.
That's
and
cool.
It seems, yeah, you know, it feels like it is right now. It's early, but it feels like it is, you know.
I mean, what do we got in the buy and burn? Let me just see. Let me just check real quick.
Change.
Yeah, not too shabby.
It's crazy that in the first few hours, 1 trillion TitanX. This is the thing that is really stunning about the protocol, and this is why, like, inflation at this point and staking. It's not inflation, but you know, staking liquid supply is irrelevant because there's so much burn going on. When 1 trillion TitanX goes into Lotus in the first few hours, that's crazy. Like, it really is. It's stunning.
We're
And
at
so
2 hours and 22 minutes, Chiz, right now. Yeah.
So if that happens with when Morpheus ends up launching, if that same roughly 1 trillion TitanX goes into that protocol, that means there will be 100 billion that is going to be given away to 10 people. So there's a lottery with the launch. If you mint Morpheus, each 100 million TitanX you use gives you 1 ticket, and there will be 10 winners drawn at the end of the mint phase. And 10% of whatever's in that pool gets chopped up between 10 people. So it's going to be exciting.
I like it also because you guys are starting to talk about 100 million, right? Which is, you know, and soon we're going to be starting to talk about 10 million TitanX, which is going to be a lot, right? And so it's like, it's good. Yeah. I think Morpheus is interesting, man. I don't, yeah, I haven't fully dug into it 100%, but I've been listening and following, and I'm intrigued for a variety of reasons. So, yeah.
Hey,
one thing too.
Frozen? Are you guys kind of frozen, or is it just me?
I'm good.
I think it's you.
I think it's your side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, let me share their screen, dude, because I've got a better connection, I think, than you do when you shared Lotus, and I got it up too. Is that cool with you?
Oh, go for it. Go for it, man.
Cool. All right. And, you know, go back to what you were saying. We can do it in a second. You know, you guys are talking about Morpheus. So I just didn't know if everybody was frozen. So, but I was listening.
Yes. Like the next session is with Pulse Chain from TitanX, from TitanX Love to Pulse Chain. We got Morpheus, like all these guys from Pulse Chain came in to TitanX because everyone, like me and Vibro, he's from Pulse Chain from TitanX, and we're doing this party coin together. And we took Jake's advice on doing it like a utility thing and making it better, but he's got some great ideas. We're going to share about the party coin tomorrow, but in the next hour, we got all these guys from Pulse Chain who are building, like there's Brandon, there's Crypto Kool-Aid, who's done something already, and they're all going to be coming in the next hour talking about their project. So Crypto Kool-Aid, I saw you in the chats, but I don't know if you see my DM. So just so you know, And yeah, it's going to be fantastic because it's amazing that like everyone in like loads of us in TITANX are from mess around with Pulse Chain and Zen and all of DeFi, and we love this type of stuff. So it's a massive, amazing fit. So I'm really excited. Like Vibra's going to be leading the conversation, and in the next hour with all these guys, like Brandon and all these guys are coming in. So, but
in
Justin,
the next hour or now?
In 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we got them coming in.
Oh, nice.
So we got Pulsar.
I need to jump on my trampoline a little bit because I'm almost falling asleep here.
Right? Yeah, yeah. But do it. Yeah.
All right, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, man.
I'll drink some water.
Hey, Vibra, how much space? How many people do you need to drop down, like, to have this conversation? Would it be helpful for people like me to? Yeah.
I'm not sure on it. I don't have the control of it, so I don't know how many people are in the background waiting to come in. But I think that it's just Kool-Aid and Brandon, I think, are coming on. So I think we should have room for them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll drop off too if you guys need me to. Hey, Vibra, so it's been a minute since I've been in the Morpheus Telegram, but I remember you guys saying that like this is your warning about Morpheus. We could launch at any time. And then was there something about a 3 days notice, or there is no more notice? That was the notice. So where are we at with that?
Yeah. So it was I think it came out yesterday. There was could launch anytime in the next 4 days. I have to check the exact time of it in there, but yeah, there is a message in there from the Morpheus admin saying, the launch will happen within 4 days from here. So yeah, we now
baby,
we're
let's
getting
go.
close. Yeah. Yep. And we were one thing too that I really like is a lot of these protocols are really getting aggressive with some of the buy and burns immediately and really trying to get things going. And we took the opposite approach, and we want to keep the buy and burn extended because we figure as the TITANX grows in price, once the bear market comes, a huge selling point could be, hey, look, there's still millions of dollars in this buy and burn that are going to be buying this coin during the bear market. So just kind of, I think, try to think of ways to keep people around during the bear market instead of just everyone running for the hills. So we thought that was something that was kind of unique too. So there's a lot of stuff built in to the protocol, but then what's coming on top of it in the future is what I think is going to be the real keys to it.
Your eyes just lit up when you started saying what's coming in the future. So yeah, apparently, look at you. You're pretty happy about that. Yeah, I'm excited to hear what it is now.
It is, but yeah, it is, and it needs to be done. It'll be the right people are behind it. I think for certain things like to bridge the communities with Pulse Chain and Zen and all of us, we need guys that have been here. I was there in Hex day one, Pulse Chain day one, TITANX day one. So if all of us can't do it, people that recognize us from these different communities, if they can't follow our leads, I don't know how to bridge that gap. And with the party coin, actually doing events in person with people and inviting all the communities for all of us to come together. Because I've seen it at the Hex conferences and Pulse Chain conferences. People showed up that weren't really there for Hex and Pulse Chain. They heard about it and they had such a good time. And by the end of it, everyone was friends. I feel like all the tribalism and the hatred back and forth that's said online, in person, I feel like it would all get squashed and we would all come out of it being like, how could we all win together?
I like that
Awesome.
idea. Hey, I'm going to drop off just so people can jump on. Congratulations on the launch. Rayman, awesome. Good to see everybody. TEDx, when are you going to start dropping some alpha on what you got cooking, man?
Very soon. Very, very soon.
Awesome.
Very
Looking
soon.
forward to it. Always good to see you, Chiz.
All right, Utah. I actually heard that. Is it true that you're cooking too? What is up? What's up with that?
Yeah, bro. I couldn't do it, bro. Remember I told you I wasn't cooking? You said
I know.
let the young guys do it. I wasn't going to build just to build. But when E280 came out, man, I fell in love with the protocol.
I know you did. I saw that. Yeah.
And instantly I had an idea, like something sparked, and I reached out to dude, and here we go.
Sweet.
So yeah, I'm
It's
cooking
great.
something. Yeah, it's gonna be part of the E280 ecosystem, and it's gonna benefit TITANX as a whole. It's gonna be awesome.
Nice.
I'm so excited for it. You know, I'm creating the protocol that I would love to participate in.
Sweet.
So,
Isn't that
It's
awesome?
great. It's great.
Be able to create something that you want to build and believe in.
yeah, for sure. I wouldn't build just to build, and I wasn't gonna build at all. You know, but I just have that entrepreneurial spirit, and when something comes and I'm passionate about it, like go time, you know.
Yeah, it kind of creeps in, and then once it's in you,
Yeah,
you can't control it.
it's been there my whole life. It's been there my whole life, man. And now it's in crypto, so
Yeah.
awesome. Appreciate all you guys. I'm gonna drop off. Thanks, Steve. Good
Thank
job
you,
with
guys.
Bolt.
Yeah,
Thanks,
we'll do a commercial break, or a 1 minute thing, and Lotus launch. We'll talk about the devs later. It just did. And
okay, you want to do that later? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, do that later. And
Yeah.
yeah, man, brilliant, Utah. Love you, man. We're coming back with Pulse from TITANX with Pulse Chain and Love. We've got Morpheus. We got Crypto Kool-Aid. It's gonna be amazing.
Just mushrooms and onions.
Once upon a time in the bustling world of cryptocurrency, TITANX was born from a vision of a decentralized future where innovation meets sustainability. As the community rallied together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Criticism about mining being unprofitable, chitter-chatter of forever downchart, fear, doubt, and uncertainty about the project being dead. Then came the Dragon, the Bull, Helios, and the Vaulted One, to name just a few of the defending protocols that put the bears to flight. Additionally, with groundbreaking features like Proof of Burn 2.0, TITANX transformed obstacles into opportunities. Today, as we celebrate our first anniversary, we reflect on our journey and invite you to join us. Together, we're not just building a platform, we're shaping the future of freedom. Let's ignite this revolution.
I love that video.
What's going on, everyone?
Oh,
What's
God,
up?
Crypto Kool-Aid.
There he is.
Dear Lord.
He's got the best background here by far. I mean, that thing
Well,
is
you know, you
and
gotta
it's
do it by
handmade.
hand. Pixel by pixel, you got to do it by hand.
Yep,
That's an
I
actual
started
illustration of that's what his brain looks like on the inside, guys. Actual illustration.
That's right. That's right. I was gonna get the pulsar and the black hole and a little bit more, but after 200 hours, I'm like, good enough. Ship it.
Yeah, I started my design. It's going to be ready in 3 years.
Sorry, guys.
So what's going on? Congratulations to everyone. What an exciting time. It's been a crazy year.
Yeah. Yeah, it has.
Now nobody wants to talk over each other.
Now it's hard.
I've never seen so many people on the screen. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
But man,
I'm
this is
actually
gotta upgrade to the
drop
even
down
more
because
bigger
I want
StreamYard.
I'm just gonna drop down because I need to grab something to eat as well. I just want to say hi to Brandon, and also I don't know your name. Hindsight 2020, is that the name you go for? Because I only see Morpheus the win.
Oh, he's
You're
muted.
muted.
The classical beginner
Oh,
mistake.
yeah, the classical mute. No, I'm facing reality on Twitter.
Facing
My
reality.
boy.
All right, man. All right, man. Yeah, nice
okay,
to
yes,
meet you
yeah.
guys. And I told Brandon as well, if possible, you guys can come on Monday for stream if you guys want. Today and tomorrow is quite busy, but anyhow, I'll let you guys be here. I'm gonna be watching in the background or listening in the background. I'm gonna grab something to eat right now. By the way, I bought a pizza today, and I paid 18.92 million TITANX. And
There you go.
I also timestamped it on Twitter. and I've bookmarked it. So let's see how that's going to be worth. In
That's an
whatever.
expensive pizza, Mike. Very expensive.
we will see. We will see. I'm gonna make a page on TITANX Hub for this pizza, so that we can just go titanxhub.com/pizza, and then you can also see it in domination of DragonX and all the other ones. So maybe I should have bought Volt instead of the pizza. We will see.
Nice one, Mike. Nice one.
All right, take care,
Oh,
Mike.
man, so that's awesome. And so glad to have Brandon, Kool-Aid, and Phase Reality. Guys, you came from Pulse Chain. And what attracted you to TITANX, and how did you find out about it, and how did you come here for Brandon? What happened there?
Well, at first, I didn't really know how I felt about Jake Sharpe at the beginning. I think, did you have, so, the whole DM situation, you DMing people to talk about your thing. And I figured it sounded like a virtual or like a VA or something, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because you just can't hit all those people the way that you want to. I used VAs too when I had a real estate business, and it just sounded like that. I think that the only time I ever had any interaction with you was really then. And then you were, quite frankly, you were off my radar for a long time. And then I hear about TITANX, I think from Kool-Aid.
Yep.
And he gets on the phone call with me because he has everybody's phone number. And he's like, hey dude, he's like, you really need to take a look at this. And here's why. And I said, yeah, I'll take a look at anything. So, I pulled up the white paper, and I mean, it made complete 100 million% sense to me. I liked the fact that this was a creation model. I liked the fact that that the buy and burns were very public. We could see where the ETH went. Okay, so that's a tremendous amount of FUD that if you're in the Pulse Chain or Hex community, whatever, you got to deal with that all the time. So that's real nice to be able to say, oh, look. And in fact, somebody from the Hex community, a bigger player yesterday, was asking, what happens here? What happens when, inflation comes out? There's $15 million of inflation. And I was able to copy paste the buy and burn webpage from TITANX website and just say, hey guys, this is exactly what's going on right now. This is how we could potentially keep this afloat. And I went to TITANX Hub and I copied all of that. And I said, there's 17 protocols right now that are live that are buying and burning. So to go back, I think I got in again. I think on a different stream, I might've said day 3, it might be day 2, but somewhere around there, right after I talked to Kool-Aid. And I sent out really, really long miners, which is really nice. And I've been following it ever since, all the way down. I've got a group called Dollar Riot. We just meet. It's anybody can join. It's not paid. We meet every Wednesday. And chart kept going down and down and down. And we kept getting more and more excited because it was just excellent opportunity all the way around. And we've been talking about it for a year now. So it's just refreshing to be around a community that doesn't try to put you down for being creative and wanting to participate in decentralized finance. And it can be fun. It can be fun if it's transparent. If there's not bad actors. Obviously you can't weed out all the bad actors, but it's just a really cool experience to be involved in this. So I appreciate you guys who were probably much more public about this than I was. I did some tweets and I talked about it on stream. I didn't really shill it hard, but you guys took a lot of the arrows. So appreciate you guys doing that for us now.
Yeah, and for myself,
that's the fun part, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in the very beginning, I mean, shit, actually a year before Jake launched TITANX, I actually reached out to him because I'm a systemic designer in the gaming industry. And I was like, yo, I really like your alter ego stuff. I like your mentality and all the rest of that. And that stuff has power moving forward. And, I was in the very first day. But of course, I called everyone within the Pulse Chain community and explained to them the mechanics and the system design on why everything fold backs into each other. And the most important feature set besides, TitanX being proof of Ethereum, which is exactly what it is. Instead of just a leverage play, a better coin of it is proof of Ethereum, because T-share is proof of time. Zen was proof of fair launch. The build on TitanX mythos is actually the biggest mechanic, because it allows for a broader sense of community and carving down the maximalist mentality that my shiny rock is better than your shiny rock. When everything comes together, shield to spear, everything creates an actual phalanx. And that's really the principle of DeFi for all. And I think that is the most tenement thing that we have now seen between the utility on how everyone within the community has been coming together and doing all the rest of that to build supporting protocols that not only surround the wagons on what the IP does of the underlying TitanX protocol, but how DeFi for all can actually move and shape forward, and then to expand onto bigger things like Pulse Chain.
Yep. There's going to be a lot that's going to be happening in the next 5 years. I think most people don't understand that. Like, huge advancements in decreasing the friction of money across blockchains and the interoperability stuff. So if you can have, I think that if you can have your vision and your mission aligned in such a way that you'll be able to quickly take advantage of those, and maybe that's because you're multi-chain or omni-chain, or maybe that's because you built a protocol that can be adaptable and other things can be built on top of it. But if you're positioned for that properly, then you're going to be well ahead of all the competition moving forward. And guys, it's going to move fast. The AI stuff is going to it's going to take the world by storm very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. And it make no mistake, it's going to be a huge contributor to blockchain technology. We're going to start seeing that very soon. Not 10 years, talking like 24, 36 months, those sort of time frames.
And you can see that because, like, look at the first year of TitanX, but look at how fast AI has come to the forefront in the last 24 months, right? And so blockchain itself, the interoperability of proof of being human and self-sovereignty is actually the counter wedge on the seesaw of what's happening between a large language model, between what you can aggregate news, what you can create or create with, videos or images. The actual self-sovereignty of blockchain is the load balance to what's going to be happening with generative AI and how all the AI systems actually use everything together. So it's a perfect marriage on how fast DeFi for all and AI as a general lion's share are going to be moving and counterbalancing together.
Absolutely. Love it.
The robots are coming for sure. It's going to be phenomenal. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm in TitanX and Tesla, to be honest. I love AI, and I think they're the leaders, but it's interesting. But what do you think, you guys building anything in AI in the games or anything? Or, I know the Morpheus team of massive vision. Is AI part of that?
Absolutely. 100%.
Yep.
Already talking about it, where I'm trying my best to stay on the cutting edge. I've got Google Alerts set up constantly. I'm just consuming information about this. I'm trying to watch videos. I'm trying to watch the cool stuff. I'm trying to watch the scary stuff, the doomsday people, because it all kind of, there's like amalgamates into a single idea here. But I'm doing this to try to take advantage of some of the emerging technologies that will also come out. I want to be a part of that. Part of opening up buildthetech.com was for that reason as well. It's to position myself and the people around me in the things that I love to take advantage of what's coming. And I wish I had that opportunity or that vision when I was younger. And now I see it coming, and now I'm trying to position myself. So yeah, definitely looking at stuff like that. Yeah. And we didn't have to, that wasn't the point. I wasn't trying to shill, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it coming up, guys. Yeah. I tell people, for the most part, if you're like on TitanX, the Accelerate team, I think they've been around quite a bit. They know everybody. They're very well networked. Certainly reach out to these guys. This was more of like a, Web 2 / Web 3 thing. We are building some projects right now. It's real nice. So if you do need help, feel free to reach out. But Accelerate team, I don't want to step on their toes. So shout out to those guys.
Definitely.
Shill hard when you get the chance to shill like your life depends on it.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right. That's right.
So what about you facing Rally? We haven't heard from you yet.
I love AI, and it's going to be way bigger, way quicker than people could imagine. And if I look back into history when new technology arises and how the development of it goes and the growth especially, it does nothing for a long time. Everybody thinks it's nothing. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everybody has it. So if you can position yourself right now in new technology, by the time it actually gets the adoption, the hockey stick that every innovation of technology gets, you will be the expert.
That's exactly right. If you look at like how long we came from like flight, right, from the Wright brothers to going to the moon, how long in between like everyone had dial-up access doing BBSs and all the rest of that to internet being on cell phone, even hell horses to horse-powered machines. So the Occam's or the Reed's law, Metcalfe's law, Moore's law move so much quicker as you're in that pressure cooker, and that pressure is what universally builds everything together. I mean, there's really no difference in between a steam engine and a nuclear reactor, except the fuel or the metric mechanism that actually spins those turbines and wheels, and making sure that you're on the cusp of that information waylays everything together. And that's why, bringing down the tribalism and the maximalism and understanding that you're on the correct beaten path, the yellow brick road, if you will, on your way, to the Emerald City of green candles. All of that is so important to make sure that you're moving together and using that view frustrum to inspire other people to get out of those glass ceilings ecosystems that they have. And the most important part of that is knowledge. Knowledge is the most expensive token in the world. Wisdom is how you spend it. And time is the one thing you don't get back. So putting that time into knowledge is free, even if it's confusing. In the beginning, the more you dip your feet into the water, the less scared you are of deep water. And that's where you really get to be comfortable into that ecosystem, but that's where you also see friends along the way to help bring everything up. It really is the tide rises all ships. And when you have that transparent mechanism where everything goes together, that's where it's exciting. And that's where it's exciting of being on Pulse Chain, because being Titan as proof of Ethereum, when you have Pulse Chain, Ethereum's a cycle 3 coin. How many X's can it actually do? But then Pulse Chain, when it actually runs based on, if you understand the location of the SEC, RH, and all the rest of that, that can do a whole bunch of X's. Now you're running 2 L1s against each other with build on TitanX as the epicenter or the lens, the looking glass, if you will, for Alice to tumble down the rabbit hole to really expedite that acceleration in between two things.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid, can you share a bit about Pulsar and where you are and
yeah,
what
of course. Now,
it is.
Yeah, sure. So first and foremost, remember we have a one dev team in-house, also has a family, also, runs a business and all the rest of that. But GIF is very particular in how he works. And we even built 5 different protocols on Pulse Chain to test out our mechanics and our theory on why these different use cases work. We work with Jake behind the scenes. Our testnet audit got 100% flawless audit across the board. So where we are now is we're working on the V2 buy and burn just to get everything nip and tucked with the auto routing that Jake wanted. As we're also working with React, we're not working with JS. So a little bit more heavy lifting to get those sites and the stat pages up. But at the end of the day, is we all know there's a lot more complexity under the hood, and we want to explain that. But at the very, very top level, Pulsar burns TitanX at an extremely rapid level. 100% of the TitanX gets used to burn. It also does a soft bridge to pull a well or an oasis for people who want to build on TitanX onto Pulse Chain. And then on top of that, with Gift Tech, the way that we've structured our buy and burn, 87.5% of the dynamic protocol fee goes to burn Pulsar from existence, but it also has that 8% rebate, which also burns Pulsar. So we're 100% buy and burn on TitanX and over, let's call it 94% on Pulsar. But what we are is an infrastructure pass. And why that's important is we're building Pulsar in the same way that we learned from PGIF and GIF, that we can actually bring and pull TitanX up. So we're not meant to RX all your gains higher than TitanX. We're meant to bring and ratchet that up. So that way it's an equilateral user case or an ARB machine. Because we have the 8-to-1 mint ratio, you can stick that tight liquidity in between both different chains and earn a ton of fees. So you know what that does? It allows you to get those fees and not sell down either of the underlying assets. You can take that to reinvest back into the protocols and rebuild bedrock, rebuild cornerstones and keystones. That's why an arch from Roman times still stands. And that's what we wanted to build as the first pass to the build on TitanX 2 Pulse chain ecosystem. And that way you can build on Pulsar on either side of either chain, using it as a unilateral seesaw to even accelerate it even further. So this is basically infrastructure, laying down the highways and the runways so other people can build on TitanX within either ecosystem. And our protocol takes 0 TitanX. We want to put the protocol first before anything else.
Okay,
It's
so
interesting.
that was Kool-Aid speak.
There you go.
Talks about all the pathways and stuff. From a user perspective, it's basically an arbitrage protocol. All the other stuff happens in the background. So you come in with TitanX and Ethereum. The Ethereum buys back TitanX via wrapped Ethereum TitanX, then uses TitanX to buy and burn Pulsar. Every time it goes above 8-to-1, people can essentially arbitrage to make quick profit within like a couple minutes. You can use it as LP within the tight range. But as people arbitrage the protocol, it essentially creates a TitanX derivative over on Pulse chain that people can build on, which drags up TitanX. And as every time that mint ratio breaks 8-to-1, that every time somebody arbitrages, it burns a fuck ton of TitanX. Like it's one of the biggest TitanX burners. So that's the interesting part. It's like a piston. I like the piston analogy. Like you have to get the pistons turning. Yeah, I like it.
And it's just, again, going back to a nuclear reactor and steam engine, you're just flying those pistons even faster. And yes, I always need a Larry translator in between the means. Because
It's cool.
Is this
because
arbitrage?
Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, sorry, is this arbitrage because of Pulse chain and Ethereum?
No,
because you got it on
No.
both chains.
So
how does it?
if you go to Pulsar.Gifford, whatever, it's going to be Pulsar. If you go to Pulsar.when, you'll be able to click to the mint page. But every time it goes above 8-to-1. So if you go to TitanX Pulsar on Deck Screener, if it's above 8 TitanX per Pulsar, or 1 Pulsar gets you 8 TitanX, that's that arbitrage. So if it goes above 8, like for example now, Pulsar,
it should be 8.1 right now. So technically you can sell it down, and then when it's below, you can mint and immediately make profit.
Yep, exactly. So whenever it's profitable, people, it's like a quick arbitrage thing. But as they're doing that, a lot of stuff happens in the background. So this is interesting for builders, because if you route a bunch of your buy value through that pair, because Pulsar will always kind of track the TitanX price because it has that ceiling. So as you route your buy value through it, for the arbitrage to break, every time the arbitrage breaks, meaning it's profitable, it burns a crap ton of TitanX supply.
And you want to connect your wallet if you have a public connectable wallet to actually see the price feed happen in real time.
Actually,
So this is the web
because I can see it. Did I connect?
Yeah, as long as you're connected, you should be able to see the ETH. So if you type in, 100 million TitanX or a billion TitanX, you'll be able to see the ratios in real time. Yep, there it goes.
Yep, and you can see if the arbitrage is profitable with the profiting.
Right, and you can see the profit's negative right now is because we're above the ceiling price. But if you have the liquid asset, you can sell it down, and then when it's negative, then you can mint and make profit. Yep. And this is without the buy and burn engine being turned on, and we're not turning that on yet. We're getting those simple little tweaks done to get Jake exactly what we want. It's an interesting thing because our team has always worked live. That's the one thing that's convenient about working in Pulse Chain is you can actually work on chain live rather than needing to do everything on testnet. Though, in testnet from, going from Sepolia over to testnet v4, we had 16 different deployments before we worked on mainline launch. And as we said before, the hiccup that we had is the Pulse Chain bridge validators had never seen anyone come through the back door of their user interface before. So they weren't listening for a contract. Because we use immutable code, Obviously, they sent that to a null address for burning, so we had to redeploy. So that's what we're going through right now, is getting all those things nip and tucked to make sure that the infrastructure pass is bulletproof, 100% flawless audit. We're ready to go.
Yeah, mute mics. I hear some talk in the background.
Yeah, so like I was just saying, like we want to build an immutable infrastructure pass to bind not only communities together, and that's what's going to be really cool is when we can finally explain to the Pulse Skin Hexagon culture that it's not a fighting game. It's all about us all working together as a community for DeFi for all, because that's what we really believe in at the end of the day. And man, that's going to be really cool to bind two L1s together, especially to see how both of those rubber band. That's going to be really interesting to see when the ETH bull run happens and the Pulse Chain bull run happens at the same time. It's going to be a fascinating simulation. And that's one of our major pillars in our thing. It's not only no leaky boat, but simulation, not speculation. We want to make sure that it all works in real time before it gets to the gate. And that's, again, why we released 4 or 5 different protocols to suss this out, to make sure that it worked competently and completely before we brought it back over here to build on TitanX.
It's massively interesting what you're doing, and it's just as simple as minting, but it's what you're doing behind the scenes is just phenomenal. And bridging is complex tech. So, man, I wish you the best going forward. It's fantastic stuff.
Sure, and that's the one benefit is you get that reward immediately. However, what's going on behind the scenes creates, again, that oasis for all those future builders to have it over there, which also soft burns it from the ETH auto routers. So even when every TitanX that goes over the bridge, unless you buy it and bring it back, which also buy pressure on TitanX to bring it back over, should you need, those Ethereum web builders have that well to bring this back over in 6 months, 1 year, and all the rest of that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the beginning of what X28 can do, because I can see a lot of cross-chain protocols coming out, especially when X22 is out, and it's innovation again in TitanX ecosystem beyond anything else.
That's right. That's right. And someone has to go first, right? You know, to go and blaze the trail. And that's what we wanted to do is like figure out, does this work? Okay, we've already figured out the wedge in between the permeable tokenomics and everything else. We've figured out the pathway, so that way everything is good to go. So that way, when we do go multi-chain, we have a use case or a metric set of data that we now can plot in place everything else before. And I think that's always important to have those use cases, so that way you can use those verbs to reapply to the future protocols and future projects.
Do you think with this going on, in the back of the mind of the person that's actually going to be interacting with this, I guess the level of detail, all the mechanics and everything, if they're in the background, they're happening, and there's basically like an interface that makes it simple and understandable to where it's going to start out like a trickle. You know, people will start to figure out, like, hey, this was pretty seamless. That trickle is going to become more like
a flood.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to become a river. And the water always seeks the path of least resistance. So as this transition that takes place, people are just going to be turning their head going, wow, that looks super sweet and simple. That I think is going to be just the key, is getting those first people to take those leaps and those steps. And that light bulb moment, when it hits, it's going to be bright. It's going to be wicked bright.
Yeah, and to your point, Ted, we're a creation, not inflation-based infrastructure pass. So there really is no rush. However, as TitanX goes and runs and ETH goes, that's your defining parameter right there. But as people actually build into that stuff, as we build into the UI, the stats page, the utility, what really is going to turn that flashlight on is going to be the build on Pulsar type ecosystems, because we're setting that equilateral ground plane that doesn't have to run against TitanX. In fact, it makes TitanX get pulled up, especially when there's sell-off pressure on TitanX. You can immediately take that, because ETH is the paradigm with build or proof of Ethereum, and then immediately push that hammer back up to immediately burn on TitanX regardless of ROI. It's factual unit burning, not ROI burning, which is different. And then when you put that accelerator on that with the build on Pulsar Mythos, that's when you're really going to see that rubber band smack even harder. But yes, you're right. It's the slow adoption to get things in there, but it only takes one snowflake to turn into an avalanche, and that's at that crack in the dam that makes the floodgate open.
Well said.
Yeah, and like you've been building this since like December. You're one of the first builders on TITANX. Has there been an evolution in your tokenomics, or is it just?
It's been a crazy story because we actually outsourced a team in the beginning to do this. Enterprise level devs, all the rest of that. We got an audit approved by a well-known TITANX auditor, and we saw a couple different chinks that we wanted to suss. So when that dev team basically dropped the ball a little bit and we split ways, GIF turned, instead of a tourist that was, a founder looking to, manage a dev team, which most people do, into being lead dev. Now, granted, he has some mentors that are some of the first people to write smart contracts on Ethereum and Solana, like really big to-dos. But they mentor when things get to a particular level. So he's had to explore going from being a founder to lead dev the entire time. And if anyone's actually doing that kind of work, that's a lot. And that's a lot to actually mitigate and go through that process and also execute flawlessly with each different systemic design that we're putting forward. So it's been quite an interesting 8-month journey to get where we've been to where we're going. But it's been a good growth path across the board that we're confident not only in our protocol and the systemic design behind it, but how it will grow into perpetuity. I mean, GIF and PGIF did a 30,000x, but we didn't have the dynamic protocol ceiling to actually buy and burn as that critical run came up because we hadn't invented it yet. GIF and PGIF was V1. The dynamic protocol ceiling was V4 and V5. So until we got to that point, we hadn't invented those multi-unilateral stopgaps and checks. And then after all those have been deployed, gotten together, now we're like, okay, it's time to bring this back to the nest and set the chickens back to roost on where we originally started before.
What a journey. That's an amazing journey.
Yeah.
It's cool because you have to have a bridge from Ethereum to Pulse Chain, right? Because you can't do the layer 0, right, Jake?
Right.
As far as this is going to be the one avenue that takes it over there potentially, right? So that's pretty important. And I like the Roman architecture thing as far as the arch architecture, which is barrel vault architecture, right? So it's the strongest. That's why the aqueducts are still standing,
Correct.
Over there. So it's pretty cool analogy. Yeah, maybe you could do some badass graphics with that or something cool, So
Sure. Well, I mean, that's technically what I do. I'm not a programmer. I am the graphics and systemic designer in the gaming industry. But to lean back onto that bridge archetype, the reason why a flat bridge is susceptible is because it's flat, right? Because all the weight then crushes down onto the bottom. When you have that pressure at the top that resets every anchor point, then again goes back into the Spartan or the Titans, shield to spear, shield to spear, as it goes down, because it leads support everything back down into bedrock. And that's exactly where we wanted to be with the process.
Cool. It's deep.
Lotus just put up 3 cents in the past.
And congratulations on launch.
Minutes.
That's what? That's 6.
Lotus what? Ted? Sorry.
Lotus went up 3 cents in like the past 5 minutes.
Well, it's about to go up to 6 cents after that comment.
Yeah, I mean,
it is flying, man. It is. Flying.
It's number 1 on Ethereum for like 2 hours now, and
it still is.
It's got 100 grand in liquidity from our little pool we started, $6 million market cap, and we started at 0.033, I think, and now it's like 18 cents. But it's going to go down and up, but people are buying and people are mining, and I was just looking at the buy and burns. The payouts, the 8-day payout alone already has 100 grand in it. 48-day, 100 grand. 88-day, 72 grand. And the 2 weekly reward, the Buy Lotus Bloom, has 15K. The buy and burn, let's see what this sucker's doing right now. It's got 1,000 away from $500,000 in it, and we've been live for 3 hours. So
congratulations, man.
Let's freaking go.
That's right.
That's crazy shit.
What's
Damn,
cool to me is, I've been in the back rooms with, Bad Sports and Shadow and like all the rest of these people from time. And now we're actually seeing like all of our friends from behind the scenes actually launching and going forward. And that's the coolest thing. In game dev, the most important thing at the end of the day isn't actually making the game, it's seeing your friends' credits on the ship screen. And that's where it actually matters, that you suffer and build and do all these things for 4 or 5 years. And when you see your friend's name on the title screen going, you're like, let's fucking go. That's why we do these things. It isn't really for the gamers. It is. But when you get to see your friends succeed after they've been working on something for 4 or 5 years, that's the juice right there. Camaraderie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Amazing launch, man. Let's pivot to Morpheus. I know you've got some stuff, amazing things happening. Can you share anything about when you're going to launch and the protocol? Like it's amazing to have Brandon and Face Reality and Vibra just in TITANX now. It's just an absolute mega bullish TITANX to have you guys here. So what is going on with Morpheus? I see it's an amazing marketing angle you have, because everyone likes the Matrix.
Maybe we can pull up the website. Maybe we could share that. That might be easy.
It's terrible because some of the buttons don't work.
That's on purpose.
I know. They were teasing me
I
last night.
gotta suss out your level of autism. All right, and I was just trying to be like courteous there. Okay.
No, it's all good.
You're my type of guy. You're my type of guy, Ted. I can already tell.
In the lounge.
Yeah, that's right. Let me pull it up here. Yeah. Morpheus.win.
I just can't spell Morpheus. I'm a bad speller.
Morpheus.
Brilliant.
You're not the only one, by the way. I'm dyslexic as F, so yeah.
So there's music. So when you go to this page, there's music playing, and you can unmute it or mute it. And then there's a message that comes up on the screen after a second. I guess there's a lag because of StreamYard, but it's very smooth. Hit enter the matrix there. So this is the landing page. And then this is the actual website here. So we're very excited. Here is the point. I've been around cryptocurrency long enough at this point to say that, like, if I'm going to do something, man, you got to do it all out. And if you want it to run real well from like a meme perspective, you got to have a badass website. That's just the bottom line. So we spend a lot of time and attention on the meme aspect of the website. So I think we're going to do pretty well to check that box. When the DApp goes live, I want to make people aware of this. I talked to Eric, and Eric was like, bro, you're doing 20% to the Dragon X vault, and you're doing a 20% buy and burn of Dragon X. I'm like, yeah. He's like, dude, that's too much, man. I'm like, what? He says, that's too much. I said, okay, well, what can we do? We chopped off the 20% to 10%. So we'll send 10% to the Dragon X vault of TITANX. The other 10% is very interesting because we're going to do a raffle. So every 100 million TITANX that you put into the protocol, it's automatically, you don't have to do anything. It's automatically going to enter you into this raffle. And at the end of everything, we're going to take 10 wallets and we're going to split up all the TITANX, the 10% of the TITANX, 10 ways. We're going to do it live on screen. However you guys, I've got some ideas about how I'm going to do it to make sure it's random. But if you guys have ideas too, we can go that route. But we're going to give it away to 10 people as a raffle. So again, pretty neat stuff there. That's the raffle aspect. The website is super solid. I love that. And then we're going to have a leaderboard to show you how much you've minted. There's probably going to be some sort of competition there as well. Excited about that. But this is not just a meme coin. That's what I have to tell everybody right now. I don't want to create something that just falls flat. I don't want to create something that doesn't provide enormous amounts of value for the community that I'm involved with. So I will tell you guys on launch day, which is quite soon, I'm going to kind of disclose some information about what that's going to look like. And I think that it's going to provide massive value, massive marketing for everybody in the TITANX ecosystem. And I'm extremely excited to do it. I'm not a good shiller, guys, but when I do something, I just try to go all out with it. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, but when you're going all out, you also need to all out chill. Marketing is 95% of the game.
See, I should have joined your group, Jake. You could have taught me all these lessons a long time ago, man.
Got time.
Guys,
When you
yeah.
guys
Say again?
Yeah.
When do you guys
more
want?
We're going to launch
Or
sometime
around-
within the next 48 hours.
Oh wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Jake,
Get to
don't
tweet
do it
like-
to me, Jake. Don't do it to
Well,
me.
you got 4,200 people. You got 4,200 people watching live.
Oh, I know. Hey, I wanted to ask you a question, Rayman. Are you from the South, bro?
Indeed, sir.
My
Yes, sir.
man. Dude, I the
Southeast.
camo, and then I saw the like thing that looks like a buck in the background. I said, he's got a 30-30 hanging up on the shelf of his Chevy, dude.
Oh,
Or are you a
well,
Ford guy?
308, RPG, Precision Ruger, or SBR,
All right.
or whatever you want to call it.
All the
so-
above, man.
Yeah, no,
I got it.
Buckhead. My buddies are big hunters and grew up hunting grew up in Georgia from the Carolinas and grew up in Georgia and Florida. Yes, I grew up really in the city of Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm in Virginia, the Appalachians here. So
I was
yeah,
actually
good
going to
stuff.
say that my ex-fiance is from Thomasville, and then I lived in Hendersonville, North Carolina for a while. So
Cool.
I'm pretty sure within that stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, my family lived in Blown Rock and Boone and everything up there, man. And,
Oh yeah, Boone, North Carolina. Yep.
Appalachians are gorgeous, man.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, it
community.
is.
The rolling blue hills were gorgeous.
Yeah.
The
Well,
whole country. Yeah.
Dude, it's hilarious because I'm walking around town and people ask me what I do. So I'll say, okay, you got to guess. Am I A, a plumber, B, a lawyer, or C, cryptocurrency guru? And they always choose plumber, bro, every single time. Nothing against plumbers, because plumbers are probably richer than I am right now. But it's quite interesting to grow up in this area of town and be in cryptocurrency and try to just speak at a basic level, and people are just like, so trying to
Story of my
onboard
life
these
there.
folks. Good
Story of my
opportunity
life
though.
right there.
Yeah.
The same here is tough. I try it around here, and like I always say on a few streams, people just start walking backwards away from you at a certain point.
Yeah.
And, I try to get my nephews involved and stuff, because they're at that age, and I'm like, guys, just start putting some XYZ into this, that, or the other, and just not even much. And by the time you're 25, your college will probably be paid for if you can go to college if you need to, or whatever, or join the service or do whatever, And but it's tough to get them convinced because they just don't. It's hard for them to grasp it.
You just got to give it. You got to give them crypto, and then they got to see it do something for them to get involved.
Exactly.
And that takes 2 or 3 years typically.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting part about, the mythos. Like the first Bitcoin itself was basically ham radio. The first, DEX was the Azeroth Gold House in World of Warcraft. The first NFT was an attachment on an email. People don't understand that till actually comes to full view for them, and they're not actually, in tune with it. But that's why getting in early with just knowledge kind of breaks down that barrier, because the more you know, the more verbs that you can apply. And that's the whole thing about innovative technology is the more that you get in, the easier it is to understand. The hard part is that people are scared to take that first step. But it goes down to that mythos: when you want to succeed as much as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And you just got to get people passionate into taking those first steps to actually itemize that wealth and health for themselves into the future, because time moves even faster with tech. Metcalfe's law, Reed's law, and everything else.
Yeah, very true. I do want to say one more thing about Morpheus. This is very important too. The goal and the purpose was to have a foundational platform launched very smoothly to be able to build things on in the future. And I will say that wherever TITANX goes, Morpheus and its counterpart are going to go as well. And I also will say this: I promise you, everybody will benefit from this in a big way. I want Morpheus to be the biggest TitanX burner out there. And I think that I have the vehicle to make that happen. And of course that benefits everybody, but then there's also subsidiaries that we'll talk about too. So you guys will hear more about that when we launch. If you want to know when we're going to launch, I know people are going to chew me up and spit me out right now because I'm not telling them the exact time. Go ahead, just get it over with, guys. Come on. No,
Mo's not in here, so we're good.
Yeah,
that's one really cool date.
And the one thing I like about Brandon is man, he won me over. If you don't know who Rags is, when he dressed up as Santa Claus and gave how much money did you give to that family? Like $4
I don't
grand.
remember that. No, I don't remember that.
Well, it literally burned my heart alive because that's what giving back means to everything. And actually giving those utilities for you to give back to others, because do what you want as you want to be done to yourself. And that's the ideal with the DeFi for All metric. And one point that I didn't bring it back up in the Pulsar set, with that 87.5% that's not sent to the Dragon X or Helios vault, when you mint Pulsar, you're actually getting credit for your miners. Now, when your miners get to 80 billion burned, you get a permanent 8% bonus on the original OG TitanX mining page. So during that wheelhouse, you're actually building yourself up to get those bonuses. And that's, again, the take care of the protocol first mentality that I know that Brandon believes in, I believe in, that Jake believes in, and all the builders believe in, is how do we bring everything up together as a unilateral whole?
Yep.
Yep. One thing I want to say is 20% TitanX bonus is good. Less than 20% is on. Like, come on, literally like 3% here, 3% here. 20%. Like, for example, Hydra is 20%, is doing just fine. Because like the extra going to buy and burn makes no difference. It gets sold into anyway. But at least when you burn TitanX, that creates price floors for the future, which is better for the entire ecosystem. Because if it just enters the liquidity pool, then it comes back into existence at some point, you know?
Right.
Yeah, to get back to the whole shilling part, for the people that know us for a longer period, we come from a position that's way more humble, and we're like more like, at least that's what Brandon taught me years ago, is under promise, over deliver. You'll be fine.
I know, but you need to shill launch
I
things.
know,
You need to be
man.
loud as hell.
Loud
Yeah,
as hell.
because if people don't know you exist, then your code doesn't matter. So you need to make sure people know you exist as by being loud.
You know, a great tool is that you guys can use. Maybe you do. I mean, you know tools, but Tweet Hunter is amazing.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, that is the best thing to schedule things out. Be way better than Buffer, and you know you can just set it and let it roll. You know, it takes time, but it's constantly getting it out there. You know, especially if you guys are launching soon. But I've had my head in a bucket for the last.
I think so. When Pulse Chain launched, I think I downloaded Tweet Hunter, and then there are like filters or triggers or stipulations to where if you share and then retweet, I'll send you a DM with this cool link. I think that's what that does. And dude,
that's part of it.
You can
it's a small part. Dude, I did like a simple like, this is what you need to know before Pulse Chain launches. And I used Tweet Hunter, man, and I've never had the results on any tweet that I had with that. It was insane. Absolutely nuts. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, million impressions. It was crazy.
Because people only pick up their phone, right? And they'll scroll through it, maybe Twitter for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. And if they don't see it's not there. And it may be annoying as hell to people that are in the community. Like I'm sure I've pissed off about 1 million people this week tweeting every 5 seconds, right?
Hell no.
For those folks that didn't see it, right? They everybody saw it. Some people saw it too much, but it's for the people who don't see it enough, right? And so I just encourage the heck out of that, man. That was Twitter, like Jake said in my Telegram the other day. Get out of Telegram and get on Twitter, and get going there. And that, I think he's spot on, dude, on that one.
I want to hear the Morpheus shill. Come on, bring it on.
Hold on.
Come on.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah. Because
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can tell for him. Rand has been someone that consistently.
Hold on. Crypto Kool-Aid's talking. I don't know why. You want me to tell him? No, really? Okay, hold on. You sure? All right.
Get it? I was trying to show for you, Raw.
Listen, dude, I talked to the boss just now. He wanted me to tell the world that Morpheus is going to launch on Monday, and I think Jake Sharpe's going to be on stream with me. I think.
Yep. Hey, 28th of October. Nobody picked the goddamn date. 28th October is the best launch date ever.
Hell yeah. Awesome, man. Hell yeah.
Right
Good
on.
Get it out there. You got
So,
All right.
300
All right.
people
So
listening.
how do I prepare? What do I got to know?
Get your TITANX, man, and then just
I got
remember
my
this.
TITANX.
Well, think about this, because the raffle is a huge part of this. I think that this is going to drive a lot of people to participate, because you go to these. All right, Mr. Southern man here, Rain Man, you go to a college football game or high school football game, 50-50, man, the raffle tickets, right? 50-50, get your 50-50, and then it goes crazy. So 100 million TITANX gets you one raffle ticket. Okay, so if you're going to put into Morpheus, just kind of keep that in mind from a division standpoint. Like, how many tickets am I going to get, if that's important to you? If not, just get your TITANX and you're going to mint Morpheus. So that's the cool thing. Now, I will say this, and I'll tell everybody this. Day one is the most important day. Now, that goes without saying with launches, typically speaking, but I'm going to hint, wink, wink to everybody here. Day one's the most important day with Morpheus. Okay? There you go.
Dude, I'm glad you got that out there, because you got like almost 4,400 people watching.
Dude, I feel like I came out of the closet just now, dude. It's crazy.
Take a
Flustered.
Well, Rax
Jeez.
has a whole bunch of stuff in the pipe, so you're going to be excited when he does the reveals.
Guys, I try to execute, and we're gonna get this out here. I want everybody here to win, and I've said this from the start. I help people who help themselves. That's the bottom line. You guys have been crushing it, everybody, and it's also important, everybody on here, and I've said this too. You got to protect what you have, because there's going to be times when things feel like it's starting to deteriorate, and people on this stream have to step up. And you got to say what needs to be said, or you're going to lose it. And we've seen that. I've seen that multiple times before in the past. So just make sure you guys do that too. Important.
Got to guard the house, right?
You have
That's
to,
right.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Circling the
So-
wagons is the most important thing in the world.
Yeah, set
You
the
know,
example.
when it comes to
Go ahead.
marketing, and a bunch of the masterminds I joined, marketing is by far the most important thing you can do. And one of the best metaphors that I've heard for this is not marketing is extremely selfish. Because imagine if you have the cure for cancer and you believe your thing is actually good and making the world a better place. If you don't share and you don't market and you don't be loud, you're actually hurting people that are looking for the solution that you're providing.
That's right.
So the more quiet you are, the more you're hurting the world. So being quiet and not marketing is actually a very, very, very selfish thing. So that's why I'm a marketing machine, because I believe we're building a better world in crypto.
Because you don't want to be selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
That,
The louder
I mean,
the
that,
you're
no, that's a
building
good way to like self-motivate for sure. Like, yeah, if I've got this cool thing, I'm being a. Go ahead.
I believe we're actually fixing crypto. Like I don't use it as a marketing term. I believe we're actually fixing crypto, because when you look at outside of crypto, there's 1,000 meme coins launching, 950 of them, which are literally rug machines that
Yeah.
steal people's money. Like almost everything in crypto is a way to value extract and hurt people's finances, just to essentially enrich the scammers and the thieves. So our ecosystem is a massive, with essentially like a cancer cure for crypto. It's fair launch, it's transparent, it's honest. You can see the founders. We're building better systems. It's decentralized, it's transparent, it's fair. Everything is on chain. We're like a literal cancer cure for crypto, which is why I can't shut up about it, because we're building an actually better future.
Well, I think to even like add on to that, it's not just vanilla deployers for a silly little meme coin. It's actual systems built on systems built on systems. That's why it goes back to that cornerstone and keystone. And that's why, like when I called Rags or every the Hex OG or Pulse OG people, that I'm like, look at the systems, look at how everything balances onto itself. That's the most important part, rather than looking at promises. You want to have protocols, not promises.
Just don't talk to Crypto Kool-Aid about anything crypto related after midnight Pacific time while he's in the hot tub drinking box wine. Bad idea.
You're going to go through the roof. That's how you
talk
feed
to him the
gremlins.
next day.
Don't feed gremlins after dark.
I can talk to you. You know, it's all right.
Franzia. Are you a Franzia type of guy or what, man?
Absolutely not. That's trash bag swine. Black box is actually pretty damn good though. So you got to look at like what's your value output versus what the prestige is, because when you actually buy wine at a restaurant, they're taking advantage of you. Like this quality isn't that much better than what you get on the yield side from Boda Box, Black Box, or all the rest of that, but they're charging you $15 a glass, right? You know, so wine is a different metric when it comes to all the rest of that versus if you're looking at a handle of Johnny Walker. You know exactly what that comes out to per price per liter. Wine, completely different metric.
Dude, look at that shit-eating grin on your face, man. You cracking me up over here. Love it. Back to crypto. We went into the deep end here just now. Sorry, guys.
Deep end of the hot tub.
It's all good, man. We gotta switch it up every now and then, you know. So Morpheus launching on Monday.
Yes.
You guys got a time, or is that you spell that out there later, or what do you think?
It'll actually depend on some other people's schedules to get folks on stream. That's all. Couple folks here. So, but we'll let you know.
Cool, man.
Yeah. Excited, very excited. Let's freaking go, guys.
That's right. Let's freaking go.
Let's freaking go. Let's do it. I'm excited too. Pulsar. Oh, go ahead. Do you have a question?
No, please.
Okay. And Steve, you've been really good about asking questions. Did you have some that you wanted to ask before I ask Crypto Kool-Aid a question?
Yeah, you did. Time. It's been nuts. I was going to ask, is there any advantage for being in like the first hour, minute, or the first day?
Not first hour, first day. Yes. And I'll tell you this, I don't want people to be like, oh, Rags scammed us into getting the first day, because you're not going to see the benefit immediately. I'm just going to tell you guys that. So, but day one folks, day one mentors will see benefit. It's not going to be immediate, but if you're going to do it, might as well do it then. It's the best rate too. Monitor the market. The liquidity pool gets automatically created after 50 billion hits. So I don't press a button, it just goes. So just make sure you monitor the market, check the price on Uniswap before you mint, just to be sure you're getting the best sort of price. So just keep that in mind.
So what was your question, Rex?
My question was, what sort of protocols could you see being built on Pulsar? On either side, because we got Pulse Chain people here too that might want to get involved. So like,
that's where it gets super interesting, right? We wanted to get an accelerant to something like Volt. We want to get something like DragonX. And once everything is nipped and tucked to the way that we do, then we're going to be spearboarding into other things. I've been talking to Eric about some other ideas that I don't want to tip my hat to, that would also expand upon that. But we definitely want to not only bring in the market models that we know have worked before, but also think about outside the box, how we can try some new things at the exact same time that can be twinned in between both blockchains at the same time to almost have them a competitive teams against each other, right? And then you also have the one thing that you have to look about what comes into the future about using your token as prestige to do other things. So there's a lot of things that we want to see here in the future built on that type of ecosystem. But the first thing that we'd love to see is something very much like DragonX, and then subderivatives on that tech leg, and then something that's more like an accelerant like Volt.
Love it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back 1 minute.
Is everyone's camera? Is it just me, or is it everyone still on the camera? It's probably just me. Is that right?
You're a little blurry and a little bit choppy.
Okay. It's my
black hole is sucking up all the camera depth.
Don't ever say that again. I think we should all leave, and then when Jake comes back, nobody will be here, and just see his reaction on YouTube.
You know he's listening on his phone. The
I
second he
think
steps
that's
away.
a good idea. I should like
Let's
that
go.
idea.
All right, go to the. How do we go? All right,
Stop your camera.
How do we get him back
Soccer
in the
cam.
bedroom? Yeah.
let's just stop our camera and be quiet and see what he does.
Exactly. Silent treatment for how long?
As soon as he pops back, don't say anything for like 20 seconds, but we can chat right now.
Exactly. But
Hold on, I'll remove
at
myself
least,
from
at
the
least 30
camera,
minutes.
so that way we have the background spinning.
This is the weird hide and seek,
No, it's not
man.
gonna work.
This is.
I can hear everything you guys are saying.
Damn it,
He's
man.
listening on his phone.
We tried. We
Hey,
tried.
come on, man. Come on.
Well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
And still, it was funny.
It was still funny.
Yeah, I was at the toilet. I was laughing my ass off.
Well, he needed more
Yeah.
Nicorette gum, is what it was. He had to go find his Nicorette gum.
Yep. Kool-Aid
Is that
still
Nicorette?
going.
Is that Nicorette, Jake?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, it is.
Dude, I'm a Zenfluencer now.
Yeah, I mean, I tried Zin. The only issue with Zin is it's high doses. I like my 2 milligrams.
Oh yeah,
If
dude,
I go
it's
higher,
high.
I get a headache.
Dude, I get high as a kite off nicotine. I scale that back. Now, if I got to go on a long ride, it keeps me awake, dude. I can drive overnight just fine with that stuff. It's wild.
I mean, the thing with nicotine is it's one of the best nootropics for marketing because it makes you like high energy, and I guess you could call it a little bit anxious. I just channel that energy into massive tweeting and spamming. Twitter.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Works like a
I go
pro.
crazy. I've not had an experience like that. I'm so happy that they made this, easily accessible. It's awesome for me. It treats my wild brain. I can just lock in, and the come down is super, super quick too. So it's not like Adderall or that stuff just makes me feel crazy. I don't like it at all.
I've actually never done that. Hey,
Yeah.
by the way, Steve, wasn't there going to be a biohacking hour?
A biohack?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
Yeah, I
gonna
think
be
that-
panel 3 or panel 4.
Oh, cool.
It's
I was
next
going to do a
panel.
biohacking hour.
Yeah.
Who's the biohack expert?
All the freaks, Jake, and all the freaks. I'm a freak. I mean, there's freaks everywhere. SteveDefi's a freak. Like Crypto Awesome, that guy's a freak. He's gonna come in.
Dude, I was ordering some sketchy modafinil from deep in India, and I probably regretted that a couple of years back.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to biohacking, I never touched the heavy stuff. I think I heard this from Hormozy. Is if you can't do it for forever, don't do it for a day. I like that saying a lot.
Mhm.
So all the biohacking kind of rituals and things that I do, if I can't do it forever, I don't even start. So like
Yeah.
all the hard stuff, I never actually try because I know I
Yeah,
can't do
dude.
it forever.
I always you probably don't know about this, Jake, but in the States, and Rain Man knows about this. You guys know DARE classes, right? To keep kids off drugs. It was like a initiative by Nancy Reagan, I think. So they would bring a police officer in there, and then they would just talk about how you shouldn't do drugs, but then they would teach you everything about drugs. So I remember being like 6 years old, and I said, man, I want to try every single drug that they just talked to me about in DARE class. They brought beer goggles in and put them on, and I'm like, dude, this is cool. I want to do this, right? But
I totally remember this same.
you know what I mean?
6-year-old Brandon, I can't wait to do
No,
You know,
I'm telling you, this is the
drugs
truth.
are really excellent, right? Drugs are
Hey.
really excellent. Dare.
So I was like, all right, so when I got a little bit older, I went to the military, and then, I got out of the military, and then I forgot how I got on this kick, but the whole nootropics thing about 5 to 7 years ago was just huge, right? And there's marketers and there's products and everybody's pushing it. So, I start messing around with that stuff. The only thing that I liked in small doses, like on a daily basis, was, I think it was CDB choline. I think that's what it was called. It's like a powdered choline sort of thing. And that really like made me clear in the head. I've not done it
Choline
since
is
then, though.
amazing.
Yeah.
Choline is also very healthy. Like the choline source I take is alpha GPC.
Okay, cool.
It's like a more high grade choline.
Yep.
That's just generally healthy. Like alpha
Yeah.
GPC is amazing.
Yeah, the nootropics are really great.
So we get to learn about that next session here, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Steve needs to come back because he's
Yeah,
part
I mean,
of similar places where I learned biohacking.
I'll bring him in. He got those boosters for his internet when he started streaming, and it actually made it worse because he was totally fine until he got the boosters. So he still hasn't deactivated them apparently. But if somebody wants to share a screen, I can bring it up too because I've got a way better connection than he does, so it won't lag out. I think that was part of the problem too. But anyways, cool.
So do we need somebody to bounce out so he can come up?
Yeah. I'll bounce out quick because I got to come back for the last one anyway. I got some stuff I got to do quick. So you guys enjoy it, and be back in a little bit.
All right, bro.
I'll be gone.
Be good, buddy.
I'll be gone
All
by
right,
the time you
fellas.
get back, so you can get back in.
All right,
Yeah, and I think I'm
appreciate you, brother.
back in too for the 5:30.
Steve's back. As soon as Fiber
So many
leaves, I'll
people.
bring him back. Or actually, I think he can bring himself back. There
I'm
he
back
is.
in business.
Biohacking. Hell yeah.
I'm back in business, and it's working on my internet, I think. So, yeah, biohacking hour. So, we're going to talk about the best things on health, biohacking that has helped everyone. I'd love to know where everyone is and secrets that they have for ultimate health.
Dude, meat. All meat.
Excelling.
Same.
That has been incredible for me. Like, if I can keep my carbohydrates under like 10 to 20 grams per day, I freaking flourish, man. I thrive. And that's just me. Obviously, I have pale skin, blue eyes, red hair. I've got different genetics than many people, but it works for me, man. I feel amazing all the time. All the time. I don't need as much sleep. Like, I need 30% less sleep when I'm eating this way as well. It's freaking wild.
Be careful how you journey down the no sleep rabbit. It is a dark knock Neo, deeper and deeper way down home.
Well, dude, I just love it, man. I'm not gonna. We don't need to go into it because I know it's the next session, but I could talk about a lot of crazy stuff I've learned about that as well. Like people's eye color changing. That's the wild thing. I'm in this group on Facebook called Zeroing In on Health, and they eat all meat. It's all animal products, not even lactose, not dairy. They do it for like 3 to 6 months, and they take before and after pictures of their eyes changing from like a bluish tint to a green, or a green to a blue, or like a brown to a hazel greenish sort of thing too. That's wild to me. I don't know why, but it's crazy.
Did you guys
juice the vegetables, eat the meat? Juice the vegetables, eat the meat.
Dude,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan.
You see the
I'm a
Blue
fan.
Zone specials on they came on Netflix, so it's really unique, really incredible.
What's it called?
It's on the Blue Zones, where people
Hmm.
live over 100 around the world. One's in the U.S. actually, and it's just incredible, and just in really like in parts of Greece, South America, or some, and
Sardinia, Italy,
Yeah.
Brazil, I
Yeah.
believe. And what they are,
Amazing.
they're nexus zones where
Yeah.
oddly people have such a high bonding curve that everyone is more fertile. They live longer. Their genes are more resilient,
Diverse or
and
resilient.
And
yeah.
plus, one thing really though is like the overall tone, and you guys should watch this. It was incredible because it went from Singapore to bustling cities to remote villages in the middle of nowhere, and people were always active throughout their lives too, on top of their diets, right? And the diets were very different and interesting and all extremely healthy, but they always were active, whether they were exercising or just working. And this guy's riding a horse at 100 years old, roping cattle and shit still, in South America. It was really inspiring. I watched it with my parents. So it's a really cool thing on Netflix.
Yeah.
Steve, do you like methylene blue?
I took methylene blue for this stream. I love methylene blue.
What
I
is
love it.
methylene blue all about?
I just did as well. Look at.
That's what he was doing.
I have no idea what that is.
What is
I
that?
get mine from Mitozen. They are really, really smart.
It's the
But I use
secret
the puzzle theory.
sauce. I mean, if these two guys are taking it, it's the blue pill. This is it.
What is it?
So methylene blue,
massive benefit.
you have Yeah, you have to go through the rabbit hole because methylene blue is there's no downsides to it. It's been used in surgeries for forever as like a disinfectant and stuff. But the thing, methylene blue is not a stimulant, but what it does for me, if I ever have brain fog, it just instantly just clears it. It fixes all brain fog issues. It fixes everything, and there's no downside to it. You just put it in the back of your throat or under your tongue. It doesn't make your mouth blue, so I like doing it in the back, at the back of my tongue, so it just goes down. It doesn't make anything blue. But it's amazing. So like for nootropics, is this the biohacking hour?
Yeah, I think we moved into it.
So we're deep.
Yeah, we're on it.
Okay, perfect.
Crypto Awesome.
There's a couple.
In the
There's a
bio-
couple things I do on a daily basis. So
Well,
one
if Austin
methylene
is here,
blue.
I'm going to drop off, and then I will be hopping on. You said Steve at 5:30, CST, 6:30, or yep. All right. I'll see you all here in a few hours.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I can
All right.
drop
I'll
out.
love guys. Congratulations to everyone.
Yep.
Steve, I'll bounce out too because I'll have to be back in a little bit as well. So it's been a pleasure, guys. I'll be back.
Ted,
Thank
take
you,
care.
Ted. Here's some
Oh,
high
you do it in the
quality
blocks?
methylene blue.
Oh, I do it with the drops.
Oh yeah. I actually
Do you get
use the
nauseous?
Apple series even stronger.
No, not at all. You don't do much. You don't do much. Hey, maybe do it in the morning or whatever. But I like it a lot as a nootropic. And then there's a stack that I take because I've tried almost everything when it comes to life supplementation for nootropics. And the things that have worked best for me is alpha GPC, L-tyrosine, methylene blue, and sometimes L-theanine if I feel overstimulated. But primarily alpha GPC, L-tyrosine. I've also experimented with Noopept when I go into like heavy builder modes. I experiment with Noopept. Those are like the nootropics things, and all the other stuff is like carnivore, intermittent fasting. I fast every day, every single day. I fast. Intermittent fasting is amazing for energy.
Same.
Yeah. Also for protein, this is a big one. There's a lot of propaganda around protein, but for protein, you want to have at least 1 gram per pound of body weight. So if you're 180 pounds, 180 grams of protein a day.
Yeah.
If you hit that, you'll feel incredible. It's amazing.
Salts. I was surprised at how much salts played into my diet too. I did the blood test so I fasted. I did my blood test. It tested for 200 food allergies just to kind of get a baseline. And then I went in strict elimination, meat, salt, and water. And dude, I wasn't taking enough salt and my body fell apart. Dude, as soon as I started, I would take a dose of salt in the morning, like salt water, just chug it. It wasn't even salt water. I forgot. It was like Himalayan mountain salt, whatever it is. Man, I felt completely normal. And I thought it was because of the diet that I was feeling bad. No, it's because I wasn't getting enough salt. And then it fixed everything for me. So yeah, that's super cool. I've not heard of those things. I've heard of some of those, but not methylene blue, for example.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like
yeah,
heavy biohacking stuff.
Yeah.
Guess what?
You
The
taste
medical
the
time
drip
tells
in the
you about
hospital,
salt.
and it tastes like salt. Salt is so important for us. Those minerals. It's so underrated. Salt is, yeah.
It's crazy how much modern day medicine is removing healthy cholesterol and salt from our diets. It's almost like they want to kill us because that's what's killing a lot of these people, man. It's got to be. Like, did you hear the guy that made national headlines where he ate nothing but eggs for 3 months or 2 months and his cholesterol went down? And all the heart doctors were like, oh, it's a genetic anomaly. I'm like, no, dumbass. It'll happen for everybody. And you won't have diabetes anymore.
In the animal kingdom, every animal travels miles just to get salt. And we are supposedly the only species on Earth that doesn't need salt, where the medical system actually tells you to eradicate salt. Like, really? The whole animal kingdom literally goes hundreds of miles just to get salt.
Well, there's also
wild.
good salt and bad salt. It's like, the table salt is not necessarily the salt we should be consuming. It's pink Himalayan or other salts that are sea salts. They have so many different minerals in them, actually, not just the salt.
And so, the quality of the salt is really important as well, because, the salt in McDonald's hamburgers, that's not good. That's just straight sodium. It's terrible. So it's like, there's different kinds of sodium that people are consuming, and not all of it is good. So, but salt is extremely important for us. You're
So
right.
important.
If you eat the correct
100%.
salt, what you're saying, with all the minerals, you will never have to go to a dentist, because your teeth are actually self-healing as long as you give it the minerals it needs to build. You could literally fill your own cavities by adding.
There's also something called hydroxyapatite, that if you get the toothpaste with the hydroxyapatite in them, no fluoride, the hydroxyapatite actually, it's a mineral that rebuilds your teeth. It's very
That's
interesting.
why animals eat dirt, to get the minerals for their teeth.
We're all made out of dirt. I mean, we're all carbon. It's all carbon. So it's like, it's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, man. One of the biggest misconceptions that people have been sold is that the fact that they can get all of their minerals and supplementation needs from food. The food that they had back in the day, the soil now is so depleted of all minerals and it's so industrialized that there's no more actual minerals in your food. So people need to supplement. That's the only way. Because I remember my parents were like, "What?"
And grow your own soil, because the soil.
But
the soil is
but growing your own soil is a hard part.
I mean, this is the point. What's up, Dave? How's it going, man?
What's up, Chiz?
What's up, bro?
How's it going?
Dave, nice to meet you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
I just got my loads.
I mean, this is a big thing, because a lot of it depends on the nutrition in the food, and not all food is created equal, right? So, like for someone like my father, he's 97. Okay. He's crazy active. He's cutting wood. He's active, and he eats basically farm to table, because we happen to live in a place where you can get, good food that's, and so we're fortunate like that. But most people aren't. So most people are living in like food deserts, right? And it's totally barren of almost all real nutrients. So like primordial us, like I don't take anything. I don't take any supplement, not one, other than air and water and good vibes, but I don't take anything. That's just me. And I've sort of watched, but I do eat good food. So, but, and I also don't spend all my time on a computer. Like a lot of developers who are in front of the computer, it's like a whole world of needing to, like, if I did that, I'd be taking all that stuff that you guys are taking for sure. I'd do something, because otherwise it'd go nuts. So anyway.
I don't even think people realize that the natural life expectancy of a human being is 130. We don't get older than 70, but naturally, biochemically, we should be getting 130.
Totally. And I've watched my father and my mother how they do it. 97 and 94. It's crazy, and they're still active. And so the secret, if you can move all your limbs, the secret is regular exercise every morning. My father, from the time he was 30, morning exercise. And I'm like, oh, so that's number one, like something that like keeps the heart and the body, and whether or not it's a military style or a martial style or like a gym style, you got to do something for the mind of every day. That's what I learned from my fight. And then the supplement is food and other supplements. So yeah, you got to watch old people.
Hey, just saying that, the two seniors that I'm watching, one is 92, the other one's 72. The 92-year-old never drank soda in her entire life, ever. Okay. No, she had wine here. She drank coffee, but she never touched soda, and she never touched fast food ever. Like that was like the whole thing. And she hiked all the time. Like in her 60s, she was still hiking. And the other one is someone who lived off of cigarettes and coffee and soda and didn't do a lot of exercising, and she's fucking wrecked, dude. The 92-year-old is doing way better than the 72-year-old is.
Dude, Mo, cover her ears before you say that, please.
I'm in a different room.
That's
She's
funny.
fucking wrecked.
They're watching like The
She's
View or something
wrecked.
right now.
I bet she loves when Mo talks dirty to her, right?
Oh, dude.
You want a warm blanket?
All of a sudden, you
Sorry.
see like a TV remote fly across Mo's screen and hit him in the side of the face.
Just mow
You know,
down.
when I was an EMT, like we would see exactly what I was talking about, the difference in the people, like in their age and stuff. And I remember one time we picked up this lady, and she looked like she was 95 and she was 60 years old, and she'd smoked her whole life and XYZ, and she ended up passing later that day, but from cancer. But like, you would not have I would have put $2 million to tell you that she was not that 60 years old. You know what I mean? It was that drastic and that's America in essence. And I don't know about the rest of the world, you know, but you know,
Yeah,
that's,
man.
you know.
You want to know something crazy? So, for example, there's a massive difference between American food and European food. Did you know that bread from America is not even classified as food in Europe? Because it's so chemical based. Bread in America is not even food in Europe. It's not allowed. It doesn't even classify as food.
Well, it's because they use
bad.
they use Roundup. They use Roundup on the wheat. They don't use it to kill the weeds. They use it to dry out the wheat, and they don't have to list it. Literally, when the wheat grows, they usually have to wait a whole season for the wheat to like dry out before they can harvest it. But if they spray it all, if it grows, they spray it all when it's green with Roundup. It dries out in like a week, and they can plant another crop that season. So they actually try to get 2 crops. But then all of the wheat, people think they have gluten intolerances, which maybe they do, but ultimately people have poison intolerances. And what we're doing is we're sitting here putting poison on all of the wheat in US, and then we eat it. And it's like we're eating poison, like Roundup.
When you see in the ingredients, when it says enriched wheat, that's what it is. If you can find something that has heirloom wheat, fucking eat that.
Did you guys see the article that came out? I think this was last week or the week before, where they tested a huge swath of children 10 and under, tested like 70 or 80% of them tested positive for Roundup in their bloodstream. How wild is that? And then it was out. It was out for, I mean, it was going strong, and all of a sudden, quiet. You can't find it now. You might be able to Google it, but
it's true.
It is. It's wild.
True. We shouldn't be eating poison. We shouldn't be spraying that poison on everything that we eat.
No.
And now they're coating these all the fruit, the fresh fruit in the United States with this like wax coating that makes the fruit be able to
shiny,
not get bad for like. And okay, in the supermarkets they have this like they spray the
spray, yeah.
And it's like it makes it look like it's all wet and like really pretty, but they have to fill the bag. There's chemical bags they add to the top. They're not spraying with water. They're spraying it with other stuff. It's like it's a mess. And really that's why I have to grow my own food, because it's like I don't really on the movie set, I'm just eating whatever's given to me. But like, you know, when I get back home, it's like I gotta fast for like 21 days. And
bro, you look like you could put a bear in a headlock, Dave. Look at you, man. Big old boys.
It's the beard.
Yeah, I was
Do you remember
Jake's-
a while ago? There was a
I was
guy
in
who
Jake's Mastermind.
got attacked by a cougar and he killed it. That's
like
what
a 60-year-old woman.
Yeah, 70.
Oh, 70.
No, that's
Wait, one second.
No, that's a puma. That's a puma.
Steve, talk about your biohacking routine.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was in Jake's Mastermind, and he mentioned something, Detox Dude. I joined his mastermind, the Detox Dude. Like, I joined a literal mastermind face-to-face with him. It was absolutely fantastic. And basically, split up in a word, detox. Detox the colon, detox the liver, parasite detox, metal detox. That's the whole mastermind. And he has so many techniques. I found out methylene blue from the guy too. So many cool techniques. And that if I have a couple of single things from him, it's today to share. Detox Dude was such a powerful detox mastermind for me, and it's life-changing for me. Some of the things. And this is one of the things that he showed me. It was something called Zen Cleanse. It's basically something you take fast for 5 days. You take this in the middle, and it just colon cleanse. It's like powerful. It just gets rid of the stuff from you, and check out this website, Zen Cleanse. This was Zen Cleanse 1 is the colon cleanse, and then there's a Zen Cleanse Forgive, because a lot of these things are emotional, like the liver is very emotional. Forgiveness, and this was powerful. So I just want to recommend this to people. This Zen Cleanse, Detox Dudes, and also this. I have this Chinese friend who is like amazing. I mean, I'm walking down the road with him, and Madonna texts him because he used to be with helping all these guys, and he's just phenomenal on his acupuncture with tiny needles. Like, it's unknown acupuncture almost. He's just remarkable, and he recommended this beamer to me, and it's like a PEMF device. I know you're familiar with PEMF, but this beamer is like doing running miles every day. It helps your circulation. It makes you feel good. You can use it when you're sleeping. So this is another thing that I just want to point out. Like, this is the third and last thing. This device, it's $5,000, but this is a life-changing. And this Chinese doctor, he's like the few people I call a genius. This guy's a genius, and yeah, he swears by this. And they've used it on horses, and the horses just compete really well. But this is something. It's basically a PEMF device. It just helps you with your blood circulation.
PMF. Yeah. I have a PMF mat that I used to use. PMF, infrared, and crystal. I just lay on it. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with PMF.
Yeah.
I think
Warrior
it's
Soul
short for pulse electromagnetic field therapy. It's very similar to grounding, but you can do it at home. Yeah, that's like hardcore biohacking stuff. But for normal people, because sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't. Like, I have like a red light device, I do sauna every day, but sometimes I can't. So like, just the supplements and nootropics are something you can take with you when you travel to stay generally healthy. And then once you have your home place, you can do all of that stuff. And then it's like your biohacking house, I love that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Another thing is air and water. Air and water. Like, I was traveling the world during COVID. Yeah. I was traveling the world during COVID, and I traveled with like 2 suitcases, and in one suitcase was just for air conditioner and water purifier, because I don't trust the taps. I was in countries, and they were saying, "Oh, the water's brilliant." I said, "No, I don't trust the taps. I don't trust the pipes. I trust and it just tastes wrong when you get used to nice water." So, and by the way, like, this is funny. I actually got in a volcano. I was actually ended up near a volcano, and it exploded. And I used my air conditioner. I had to. Seriously, man, it was an apocalypse.
Steve's a rare Pokemon. Steve's a rare Pokemon.
Oh, man. I got some stories. Me and Mo need to do a stream. We've been
Charizard,
but like, oh man, there was a volcano exploded, and I could not hardly breathe because
sulfur.
I was issues with lungs.
Yeah.
This air conditioner. It was a haven. So an air purifier. Take one with you around the world. You never know when you might need that.
Love it.
Steve,
I just want to welcome
Jukes.
Jukes the Great. Welcome, man. Jukes.
Oh, hello.
Cheers.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
man.
a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cheers, for inviting me. And this is insane, to be surrounded by you guys. So this is cool, man. I'm around big fish.
Right, you're Jukes the Great.
Yeah,
greatness,
man.
yeah, greatness is coming. Greatness is coming.
Welcome.
Yeah. I missed the most critical bit for me. I missed the bit about nicotine. I couldn't get on in time, so it's a shame. But yeah, big on the nicotine.
Yeah, I'm
game.
definitely a nicotine overdoser. It's but
Yeah, you are.
if you just do 2 to 6 milligrams a day, 2 milligram nicotine is incredible. Like, it does a lot, especially if you have there's also like a lot of conspiracy around ADHD. I was classified as ADHD as a kid, but in fact I was just moving around too little, and I was locked in the room, so I didn't have any energy. I didn't know where to put my energy, so everybody classified me as hyperactive or ADHD. But most of the successful people in the world have. So like Ty Lopez used to mention this term, hypomania, all the time. I think I have it. It's like from literally the second I wake up, I'm full of energy, and I can't fall asleep. I'm all day long, I'm like bursting with energy. It has to do with biohacking as well, because I used to have like massive energy slips throughout the day. But then once you get into biohacking and you keep your body healthy, you're just literally an energy machine, and you need to have purpose in your life as well. Because if you're working on something that's meaningful, that's when you have infinite energy. When I was working 9 to 5s and stuff, I didn't have that. But once you find your purpose and you get biohacking dialed in, infinite energy 24/7 from the second you wake up.
Jake, do you close
So
your
good.
eyes and see like graphs in front of you and stuff?
Oh yeah. My
Yeah.
girlfriend hates it.
You're trying to sleep.
She's
You
like,
close your
fucking
eyes.
relax for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole month I've been sleeping 3 hours a night, and somehow I have a lot of energy. I mean, I've never done this before, but I mean, I'm making the movie at 16-hour days, and then I'm spending 30 to 40 hours a week doing Awesome X, and I literally only have 3 hours a day to sleep. And it's okay. It's not always going to be like this. It's a season. It's probably a little over a month, like 6 weeks like this. The movie's going to be over. Then I'll be in editing again, and I'll live in the forest again. Like, living in the forest is so amazing too, because the birds are there. I'm off grid, so there's no electricity around me. I don't have internet at night. Like, it's all shut off. Like, there's no signals. So that really did help me out. I was there for a whole year before I started doing this movie. And I was getting great sleep, like 8 to 9 hours a night. But see, now it's all in. I mean, it's like I'm all in until, like, that's why it's no rest till 2026. I mean, sleep, but when I'm awake, there's no rest and there's no need for it. Plus, I don't have a woman right now, so it's like all in.
You know,
It is. It is for what it's worth. Sleep is super important in life.
And you're right. It is. I'm not saying it's not. For some reason, 3 hours when you're living your dreams is fine. I mean, I'm living in a dream world, making hyper-deflationary cryptocurrencies in a movie. It's like, why not? Like, go all in.
Totally. I'm just saying long term because just they've found it links to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and stuff like that. If you don't get it, you know, and
you know what protects against Parkinson's and Alzheimer's?
What's that? Yeah. Just
you know what protects against Parkinson's and Alzheimer's? Nicotine.
Yeah. Testosterone. Yeah. I mean, counter it, right? Before Steve bring that back up in a second, I just wanted to mention to your oxygen purification thing. I used to have my own hyperbaric chamber, oxygen chamber. And so a Respiro 270, and I would get in it constantly, but I sold it, and it was one of the dumbest things I ever did. And I had an oxygen purification, device that pumped into, to purify the air, because air is 79% hydrogen and only 21% oxygen that we breathe. It's not all oxygen, right?
Nitrogen, right?
Yeah, exactly. Nitrogen. Yeah, so it's like, I'm a diver, right? So we do nitrox, we up the, it's a amplified oxygen, concentrated oxygen supply. Anyways, hyperbaric chambers, amazing for blood circulation and healing and all kinds of stuff. So I just wanted to touch that up based off of what you were saying. So, and they're getting incredible, but they're not cheap, right?
I'll totally back you up. In Asia, I used to just jump in that all the time. It makes you feel good. And look at your blood under a microscope before and after a hyperbaric chamber. And your cells are big and they look beautiful and glowing. Those hyperbaric chambers, wow, that is speed healing. Amazing.
It's amazing in the US, like all these people with different types of wounds and this and that. And these hospitals have these incredible hyperbaric chambers that you can just actually wheel into like a freaking room and or walk into, right? But they're not covered by insurance. It's ridiculous. It's the most best thing you could do for all the healing and all kinds of stuff. But yet, it's a contraindication for blah 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 for insurance bullshit. It's infuriating, So I bought my own, when I needed it.
Med codes.
Yeah, and just back to biohacking. But Lotus just hit another all-time high, and we crossed 550 grand in the buy and burn.
Let's go.
Good for you. Good job.
Yeah, epic shit.
Yeah, we're not allowed
guys,
to.
I got to bounce. Hey, hold on, Erwin. I got to bounce out of here. Chili chips and cheese, 99 cents Saturday nights. I got to bounce. Wendy's. Y'all be good. Take it easy. Thank you very much. Monday, we're going to crush. And then tomorrow, I'll be on with some of you knuckleheads too. Talk to you guys later.
All right, buddy.
Peace. All right.
Cheers.
One thing I wanted to say, actually, just a second ago, this is something from my personal experience, because I fast during Ramadan, is I think it was Dave was saying how, he's only getting 3 hours, 4 hours sleep right now. When I fast, like when you're like 2 weeks into fasting, every day, 16 hours with just 1 meal a day type thing. By that point, bro, I'll go 4 hours sleep and my mind is completely clear. Like I can operate on low sleep when I'm in fasted states for just way longer, for just way better, It's a powerful thing. It's crazy. And I notice it every single year when I do the fasting season. It's crazy. At the start, it's really difficult, but then when you're like 2 weeks in, you're just like beast mode. It's unstoppable.
Yeah, when you go into that biohacking, you find out pretty quickly that it's actually the food that poisons us. And then you realize the less you eat, the more healthy you are. And to come back to, because my grandfathers were all in the war. They all had the hunger winter and all of that. And they were all over 100. And when I started looking back into my own family tree, everybody that had literally no food and had to scrap for food turned out to be over 100. And everybody that was settled or wealthy, they didn't get over 70. So it's actually the food that is like poisoning us the most.
Well, it's food and it's sedentary life, right? And it's barren food and sedentary life. And I just want to make a little pitch for like, so the training I do is it's based on martial arts, really. And it's based on breathing practices is always the foundation. And so breathing practices like and even Wim Hof style breathing or Negong style breathing, or even in the yoga tradition, there's all kinds of styles of breathing. So that's what I use, because I'm like a freedom maximalist. I want to be free from almost anything, including like reliance on any sort of outside thing that I can't like do on my own. And so that's why, so the breathing practice, like I work with athletes, I work with inmates, I work with military people. And if we can build like breathing disciplines, that's the source. If you have water and a little food, that's it. That's all we need is serious breath and water and protein, really. And of course, fruits are also really good, but that's the bare minimum, at least for me. I pretty much, that's pretty much all I do. But I want to start I'm learning because I want to, like, I actually do cleanses. I'm going to try that Zen cleanse. I do my own cleanses, and I always do, I don't intentionally do it, but I just eat once a day. And I just naturally, probably eat for 8 hours. Like I sort of graze, for about 8 hours or something like that. Mostly protein, and then I stop eating, and then I graze again. And that's how I just,
Even water is a whole different rabbit hole to go into. Because if you really look into it, especially the water that we think we are drinking, we should not be drinking. So if you can poison a body with something, so you could endlessly eat bananas and nothing will happen because you will overeat and it will stop you from eating. You could not eat yourself to death on bananas. You cannot eat yourself to death on apples, but you can drink yourself to death on water. Let that sink in. Water is not as good for the human body as we think it is. If you have a sufficient amount of salt within your body, it doesn't need extra moisture because it holds it all. And the primary thing that I look for is when I go to the bathroom for a stool. The more I stool, the worse I've eaten. If I eat perfectly, I don't go to the stool for 3, 4, 5 days because your body uses everything you put into it. Once you start shitting a bowl full, you're eating shit that your body can't use because 90% of it takes the minerals and the food out of it, and the 90% ends up in the dumpster. So if you're not stooling or not going to the bathroom for a number 2, it means you're actually eating correctly and your body can use everything that it puts into it.
Yeah, it's not what you eat. Also, it's what you can digest. And then even further, what you can absorb, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is also an important point when it comes to protein, because I love listening to Dave Asprey as well for my biohacking stuff. So plant-based protein is almost impossible for your body to digest. It needs to come from animal sources, otherwise it's not bioavailable. Like you can eat 100 grams of plant-based protein and your body will not digest it. It will just go in and out. So it's better to get 1 gram per pound of body weight, animal-based protein. So either whey protein is kind of, if you want to do it quickly, like whey protein shake is fine. But ideally like chicken, steak, even yogurt protein is 50-50. But like collagen-based protein, which is primarily from animal sources, that is the best thing you can ever give your body. It's bioavailable, it digests easy. And also when you do a lot of protein in a meal, take digestive enzymes before you eat the meal, because your body then can absorb all of it. Yeah, 1 gram per pound of body weight, animal-based protein will change your life.
Yeah, this is just great supplements. They got loads of different animal organs. The grass-fed, you get pancreas, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
so I have like eight of these, all different types, and in the morning I just take 6 of each. I take it's a massive bowl of animal, like having a massive steak, but I don't always have a lot of time. So especially building in TITANX, so I've got to take this stuff to keep going. You know what I mean? So this is really good.
And this is an important point, because the thing you have to be careful of with biohacking is once you get super deep into biohacking, a lot of it is placebo and a lot of it is not worth the effort. So you need to find the things you can do quickly and can do every day to become part of your routine, because something you do every day for the rest of your life is more important than a thing you do for a week and then forget about. So it's just whatever you can incorporate in your daily routine through supplementation or like just nootropics that you take or whatever, that will do way more for your health than the fancy machines and stuff. The fancy machines take a lot of time, and oftentimes you will skip it. So just do the things you can do every day. And then the saying, like, if you can't do it forever, don't do it for a day. And that's how you build habits that stick.
Interesting. My dad taught me the same thing about finance. If you can't buy something twice, or you can't buy 2 of them, don't buy it. So if I'm going out for a Lambo and I can't buy 2 of them, don't buy it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah.
And also the brain, right? And so like a lot of people are like very judgmental about self, like I shouldn't do this and I shouldn't do that, and if I do that I'm going to be bad, I'm not healthy if I eat that. And I'm like, no, I fucking love ice cream, right? I heard you know, I love ice cream. Ice cream is one of my biohacks. Seriously, it's what I do because it makes me happy. I fucking eat a lot, always have. I eat a pile, right? It makes me very happy. And then, you know, as long as I exercise and I've got the constitution that can digest it and move it through me, but not everybody does, right? And so you got to know yourself. You know, it's like my brother, if he ate a pile of ice cream like me, he'd be really sick, right? And he'd have a disease. And so we have to know our own constitutions internally. Like I know I haven't seen a doctor in 15 years. I know myself if I'm sick or if I'm not, because I've got this internal discipline. It's called Negong, internal discipline. And it's a Chinese martial art. And it teaches us to like scan our body to know when we're sick, right? So I know when I'm sick, but that takes practice. I've been doing it for 30 years, right? It takes time.
Yeah, that's the beauty of fasting. When you really start doing fasting, especially the longer ones, let's say 36, 72 hours, once you start eating, start with eating one thing at a time. And you could actually listen to your body, what it's telling you. And you will quickly find out that, oh my God, I've been living with feelings all my life, thinking it was normal, but it's actually because I'm eating this shit. It's insane when you give your body the chance to actually, or yourself the chance to listen to your body when you haven't eaten anything and then start eating. And then it's like, oh no, I don't need this shit. And you start introducing new things, and you can actually listen to your body, what it likes and what it dislikes.
The thing with food as well is when I'm eating food, like if you have a big breakfast or like something really big meal at the beginning of the day, my body is just too lethargic processing food to want to focus on work. When I'm like wake up in the morning, you know, bit of caffeine, a bit of nicotine or something on a relatively empty stomach, I can just sit down and work. But when I like fill my stomach up, I just can't work. It just doesn't come to me. it's like it sucks away all my energy, and then TikTok opens and you're scrolling. So
It actually does. Yeah.
yeah.
If you look into how we used to do it and why the body reacts the way it reacts with fasting. So if you would go back where we were hunter and gatherers, then you would hunt for your meal, you would eat it, and it could take days, if not weeks, before you get your next catch. So what we talk about when you, let's say, do your 72 hours fast, you become energized. You get this new feeling of energy, and it's like you literally feel like Superman. It's insane. But it's a natural mechanism from the human body that says, okay, dude, you haven't eaten in 3 days now. It's about time you get out there and get some food. So what does the human body do? It gives you everything, super focus, super energy, super everything after 3 or 4 days. It's all coded within our DNA. Our body knows best. We just think with modern science and modern medical that we know better than nature. I mean, like we need to intervene with nature. It makes no sense.
There's another one to look into. I'm actually wearing the shirt right now. It's called moringa. This is the leaf of the tree, but it's the most nutrient dense food on the planet, and it's the leaf of a tree. Now, if you live in a hot climate, you can grow the crap out of it. If you live in a cold climate, it doesn't like that. So you can get the powder, but it's a very savory taste. So, you know, if you put it in like a salt shaker next to your savory dishes like eggs or chili or meat, you know, it has all of the amino acids that our body needs. It has 39 anti-inflammatories, and it has like 40 something antioxidants, and it has 13% or 13% protein by weight. So it's actually got a lot of protein in it too, the green protein, but it's not like you're going to eat a lot of it, but you could take capsules and it'll literally stop infections. And actually for malnutrition people in like Africa, 3 ounces of moringa leaves per day will stop malnutrition. I mean, your body will have all the nutrients it needs. I mean, that would suck to live on only moringa leaves, but like you could. And moringa's like, look at PubMed.com and look at moringa. PubMed.com, just like search for moringa, and there is like thousands of studies on moringa and the benefits of it.
Yeah, I lived in the Philippines, in the province. I had a moringa tree. I had a moringa tree right outside.
Sweet.
Every morning, I had a papaya tree, a banana tree, and a moringa. I picked that, put it in a smoothie and just drink it. Moringa, banana, and papaya.
And
Actually,
fresh
moringa's
moringa
really
leaves, if you have a tree and you take the fresh leaves, strip them off, and you put it in butter and you cook it up like wilted spinach, it's so good.
Yeah, man. It grows like weeds there. It's like
right
in hot country, like you said. Yeah.
I hope everyone's taking
It'll grow a foot a day.
Hey,
like, these trees are crazy.
I think there's a good question here. It says, Jake, so I have social anxiety and I'm on medication. Is there something I can take for that would help me a lot, not be so anxious? Anybody, Jake, any ideas?
That's a good question.
Get some moringa, man. I mean, moringa does have anti-anxiety properties to it. Just do some research on PubMed. Anxiety / moringa. See what you find.
You know something big that you learn when you get deep into like body work, because one of the things I used to do, because I used to be extremely shy, I used to do this thing called bioenergetics. So basically what they talk about there is so Tony Robbins talks about this a lot as well. Everything that is formed in the mind starts in the body. So you notice when you're extremely anxious, that's usually because your body is massively tense. And if you're socially anxious, that probably means that your body here is extremely tight and tense, and you have very closed off body language.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of anxiety comes from food. Like everything starts in the body and then forms in the mind. So if you want to, so there's a saying where if you want to cure the mind, heal the body first. Everything comes from the body first, and it's not the other way around. A lot of people have it the other way around. They try to fix their mind, but you fix your mind by going in the body first. The body fixes the mind.
Having a bad day, go lift some weights.
Also, but it's all the processed foods. It's all the poison that you're putting in your body that creates all these weird mental things that happen in your mind. So just cut back, do all the supplements, do all the nootropics. A lot of the nootropics will also fix a lot of like mental things. But stretch. You have to stretch. You don't even need to sit down and stretch for like 30 seconds in each thing. I do a lot of dynamic stretching. Like I used to train grappling and MMA very hard, and I've never had any injuries because I used to do a lot of dynamic movements. I put my body in a bunch of different positions dynamically. Yeah, I learned this from a guy called Ido Portal. That's the guy that trained like Conor McGregor to do like all these like body movements and stuff. But just dynamically move your body around, stretch your body out, just put it in positions, fix your food, and that's automatically going to fix your mind. If you fixate on your mind is never going to get fixed. You have to go into the body to fix the mind.
Yeah. I also think part of it is what's the pharmaceutical that someone's taking, right? Because, you know, people take pharmaceutical like pill solutions, and a lot of people are given it, right? And what it does is it creates this imbalance in the brain, and homeostasis gets blocked. And so the key, like to create homeostasis, sometimes is to get off of pharmaceuticals. I'm not saying get off of them, but oftentimes it's the pharmaceutical, pill or pills that inhibits homeostasis and makes whatever is the symptom worse. This is the problem with Western style like medicine and doctors is that. And so like the first question is, should I really be taking a pharmaceutical? And if not, then what's the alternative? Like, how do I create homeostasis? And that's where eating, supplements, and exercise are the basics, that you just have to focus on. And
long-term fasting. Like if you can actually
Totally.
do a week without food or 2
Totally.
weeks without food, you actually can heal a lot of the things in your body. And sometimes medication can be fully cleansed. Like now your body can only work on healing itself during that time. It doesn't have to process any food. And
Exactly.
long-term fasting is a really, really good way to really, now it's difficult for the first 7 days, you got to be in a place where you can kind of be alone for a period of time, which we don't get enough of either. People think they think it's isolation, but there's two different things. There's isolation and there's solitude. And it's hard for people to get solitude, but isolation is when you just, disconnect from people in a negative state. Solitude is when it's an intentional alone time for a period of time. And actually, because when you're fasting, like no food, everybody wants to take you out to dinner. Like everybody's like, let's go out to dinner. You're like, you got to go away for a period of time. But it's a really good way to cleanse yourself of everything, I think.
When I did my deep dive in the whole, especially when I went into carnivore and really started deep diving into the history of food, I found out that the animal-based food system is actually something we need to digest. And the way greens and vegetables and fruits are described within history is like a medicine, not as food. They are all described as medicinal purposes that it has. Every veggie, every plant, every seed, it has a medicinal working, but not as food. So if we take that concept over to real life, would you take an aspirin every day because you have a migraine every 30 days? No. Well, if that's the same case, then why would we eat everyday vegetables that supposedly have the attributes of medicine? Why would you eat medicine every day just because maybe you get sick in the future? Animal-based products is the way to go. When you look back into the war, they gave you literally raw butter. That was the soldiers' food, the energy. The reason we got margarine, what's it called?
Margarine.
Yeah, margarine.
Plastic, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was too hard to create the raw butter for the soldiers, so they had to synthesize it to give them food and energy. It's insane.
And there is another mental thing about, excitement and anxiety are very similar physical feelings. It's and how we interpret that if we interpret it as anxiety, our brain pumps out cortisol. If we interpret it as excitement, our brain pumps out serotonin and dopamine. So in one sense too, like our reaction to the physical state does also determine our state, our physical state. Our bodies are so smart and our bodies respond to what we think, you know, and how we interpret things. And so that's why having a positive outlook on life, treating people right, you know, doing unto others as you want them to do unto you, it's actually just as important for that, because that helps your anxiety go away, because now serving others is actually the best thing we can do for our bodies as well, amongst all this stuff, because as we serve others with things that they need, and that's actually what I love about TITANX ecosystem, is we're building something that actually benefits other people, so we can market hard and we're not being weird about it. All we're doing is showing our passion. So the more we can serve others, the more serotonin and dopamine we get pumped into our body. It's not a selfish thing to serve others, obviously, but it's like, it's good for us and it's good for them. So that's another thing.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that, Riff, there's this idea of hormetic stress. You guys know this idea of hormetic stress versus toxic stress?
Mm-mm.
So hormetic stress, and it happens in the brain. So the idea of hormetic stress, it's the stress that doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, right? It's the generative stress and so that's why in military training, for example, they will put us underwater, you know, and they'll teach us how to breathe and how to use. That's hormetic, and it's how athletes build endurance. It's how developers build discipline. It's like, so it's this idea of using the natural stress of any challenge to build strength and resilience, as opposed to like having it drain us. And so a lot of it is sort of a mindset shift, is like being able to understand that stress is normal and that we have to use it wisely. So, and that's hormetic stress, and it builds resilience and bounce back in the system, you know, in our body, you know, in our bodily system. And yeah, it's killer. I mean, hormetic stress is how extreme athletes and extreme performers, you know, build strength out of the stress of the training. Yeah.
Cheers. Have you done any like cold water therapy stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think, yeah, I do. I do it for like, I've always like sat like